Spring 1453. The light of the open sky is brilliant after the darkness of the inner rooms. I blink and hear the roar of many voices. But this is not my army calling for me. This whisper, growing to a rumble, is not their roar of attack, the drumming of their swords on shields. The rippling noise of linen in the wind is not my embroidered angels and lilies against the sky, but cursed English standards in the triumphant May breeze. This is a different sort of roar from our bellowed hymns. This is a howl of people hungry for death. My death. Ahead of me, and towering above me as I step over the threshold from my prison into the town square, is my destination, a wood stack, with a step-ladder of rough staves leaning against it. I whisper, "A cross! May I have a cross?" And then, louder, "A cross! I must have a cross!" And some man, a stranger, an enemy, an Englishman, one of those whom we call goddams for their unending blaspheming, holds out a crucifix of whittled wood, roughly made, and I snatch it without pride from his dirty hand. I clutch it as they push me towards the woodpile and thrust me up the ladder, my feet scraping on the rough rungs as I climb up higher than my own height, until I reach the unsteady platform hammered into the top of the bonfire, and they turn me, roughly, and tie my hands around the stake at my back. It all goes so slowly then that I could almost think that time itself has frozen, and the angels are coming down for me. Stranger things have happened. Did not the angels come for me when I was herding sheep? Did they not call me by name? Did I not lead an army to the relief of Orléans? Did I not crown the Dauphin and drive out the English? Just me, a girl from Domremy, advised by angels. They light the kindling all around the bottom, and the smoke eddies and billows in the breeze. Then the fire takes hold and a hot cloud shrouds me and makes me cough, blinking, my eyes streaming. Already it is scalding my bare feet. I step from one foot to the other, foolishly, as if I hope to spare myself discomfort, and I peer through the smoke in case someone is running with buckets of water to say that the king whom I crowned has forbidden this, or the English, who bought me from a soldier, now acknowledge that I am not theirs to kill, or that my church knows that I am a good girl, a good woman, innocent of anything but serving God with a passionate purpose. There is no saviour among the jostling crowd. The noise swells to a deafening shriek, a mixture of shouted blessings and curses, prayers and obscenities. I look upwards, to the blue sky, for my angels descending, and a log shifts in the pyre below me, and my stake rocks, and the first sparks fly up and scorch my jacket. I see them land and glow like fireflies on my sleeve, and I feel a dry scratching in my throat, and I cough from the smoke, and whisper, like a little girl, "Dear God, save me, your daughter. Dear God, put down your hand for me. Dear God, save me, your maid." There is a crash of noise and a blow to my head, and I am sitting bewildered on the floorboards of my bedroom, my hand to my bruised ear, looking around me like a fool and seeing nothing. My lady companion opens my door and, seeing me dazed, my prayer stool tipped over, says irritably, "Lady Margaret, go to bed. It is long past your bedtime. Our Lady does not value the prayers of disobedient girls. There is no merit in exaggeration. Your mother wants you up early in the morning. You can't stay up all night praying. It is folly." She slams the door shut, and I hear her telling the maids that one of them must go in now and put me to bed and sleep beside me to make sure I don't rise up at midnight for another session of prayer. They don't like me to follow the hours of the church. They stand between me and a life of holiness because they say I'm too young and need my sleep. They dare to suggest that I'm showing off, playing at piety, when I know that God has called me, and it is my duty, my higher duty, to obey him. But even if I were to pray all night, I wouldn't be able to recapture the vision that was so bright just a moment ago. It is gone. For a moment, for a sacred moment, I was there. I was the Maid of Orleans, the Holy Joan of France. I understood what a girl could do, what a woman could be. Then they drag me back to earth and scold me as if I were an ordinary girl and spoil everything. Our Lady Mary, guide me. Angels, come back to me, I whisper, trying to return to the square, to the watching crowds, to the thrilling moment. But it is all gone. I have to haul myself up the bedpost to stand. I'm dizzy from fasting and praying, and I rub my knees where I knocked it. There is a wonderful roughness on the skin, and I put my hand down and pull up my nightgown to see both knees, and they are the same, roughened and red. Saints' knees. Praise God, I have saints' knees. I have prayed so much and on such hard floors that the skin of my knees is becoming hard, like the callus on the finger of an English longbowman. I'm not yet 10 years old, but I have saints' knees. This has got to count for something, whatever my old lady governess may say to my mother about excessive and theatrical devotion. I have saints' knees. I have scuffed the skin of my knees by continual prayer. These are my stigmata. Saints' knees. Pray God I can meet their challenge and have a saint's end too. I get into bed, as I have been ordered to do, for obedience, even to foolish and vulgar women, is a virtue. I may be the daughter of a man who was one of the greatest of English commanders in France, one of the great Beaufort family, and so heir to the throne of Henry VI of England. But still, I have to obey my lady governess and my mother, as if I were any other ordinary girl. I'm highly placed in the kingdom, cousin to the king himself, though dreadfully disregarded at home, where I have to do as I'm told by a stupid old woman who sleeps through the priest's homily and sucks sugared plums through grace. I count her as a cross I have to bear, and I offer her up in my prayers. These prayers will save her immortal soul, despite her true deserts, for as it happens, my prayers are especially blessed. Ever since I was a little girl, ever since I was 5 years old, I have known myself to be a special child in the sight of God. For years I thought this was a unique gift. Sometimes I would feel the presence of God near me, sometimes I would sense the blessing of Our Lady. Then, last year, one of the veteran soldiers from France, begging his way back to his parish, came to the kitchen door when I was skimming the cream, and I heard him ask the dairymaid for something to eat, for he was a soldier who had seen miracles. He had seen the girl they called the Maid of Orleans. "Let him come in," I commanded, scrambling down from my stool. "He's dirty," she replied. "He's coming no closer than the step." He shuffled into the doorway, swinging a pack to the floor. "If you could spare some milk, little lady," he whined, "and perhaps a crust of bread for a poor man, a soldier for his lord and his country." "What did you say about the Maid of Orleans?" I interrupted. "And miracles?" The maid behind me muttered under her breath and raised her eyes and cut him a crust of dark rye bread and poured a rough earthenware mug of milk. He almost snatched it from her hand and poured it down his throat. He looked for more. "Tell me," I commanded. The maid nodded to him that he must obey me, and he turned and bowed. "I was serving with the Duke of Bedford in France when we heard of a girl who was riding with the French," he said. "Some thought her a witch, some thought her in league with the devil, but my doxy—" The maid snapped her fingers at him, and he choked down the word. "A young woman, I happen to know, a French young woman, told me that this girl, Joan from Domremy, had spoken to angels and promised to see the French prince crowned and on the throne of France. She was only a maid, a girl from the country, but she said
that angels spoke to her and called her to save her country from us."
I was entranced. Angels spoke to her? He smiled ingratiatingly.
"Yes, little lady, when she was a girl no older than you."
But how did she make people listen to her? How did she make them see she was special?
"Oh, she rode a great white horse, and she wore men's clothes, even armour. She had a banner of lilies and angels, and when they brought her to the French prince, she knew him among all his court."
She wore armour? I whispered wonderingly, as if it was my life unfolding before me, and not the story of a strange French girl. What could I be? If only people would realize that the angels spoke to me, just as they did to this Joan.
"She wore armour, and she led her men in battle."
He nodded.
"I saw her."
I gestured to the dairymaid. "Get him some meat and small ale to drink." She flounced off to the buttery, and the strange man and I stepped outside the dairy, and he dropped to a stone seat beside the back door. I stood waiting as she dumped a platter at his feet, and he crammed food into his mouth. He ate like a starving dog, without dignity, and when he was done and draining his mug, I returned to the inquiry. "Where did you first see her?"
"Ah,"
he said, wiping his mouth on his sleeve.
"We were set for siege before a French town called Orléans, certain to win. We always won in those days before her. We had the longbow, and they didn't. We just used to slice them down. It was like aiming at the butts for us. I was a bowman."
Then he paused, as if ashamed at stretching the truth too far.
"I was a Fletcher,"
he corrected himself.
"I made the arrows, but our bowmen won every battle for us."
"Never mind that. What about Joan?"
"I'm telling about her. But you have to understand that they had no chance of winning. Wiser and better men than she knew they were lost. They lost every battle."
"But she?" I whispered.
"She claimed she heard voices, angels talking to her. They told her to go to the French prince, a simpleton, a nothing. To go to him and make him take his throne as king, and then drive us from our lands in France. She found her way to the king, and told him he must take up his throne and let her lead his army. He thought she might have the gift of prophecy. He didn't know, but he had nothing to lose. Men believed in her. She was just a country girl, but she dressed as a man-at-arms. She had a banner embroidered with lilies and angels. She sent a messenger to a church, and there they found an old crusader's sword exactly where she said it would be. It had been hidden for years."
"She did?" He laughed and then coughed and spat phlegm.
"Who knows? Perhaps there was some truth in it. My woman friend thought that Joan was a holy maid, called by God to save France from us English. Thought she couldn't be touched by a sword. Thought she was a little angel."
"And what was she like?"
"A girl, just a girl, like you, small, bright-eyed, full of herself."
My heart swelled. "Like me?"
"Very like you."
"Did people tell her what to do all the time? Tell her she knew nothing?" He shook his head.
No. She was the commander. She followed her own vision of herself. She led an army of more than 4,000 and fell on us when we were camped outside Orléans. Our lords couldn't get our men forwards to fight her. We were terrified at the very sight of her. Nobody would raise a sword against her. We all thought she was unbeatable. We went on to Jargeau, and she chased after us. On the attack, always on the attack. We were all terrified of her. We swore she was a witch."
"A witch, or guided by angels?" I demanded. He smiled.
"I saw her at Paris. There was nothing evil about her. She looked like God himself was holding her up on that big horse. My lord called her a flower of chivalry. Really?
Beautiful? I whispered. I'm not a pretty girl myself, which is a disappointment to my mother, but not to me, for I rise above vanity. He shook his head and said exactly what I wanted to hear.
No, not pretty. Not a pretty little thing. Not girlish. But the light shone from her.
I nodded. I felt that at that very moment I understood everything. Is she fighting still?
God bless you for a little fool. No, she's dead. Dead, what, about 20 years ago?
Dead?
The tide turned for her after Paris. We threw her back from the very walls of the city, but it was a close thing. Think of it. She nearly took Paris. And then in the end, a Burgundy soldier pulled her off her white horse in a battle,
the beggar said matter-of-factly.
Ransomed her to us, and we executed her. We burned her for heresy.
I was horrified. But you said she was guided by the angels.
She followed her voices to her death, he said flatly. But they examined her, and said she was a virgin indeed. She was Joan the Maid in truth. And she saw true when she thought we would be defeated in France. I think we are lost now. She made a man of their king, and she made an army out of their soldiers. She was no ordinary girl. I don't expect to see such a one again. She was burning up long before we put her on the pyre. She was ablaze with the Holy Spirit.
I took a breath. I am such a one as her, I whispered to him. He looked down at my rapt face and laughed.
No, these are old stories, he said. Nothing to a girl like you. She is dead and will be soon forgotten. They scattered her ashes so no one could make her a shrine.
But God spoke to her, a girl, I whispered. He didn't speak to the king, nor to a boy. He spoke to a girl.
The old soldier nodded. I don't doubt she was sure of it, he said. I don't doubt she heard the voices of angels. She must have done. Otherwise she couldn't have done what she did.
I heard my governess's shrill call from the front door of the house, and I turned my head for a moment as the soldier picked up his pack and swung it round on his back. But is this true? I demanded with sudden urgency as he started to walk in a long, loping stride toward the stable yard and the gate to the road. Soldiers' tales, he said indifferently. You can forget them, and forget her. And God knows, nobody will remember me. I let him go, but I did not forget Joan. And I will never forget Joan. I pray to her by name for guidance, and I close my eyes and try to see her. Ever since that day, every soldier who comes to the door of Bletsoe begging for food is told to wait, for little Lady Margaret will want to see him. I always ask them if they were at Les Augustins, at Les Tourelles, at Orléans, at Jargeau, at Beaugency, at Patay, at Paris. I know her victories as well as I know the names of our neighbouring villages in Bedfordshire. Some of the soldiers were at these battles. Some of them even saw her. They all speak of a slight girl on a big horse, a banner over her head, glimpsed where the fighting was the fiercest, a girl like a prince, sworn to bring peace and victory to her country, giving herself to the service of God, nothing more than a girl, nothing more than a girl like me, but a heroine. Next morning, at breakfast, I learn why I was banned from praying through the night. My mother tells me to prepare for a journey, a long journey. We're going to London, she says calmly, to court. I'm thrilled at the thought of a trip to London, but I take care not to exult like a vain, proud girl. I bow my head and whisper, "As you wish, Lady Mother." This is the best thing that could happen. My home at Bletsoe, in the heart of the county of Bedfordshire, is so quiet and dull that there is no chance for me to resist the perils of the world. There are no temptations to overcome, and no one sees me but servants, and my older half-brothers and half-sisters, and they all think of me as a little girl, of no importance. I try to think of Joan, herding her father's sheep at Domremy, who was buried, like me, among miles of muddy fields. She did not complain of being bored in the country. She waited and listened for the voices to summon her to greatness. I must do the same. I wonder if this command to go to London is the voice I've been waiting for, calling me to greatness now. We will be at the court of the good King Henry VI. He must welcome me as his nearest kin. I am all but his cousin, after all. His grandfather and my grandfather were half-brothers, which is a very close connection when one of you is king and the other is not, and he himself passed a law to recognise my family, the Beauforts, as legitimate, though not royal. Surely he will see in me the light of holiness that everyone says is in him. He must claim me as both kin and kindred spirit. What if he decides I shall stay at court with him? Why not? What if he wants to take me as his adviser, as the Dauphin took Joan of Arc? I am his second cousin, and I can almost see visions of the saints. I'm only 9 years old, but I hear the voices of angels, and I pray all night, when they let me. If I had been born a boy, I would be all but the Prince of Wales now. Sometimes I wonder if they wish I had been born a boy, and that is why they are blind to the light that shines within me. Could it be that they are so filled with the sin of pride in our place that they wish I was a boy, and ignore the greatness that is me, as a holy girl? Yes, Lady Mother, I say obediently.
You don't sound very excited, she says. Don't you want to know why we are going?
Desperately. Yes, if you please.
I'm sorry to say that your betrothal to John de la Pole must be ended. It was a good match when it was made, when you were 6, but now you are to dissent from it. You will face a panel of judges who will ask you if you wish your betrothal to be ended, and you will say yes. Do you understand?
This sounds very alarming. But I won't know what to say.
You will just consent to the end of your betrothal. You will just say yes.
What if they ask me if I think it is the will of God? What if they ask me if this is the answer to my prayers? She sighs, as if I am tiresome.
They won't ask you that.
And then what will happen?
His Grace, the King, will appoint a new guardian, and in turn he will give you in marriage to the man of his choice.
Another betrothal?
Yes.
Can I not go to an abbey? I ask very quietly, though I know what her answer will be. Nobody regards my spiritual gifts. Now I am released from this betrothal. Can I not go?
Of course you can't go to an abbey, Margaret. Don't be stupid. Your duty is to bear a son and heir, a boy for our family, the Beauforts, a young kinsman to the King of England, a boy for the House of Lancaster. God knows the House of York has boys enough. We have to have one of our own. You will give us one of our own.
But I think I have a calling.
You are called to be mother of the next heir of Lancaster, she says briskly. That is an ambition great enough for any girl. Now go and get ready to leave. Your women will have packed your clothes. You just have to fetch your doll for the journey.
I fetch my doll, and my own carefully copied book of prayers, too. I can read French, of course, and also English, but I cannot understand Latin or Greek, and my mother will not allow me a tutor. A girl is not worth educating, she says. I wish that I could read the Gospels and prayers in Latin, but I cannot, and the handwritten copies in English are rare and precious. Boys are taught Latin and Greek and other subjects too, but girls need only be able to read and write, to sew, to keep the household accounts, to make music, and enjoy poetry. If I were an abbess, I would have access to a great library, and I could set clerks to copy all the texts that I wanted to read. I would make the novices read to me all day. I would be a woman of learning, instead of an untaught girl, as stupid as any ordinary girl. If my father had lived, perhaps he would have taught me Latin. He was a great reader and writer. At least I know that much about him. He spent years in captivity in France when he studied every day. But he died just days before my first birthday. My birth was so unimportant to him that he was in France on campaign, trying to restore his fortune, when my mother was brought to bed, and he did not come home again until just after my first birthday, and then he died. So he never knew me and my gifts. It will take us 3 days to get to London. My mother will ride her own horse, but I am to ride pillion behind one of the grooms. He's called Wat, and he thinks himself a great charmer in the stables and kitchen. He winks at me, as if I would be friendly to a man such as him, and I frown to remind him that I am a Beaufort, and he is a nobody. I sit behind him, and I have to take tight hold of his leather belt, and when he says to me, "Right and tight, righty-tighty," I nod coldly, so as to warn him that I don't want him talking to me all the way to Ampthill. He sings instead, which is just as bad. He sings love songs and haymaking songs in a bright tenor voice, and the men who ride with us, to protect us from the armed bands who are everywhere in England these days, join in with him and sing too. I wish my mother would order them to be silent, or at least command them to sing psalms, but she is happy, riding out in the warm spring sunshine, and when she comes alongside me she smiles and says, "Not far now, Margaret. We will spend tonight at Abbots Langley and go on to London tomorrow. Are you not too tired?" I am so unprepared by those who should care for me that I haven't even been taught how to ride, and I'm not allowed even to sit on a horse of my own and be led, not even when we arrive in London, and hundreds of people in the streets and markets and shops gawp at the 50 of our household as we ride by. How am I to appear as the heroine who will save England if I have to jog behind Wat, seated pillion, my hand on his belt, like some village slut going to a goose fair? I'm not at all like an heir to the house of Lancaster. We stay at an inn, not even at court, for the Duke of Suffolk, my guardian, was terribly disgraced, and is now dead, so we cannot stay in his palace. I offer up to Our Lady the fact that we don't have a good London house of our own, and then I think that she too had to make do with a common inn at Bethlehem, when surely Herod must have had spare rooms in the palace. There must have been more suitable arrangements than a stable, surely, considering who she was. And so I tried to be resigned, like her. At least I am to have London clothes before we go to court for me to renounce my betrothal. My lady mother summons the tailors and the seamstresses to our inn, and I am fitted for a wonderful gown. They say that the ladies of the court are wearing tall, conical headdresses, so high that a woman has to duck to get under a 7-foot doorway. The Queen, Margaret of Anjou, loves beautiful clothes, and is wearing a new colour of ruby red made from a new dye. They say it is as red as blood. My mother orders me a gown of angelic white by way of contrast, and has it trimmed with Lancaster red roses, to remind everyone that I may be only a girl of 9 years old, but I am the heiress of our house. Only when the clothes are ready can we take a barge down river to declare my dissent against my betrothal, and to be presented at court. The dissent is a tremendous disappointment. I am hoping that they will question me, and that I might stand before them, shy but clear-spoken, to say that I know from God himself that John de la Pole is not to be my husband. I imagine myself before a tribunal of judges, amazing them like baby Jesus at the synagogue. I thought I might say that I had a dream which told me that I was not to marry him, for I have a greater destiny. I am chosen by God himself to save England. I am to be Queen of England, and sign my name Margaret Regina, Margaret R. But there is no opportunity for me to address them, to shine. It is all written down before we arrive, and all I am allowed to say is, I dissent and sign my name, which is only Margaret Beaufort, and it is done. Nobody even asks me for my opinion on the matter. We go to wait outside the presence chamber, and then one of the king's men comes out and calls, "Lady Margaret Beaufort," and everyone looks around and sees me. I have a moment, a really wonderful moment, when I feel everyone looking at me, and I remember to cast down my eyes and despise worldly vanity, and then my mother leads the way into the king's presence chamber. The king is on his great throne, with his cloth of estate suspended over the chair, and a throne almost the same size beside him for the queen. She is fair-haired and brown-eyed, with a round pudding face and a straight nose. I think she looks beautiful and spoiled, and the king beside her looks fair and pale. I can't say I see any great light of holiness at this first inspection. He looks quite normal. He smiles at me as I come in and curtsy, but the queen looks from the red roses at the hem of my gown to the little coronet that holds my veil, and then looks away as if she doesn't think much of me. I suppose, being French, she does not understand who I am. Someone should have told her that if she does not have a baby, then they will have to find another boy to be their heir for the house of Lancaster, and it could well be mine. Then I am sure she would have paid me more attention. But she is worldly. The French can be terribly worldly. I have observed it from my reading. I am sure she would not even have seen the light in Joan the maid. I cannot be surprised that she does not admire me. Next to her is a most beautiful woman, perhaps the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. She is wearing a gown of blue with a silver thread running through, which makes it shimmer like water. You would think her scaled like a fish. She sees me staring at her, and she smiles back at me, which makes her face light up with a warm beauty, like sunlight on water on a summer's day. "Who is that?" I whisper to my mother, who pinches my arm to remind me to be silent. "Jacquetta Rivers." "Stop staring," my mother snaps, and pinches my arm again to recall me to the present. I curtsy very low, and I smile at the king. "I am giving your daughter in wardship to my dearly loved half-brothers, Edmund and Jasper Tudor," the king says to my mother. "She can live with you until it is time for her to marry." The queen looks away and whispers something to Jacquetta, who leans forward like a willow tree beside a stream, the veil billowing around her tall headdress, to listen. The queen does not look much pleased by this news, but I am dumbfounded. I wait for someone to ask me for my consent, so that I can explain that I am destined for a life of holiness, but my mother merely curtsies and steps back, and then someone else steps forward, and it all seems to be over. The king has barely looked at me. He knows nothing about me, no more than he knew before I walked in the room, and yet he has given me to a new guardian, to another stranger. How can it be that he does not realize that I am a child of special holiness, as he was? Am I not to have the chance to tell him about my saint's knees? "Can I speak?" I whisper to my mother. "No, of course not." Then how is he to know who I am, if God does not hurry up and tell him? Well, what happens now? "We wait until the other petitioners have seen the king, and then go in to dine," she replies. "No, I mean, what happens to me?" She looks at me as if I'm foolish not to understand. "You are to be betrothed again," she says. "Did you not hear, Margaret? I wish you would pay attention. This is an even greater match for you. You are first going to be the ward, and then the wife, of Edmund Tudor, the king's half-brother. The Tudor boys are the sons of the king's own mother, Queen Catherine of Valois, by her second marriage to Owen Tudor. There are 2 Tudor brothers, both great favourites of the king, Edmund and Jasper. Both half-royal, both favoured. You will marry the older one." Won't he want to meet me first?
Why would he?
To see if he likes me.
She shakes her head. It is not you they want, she says. It is the son you will bear.
But I'm only 9.
He can wait until you're 12, she says.
Am I to be married then?
Of course, she says, as if I'm a fool to ask.
And how old will he be?
She thinks for a moment. 25.
I blink. Where will he sleep? I ask. I'm thinking of the house at Bletsoe, which does not have an empty set of rooms for a hulking young man and his entourage, nor for his younger brother. She laughs.
Oh, Margaret, you won't stay at home with me. You will go to live with him and his brother in Lamphy Palace in Wales.
I blink. Lady Mother, are you sending me away to live with 2 full-grown men, to Wales, on my own, when I am 12? She shrugs, as if she's sorry for it, but that nothing can be done.
It's a good match, she says. Royal blood on both sides of the marriage. If you have a son, his claim to the throne will be very strong. You are cousin to the king, and your husband is the king's half-brother. Any boy you have will keep Richard of York at bay forever. Think of that. Don't think about anything else.
August 1453. My mother tells me that the time will pass quickly, but of course it does not. The days go on forever and ever, and nothing ever happens. My half-brothers and half-sisters from my mother's first marriage into the St. John family show no more respect for me now that I am married to a Tudor than when I was married to a de la Pole. Indeed, now they laugh at me, going to live in Wales, which they tell me is a place inhabited by dragons and witches, where there are no roads, but just huge castles in dark forests, where water witches rise up out of fountains and entrance mortal men, and wolves prowl in vast man-eating packs. Nothing changes at all, until one evening, at family prayers, my mother cites the name of the king with more than her usual devotion, and we all have to stay on our knees for an extra half-hour to pray for the health of the king, Henry VI, in this, his time of trouble, and beg Our Lady that the new baby, now in the royal womb of the Queen, will prove to be a boy and a new prince for Lancaster. I don't say amen to the prayer for the health of the Queen, for I thought she was not particularly pleasant to me, and any child that she has will take my place as the next Lancaster heir. I don't pray against a live birth, for that would be ill-wishing and also the sin of envy. But my lack of enthusiasm in the prayers will be understood, I am sure, by Our Lady, who is Queen of Heaven, and understands all about inheritance, and how difficult it is to be one of the heirs to the throne, but a girl. Whatever happens in the future, I could never be queen. Nobody would accept it. But if I have a son, he would have a good claim to be king. Our Lady herself had a boy, of course, which was what everyone wanted, and so became Our Lady Queen of Heaven, and could sign her name Mary Regina, Mary R. I wait till my half-brothers and half-sisters have gone ahead, hurrying for their dinner, and I ask my mother why we are praying so earnestly for the king's health, and what does she mean by a time of trouble. Her face is quite strained with worry.
I've had a letter from your new guardian, Edmund Tudor, today, she says. He tells me that the king has fallen into some sort of a trance. He says nothing, and he does nothing. He sits still with his eyes on the ground, and nothing wakens him.
Is God speaking to him?
She gives a little irritated sniff. Well, who knows? Who knows? I'm sure your piety does you great credit, Margaret, but certainly if God is speaking to the king, then he has not chosen the best time for this conversation. If the king shows any sign of weakness, then the Duke of York is bound to take the opportunity to seize power. The Queen has gone to Parliament to claim all the powers of the King for herself. They will never trust her. They will appoint Richard, Duke of York, as regent instead of her. It is a certainty. Then we will be ruled by the Yorks, and you will see a change in our fortunes for the worse."
"What change?"
"If the King does not recover, then we will be ruled by Richard of York in place of the King, and he and his family will enjoy a long regency while the Queen's baby grows to be a man. They will have years to put themselves into the best positions in the Church, in France, and in the best places in England." She bustles ahead of me to the great hall, spurred by her own irritation.
"I can expect to have them coming to me to have your betrothal overturned. They won't let you be betrothed to a Tudor of Lancaster. They will want you married into their house, so your son is their heir, and I will have to defy them if the House of Lancaster is to continue through you. And that will bring Richard of York down on me, and years of trouble." "But why does it matter so much?" I ask, half running to keep up with her down the long passageway. "We're all royal. Why do we have to be rivals? We're all Plantagenets. We are all descended from Edward III. We're all cousins. Richard, Duke of York, is cousin to the King just as I am." She rounds on me, her gown releasing the scent of lavender as it sweeps the strewing herbs on the floor. "We may be of the same family, but that is the very reason why we are not friends, for we are rivals for the throne. What quarrels are worse than family quarrels? We may all be cousins, but they are the House of York, and we are the House of Lancaster. Never forget it. We of Lancaster are the direct line of descent from Edward III by his son, John of Gaunt. The direct line. But the Yorks can only trace their line back to John of Gaunt's younger brother Edmund. They are a junior line. They are not descended from Edward's heir. They descend from a younger brother. They can only inherit the throne of England if there is no Lancaster boy left. So, think, Margaret. What do you think they are hoping for when the King of England falls into a trance, and his child is yet unborn? What do you think they dream when you are a Lancaster heir but only a girl and not even married yet, let alone brought to bed of a son?" "They would want to marry me into their house?" I ask, bewildered at the thought of yet another betrothal. She laughs shortly. "That, or to tell the truth, they would rather see you dead." I am silenced by this. That a whole family, a great house like York, would wish for my death is a frightening thought. "But surely the King will wake up, and then everything will be all right, and his baby could be a son, and then he will be the Lancaster heir, and everything will be all right." "Pray God the King wakes soon," she says. "But you should pray that there is no baby to supplant you, and pray God we get you wedded and bedded without delay, for no one is safe from the ambitions of the House of York." October 1453. The King dreams on, smiling in his waking sleep. In my room, alone, I try sitting as they say he does, and staring at the floorboards, in case God will come to me as he has come to the King. I try to be deaf to the noises of the stable-yard outside my window and the loud singing from the laundry-room, where someone is thumping clothes on a washboard. I try to let my soul drift to God, and feel the absorbing peace that must wash the soul of the King so that he does not see the worried faces of his counsellors, and is even blind to his wife when she puts his newborn baby son in his arms and tells him to wake up and greet the little Prince Edward, heir to the throne of England. Even when, in temper, she shouts into his face that he must wake up, or the House of Lancaster will be destroyed. I try to be entranced by God, as the King is, but someone always comes and bangs on my door, or shouts down the hall for me to come and do some chores, and I'm dragged back to the ordinary world of sin again, and I wake. The great mystery for England is that the King does not wake, and while he sits hearing only the words of angels. The man who has made himself regent of England, Richard, Duke of York, takes the reins of government into his own hands, starts to act like a king himself, and so Margaret, the Queen, has to recruit her friends and warn them that she may need their help to defend her baby son. The warning alone is enough to generate unease. Up and down England, men start to muster their forces and consider whether they would do better under a hated French queen with a true-born baby prince in her arms, or to follow the handsome and beloved Englishman, Richard of York, to wherever his ambition may take him. Summer 1455. It is my wedding day, come at last. I stand at the door of the church in my best gown, the belt high and tight around my rib-cage, and the absurdly wide sleeves drowning my thin arms and little hands. My headdress is so heavy on my head that I droop beneath the wire support and the tall conical height. The sweep of the scarf from the apex veils my pale resentment. My mother is beside me to escort me to my guardian, Edmund Tudor, who has decided, as any wise guardian would, no doubt, that my best interests will be served by marriage to him. He is his own best choice as caretaker of my interests. I whisper to my mother, "I am afraid," and she looks down at me. My head is only up to her shoulder. I am 12 years old, but still a little girl, my chest as flat as a board, my body hairless beneath my thick layers of rich clothes. They had to pack my bodice with linen to give the impression of breasts. I am a child, sent out to do a woman's duty. "Nothing to be afraid about," she says bluntly. I try again. "I thought I would be a virgin, like Joan of Arc," I say to her. I put my hand on her sleeve to tug at her attention. "You know I did. I always did. I wanted to go to a convent. I still want to go. I may have a calling. It might be God's will. We should take advice. We should ask the priest. We could ask him now before it is too late. What if God wants me for his own? Then it would be blasphemy if I married." She turns to me and takes my cold hand in hers. "Margaret," she says seriously, "you must know that you could never choose your own life. You are a girl. Girls have no choice. You could never even choose your own husband. You are of the royal family. A husband would always have been chosen for you. It is forbidden for one of royal blood to marry their own choice. You know this too. And finally, you are of the House of Lancaster. You cannot choose your allegiance. You have to serve your house, your family, and your husband. I have allowed you to dream, and I have allowed you to read, but the time has come to put aside silly stories and silly dreams and do your duty. Don't think you can be like your father and run away from your duty. He took a coward's way out. You cannot." This sudden reference to my father shocks me. She never speaks of her second husband, my father, except in the vaguest and most general terms. I'm about to ask, how did he run away? What was his coward's way out? When the doors of the church open, and I have to walk forwards and take the hand of my new husband, and stand before a priest, and swear to be a wife. I feel his big hand take mine, and I hear his deep voice answer the questions, where I just whisper. He pushes a heavy ring of Welsh gold on my finger, and I have to hold my fingers together like a little paw to keep it on. It is far too big for me. I look up at him, amazed that he thinks such a marriage can go ahead, when his ring is too big for my hand, and I'm only 12, and he's more than twice my age. A man, tempered by fighting and filled with ambition. He is a hard man, from a power-seeking family. But I am still a child, longing for a spiritual life, praying that people will see that I am special. This is yet another of the many things that nobody seems to care about but me. I am to start married life in the Palace of Lamphy, Pembrokeshire, which is in the heart of horrible Wales. I have no time to miss my mother and my family in the first months, for everything is so different that I have to learn completely new ways. Most of my time is spent with the servants and the women attendants in the castle. My husband and his brother storm in and out like rain. My lady governess has come with me, and my own maidservant, but everyone else is a stranger. They all speak Welsh and stare at me when I try to ask them for a glass of small ale or a jug of water for washing. I so long for a friendly face from home that I would even be glad to see Wat, the groom. The castle stands in desolate countryside. Around me is nothing but high mountains and sky. I can see the rain clouds coming like a wet curtain, half an hour before they pour down on the grey slate roofs and rain-streaked walls. The chapel is a cold and neglected building, and the priest is very poor in his attendance. He doesn't even notice my exceptional piety. I often go there to pray, and the light streams through the western window onto my bowed head, but nobody even notices. London is a 9-day arduous journey away. My old home is as far. It can take 10 days for a letter to come from my mother, but she hardly ever writes. Sometimes I feel that I have been stolen from a battlefield and held to ransom in an enemy land, like my father. Certainly I could not feel more foreign and lonely. Worst of all, I have not had a vision since my wedding night. I spend every afternoon on my knees. When I close my privy chamber door and pretend to be sewing, I spend every evening in the damp chapel. But nothing comes to me. Not a vision of the stake, not the battles, not even the flicker of a banner of angels and lilies. I beg Our Lady for a vision of Joan the maid, but she grants me nothing. And in the end, sitting back on my heels, I begin to fear that I was holy only when I was a virgin. I am nothing special as a wife. Nothing in the world could compensate me for this loss. I was raised to know myself as the daughter of a great man and an heir of the royal family. But my own private glory was that I knew that God spoke to me, directly to me, and that he sent me the vision of Joan the maid. He sent me an angel in the guise of a beggar to tell me all about her. He appointed William de la Pole as my guardian so that he, having seen Joan, would recognize the same holiness in me. But then God, for some reason, forgot all about this sensible plan and let me fall into the keeping of a husband who takes no interest in my holiness, and who, by roughly consummating the marriage vows, takes my virginity and visions in one awful night. Why I should be chosen by God and then neglected by him, I cannot understand. It is not for me to question the will of God, but I have to wonder, why did he choose me in the first place if it was just to leave me here, abandoned in Wales? If he were not God, then one would think it very badly planned. It's not as if there is anything I can do here, and for sure nobody sees me as a living light. It is even worse than Bletsoe, where at least people complained that I was excessively holy. Here they don't even notice, and I'm afraid that I'm hidden under a bushel, and there's nothing I can do to reveal myself as a beacon for the world. My husband is handsome and brave, I suppose. I hardly see him or his brother during the day, as they are constantly riding out to keep the king's peace against dozens of local uprisings. Edmund is always in the lead, Jasper, his brother, at his shoulder like a shadow. They even walk at the same pace, Edmund striding forwards, Jasper just behind, in step. They're only a year apart in age. I thought them twins when I first saw them together.
They have the same unfortunate ginger hair and long, thin noses. They both stand tall and lean now, but I think they will run to fat in later life, which must be quite soon. When they talk, they can finish each other's sentences, and they laugh all the time at private jokes. They hardly ever speak to me, and they never tell me what is supposed to be so funny. They're utterly fascinated by weapons, and can spend the entire evening talking about the stringing of a bow. I cannot see the use of either of them in God's will. The castle is in a constant state of alert because warring parties and bands of armed and disaffected soldiers come by all the time and raid the nearby villages. Just as my mother feared when the king first fell into his trance, there is unrest everywhere. Worse here than anywhere else, of course, since it is half savage already. And it made no real difference when the king recovered, though the common people were told to rejoice, for now he has fallen ill again, and some people are saying that this is how it will always be. We will live with a king who cannot be relied on to stay awake. This is obviously a disadvantage. Even I can see that. Men are taking arms against the king's rule, first complaining of the taxes raised to fight the unending French wars, and now complaining that the wars are over, but we have lost everything we won under the king's braver father and grandfather. Everyone hates the queen, who is French herself, of course, and everyone whispers that the king is under the cat's paw in this marriage, and that a French woman rules the country, and that it would be better if we were ruled by the Duke of York. Everyone who has a grievance against his neighbour takes this chance to pull down his fences or poach his game or steal his timber, and then there is a fight, and Edmund has to go out and make rough and ready justice. The roads are dangerous to travel because of roaming companies of soldiers that were formed in France and are now in the habit of forage and kidnap. When I ride out behind a servant into the little village that clusters around the walls of the castle, I have to take an armed guard with me. I see the white faces and hollowed eyes of hunger, and nobody smiles at me, though you would think they would be glad that the new lady of the palace is taking an interest. For who will intercede for them on earth and in heaven, if not I? But I can't understand what they say to me, as they all speak Welsh, and if they come too close, the servants lower their pikes and order them back. Clearly I am not a light for the common people in the village, any more than I am in the palace. I am 12. If people cannot see that I'm a light in a dark world now, when are they going to see it? But how will anyone see anything here in miserable Wales, when they can see nothing for the mud? Edmund's brother, Jasper, is supposed to live a few miles away at Pembroke Castle, but he's rarely there. He's either at the royal court trying to hold together the irritable accord between the York family and the king, in the interests of the peace of England, or he's with us. Whether he is riding out to visit the king or coming home, his face grave with worry that the king has slipped into his trance again, he always manages to find a road that passes by Lancaster and to come for his dinner. At dinner, my husband Edmund talks only to his brother Jasper. Neither of them say so much as one word to me, but I have to listen to the two of them, worrying that Richard, Duke of York, will make a claim on the throne on his own account. He is advised by Richard Neville, the Earl of Warwick, and these two, Warwick and York, are men of too vast an ambition to obey a sleeping king. There are many who say that the country cannot even be safe in the hands of a regent, and if the king does not wake, then England cannot survive the dozen years before his son is old enough to rule. Someone will have to take the throne. We cannot be governed by a sleeping king and a baby.
We can't endure another long regency. We have to have a king, Jasper says. I wish to God you'd married and buried her years ago. At least we would be ahead of the game now.
I flush and look down at my plate, heaped with overcooked and unrecognisable bits of game. They hunt better than they farm in Wales, and every meal brings some skinny bird or beast to the table in butchered portions. I long for fast days, when we have only fish, and I impose extra fast days on myself to escape the sticky mess of dinner, Everyone stabs what they want with their dagger from a common plate and sops up the gravy with a hunk of bread. They wipe their hands on their breeches and their mouths on their coat cuffs. Even at the high table, we are served our meat on trenches of bread that are eaten up at the end of the meal. There are no plates laid on the table. Napkins are obviously too French. They count it a patriotic duty to wipe their mouths on their sleeves. And they all bring their own spoons as if they were heirlooms, tucked inside their boots. I take a little piece of meat and nibble at it. The smell of grease turns my stomach. Now they are talking in front of me, as if I were deaf, of my fertility, and the possibility that if the Queen is driven from England, or her baby dies, then my son will be one of the King's likely heirs.
You think the Queen will let that happen? You think Margaret of Anjou won't fight for England? She knows her duty better than that,
Edmund says with a laugh.
There are even those who say that she was too determined to be stopped by her sleeping husband. They say she got the baby without the king. Some say she got a stable boy to mount her rather than leave the royal cradle empty and her husband dreaming.
I put my hands to my hot cheeks. This is unbearable, but nobody notices my discomfort.
Not another word, Jasper says flatly. She's a great lady, and I fear for her and her child. You get an heir for yourself, and don't repeat gossip to me. The confidence of York with his quiver of 4 boys grows every day. We need to show them there is a true Lancaster heir-in-waiting. We need to keep their ambitions down. The Staffords and the Hollands have heirs already. Where's the Tudor Beaufort boy?
Edmund laughs shortly and reaches for more wine.
I try every night, he says. Trust me. I don't skimp my duty. She may be a little more than a child herself, with no liking for the act, but I do what I have to.
For the first time, Jasper glances over to me, as if he's wondering what I make of this bleak description of married life. I meet his gaze blankly, with my teeth gritted. I don't want his sympathy. This is my martyrdom. Marriage to his brother in this peasant palace in horrible Wales is my martyrdom. I offer it up, and I know that God will reward me. Edmund tells his brother nothing more than the truth. Every single night of our life, he comes to my room, slightly unsteady from the wine at dinner that he throws down his throat like a sot. Every night, he gets into bed beside me and takes a handful of my nightgown, as if it were not the finest Valenciennes lace hemmed by my little girl's stitches, and holds it aside so he can push himself against me. Every night I grit my teeth and say not one word of protest, not even a whimper of pain, as he takes me without kindness or courtesy. And every night, moments later, he gets up from my bed and throws on his gown and goes without a word of thanks or farewell. I say nothing, not one word, from beginning to end, and neither does he. If it were lawful for a woman to hate her husband, I would hate him as a rapist. But hatred would make the baby malformed, so I make sure I do not hate him, not even in secret. Instead, I slide from the bed the minute he is gone and kneel at the foot of it, still smelling his rancid sweat, still feeling the burning pain between my legs, and I pray to Our Lady who had the good fortune to be spared all this by the kindly visit of the bodiless Holy Ghost. I pray to her to forgive Edmund Tudor for being such a torturer to me, her child, especially favoured by God. I, who am without sin, and certainly without lust. Months into marriage, I am as far away from desire as I was when I was a little girl, and it seems to me that there is nothing more likely to cure a woman of lust than marriage. Now I understand what the saint meant when he said it was better to marry than to burn. In my experience, if you marry, you certainly won't burn. Summer 1456. One long year of loneliness and disgust and pain, and now I have another burden to bear. Edmund's old nursemaid becomes so impatient for another Tudor boy that she comes to me every month to ask if I'm bleeding, as if I were a favourite mare at stud. She's longing for me to say no, for then she can count on her fat old fingers and see that her precious boy has done his duty. For months I can disappoint her and see her wizened old face fall. But at the end of June I can tell her that I have not bled, and she kneels down in my own privy chamber and thanks God and the Virgin Mary that the House of Tudor will have an heir, and that England is saved for the House of Lancaster. At first I think she is a fool, but after she has run to tell my husband Edmund and his brother Jasper, and they both have come to me like a pair of excited twins, and shouted their well wishes, and asked me if I would like anything special to eat, or if they should send for my mother, or whether I should like to gently walk in the courtyard, or to rest, I see that to them this conception is indeed a first step towards greatness, and could be the saving of our house. That night, as I kneel to pray, at last I have a vision again. I have a vision as clear as if I were in my waking life, but the sun is as bright as in France, not Welsh grey. It is not a vision of Joan going to the scaffold, but a miraculous vision of Joan as she was called to greatness. I am with her in the fields near her home. I can feel the softness of the grass under my feet, and I am dazzled by the brightness of the sky. I hear the bells tolling the Angelus, and they ring in my head like voices. I hear the celestials singing, and then I see the shimmering light. I drop my head to the rich cloth of my bed, and still the blazing light burns the inside of my eyelids. I am filled with conviction that I am seeing her calling, and I am being called myself. God wanted Joan to serve him, and now he wants me. My hour has come, and my heroine Joan has shown me the way. I tremble with desire for holiness, and the burning behind my eyes spreads through my whole body, and burns, I am sure, in my womb, where the baby is growing into the light of life, and his spirit is forming. I don't know how long I kneel in prayer. Nobody interrupts me, and I feel as if I've been in the sacred light for a whole year, when I finally open my eyes in wonder, and blink at the dancing candle flames. Slowly I rise to my feet, hauling myself up the bedpost, weak at the knees with my sense of the divine. I sit on the side of my bed in a state of wonder, and puzzle at the nature of my calling. Joan was called to save France from war, and to put the true King of France on his throne. There must be a reason that I saw myself in her fields, that all my life I have dreamt of her life. Our lives must march in step. Her story must speak to me. I, too, must be called to save my country, as she was summoned to rescue hers. I have been called to save England from danger, from uncertainty, from war itself, and put the true King of England on his throne. When Henry the King dies, even if his son survives, I know it will be the baby now growing in my womb who will inherit. I know it. This baby must be a son. This is what my vision is telling me. My son will inherit the throne of England. The horror of war with France will be ended by the rule of my son. The unrest in our country will be turned into peace by my son. I shall bring him into the world, and I shall put him on the throne, and I shall guide him in the ways of God, that I shall teach him. This is my destiny. to put my son on the throne of England. And those who laughed at my visions and doubted my vocation will call me my lady, the king's mother. I shall sign myself Margaret Regina, Margaret, the Queen. I put my hand to my belly, that is still as flat as a child's. King, I say quietly, you are going to be King of England. And I know that the baby hears me, and knows that his destiny, and that of all England, is given to me by God, and is in my keeping. My knowledge that the baby in my womb is to be king, and that everyone will curtsy to me, supports me through the early months, though I am sick every morning and weary to my soul. It is hot, and Edmund has to ride out through the fields where the men are making hay to hunt down our enemies. William Herbert, a fierce Yorkist partisan, thinks to make Wales his own while there is a sleeping king, and no one to call him to account. He marches his men through our lands and collects our taxes under the pretext that he is ruling Wales for the regency of York. Indeed, it is true that he has been appointed by his good friend the Earl of Warwick to rule Wales, but long before that, we Tudors were put here by the king, and here we stay, doing our duty, whether our king is awake or not. Both Herbert and we Tudors believe ourselves to be the only rightful rulers of Wales, properly appointed. But the difference is that we are right, and he is wrong. And God smiles on me, of course. Edmund and Jasper are in a state of constant muted fury at the incursions of Herbert and the Yorkists, writing to their father Owen, who is in turn riding out with his men, harrying York lands, and planning a concerted campaign with his boys. It is as my mother predicted. The king is of the house of Lancaster, but he is fast asleep. The regent is of the house of York, and he is only too lively. Jasper is away much of the time, brooding over the sleeping king like a poor hen with addled eggs. He says that the Queen has all but abandoned her husband in London, seeking greater safety for herself in the walled city of Coventry, which she can hold against an army, and thinks that she will have to rule England from there and avoid the treachery of the city of London. He says that the London merchants and half of the southern counties are all for York, because they hope for peaceful times to make money, and care nothing for the true king and the will of God. Meanwhile, every lord prepares his men and chooses his side, and Jasper and Edmund wait only till the end of haymaking, and then muster the men with their scythes and billhooks, march out to find William Herbert, and teach him who commands Wales. I go down to the gate to the castle to wave them farewell and bid them Godspeed. Jasper assures me that they will defeat Herbert within 2 days and capture Carmarthen Castle from him, and that I can look for them to come home in time for the harvest. But 2 days come and go, and we have no news of them. I am supposed to rest every afternoon, and my lady governess is ordered by my mother to take a renewed interest in my health. Now I am carrying a child that could be a royal heir. She sits with me in the darkened rooms to make sure that I do not read by the light of a smuggled candle or get down on my knees to pray. I have to lie on my bed and think of cheerful things to make the baby strong and blithe in his spirits. Knowing I am making the next king, I obey her and try to think of sturdy horses and beautiful clothes, of the magic of the joust, and of the king's court, and of the queen in her ruby gown. But one day there is a commotion at my door, and I sit up and glance at my lady governess, who, far from watching over me as the vessel preparing to bear the next king, is fast asleep in her chair. I get up and patter over to my door, and open it myself, and there is our maid, Gwyneth, white-faced, with a letter in her hand. "We can't read it," she says. "It's a letter for someone. None of us can read." My lady governess is asleep, I say. Give it to me. Stupidly she hands it over, though it is addressed to my lady governess and marked for her eyes alone. I break Jasper Tudor's seal and open it. He is written from Pembroke Castle. Edmund wounded and captured by William Herbert, held prisoner at Carmarthen. Prepare for attack as best you can there, while I go to rescue him. Admit no strangers. There is plague. Gwyneth looks at me. What does it say? She asks. Nothing, I say. The lie comes to my mouth so swiftly that it must have been put there by God to help me, and therefore it doesn't count as a lie at all. He says that they are staying on a few days in Pembroke Castle. He will come back later. I close the door in her face, and I go back to my bed and lie down. I put my hand on my fat belly that has grown bigger and now curves beneath my gown. I will tell them the news later tonight, I think. But first, I must decide what to say and what to do. I think, as always, what would Joan of Arc do if she were in my place? The most important thing would be to make sure that the future king is safe. Edmund and Jasper can look after themselves. For me, there is nothing more important than ensuring that my son is safe behind defensible walls. So when Black Herbert comes to sack the Tudor lands, at least we can keep my baby safe. At the thought of William Herbert marching his army against me, I slide down on my knees to pray. What am I to do? I whisper to Our Lady, and never in my life would I have been more glad of a clear reply. We can't defend here. There isn't even a wall that goes all round, and we don't have the fighting men. I can't go to Pembroke if there is plague there, and anyway I don't even know where Pembroke is. But if Herbert attacks us here, how shall we be safe? What if he kidnaps me for ransom? But if we try to get to Pembroke, then what if I am ill on the road? What if travelling is bad for a baby? There is nothing but silence. Our Lady, I ask. Lady Mary? Nothing. It is a quite disagreeable silence. I sigh. What would Joan do? I ask myself. If she had to make a dangerous choice, what would Joan do? If I were Joan, with her courage, what would I do? Wearily, I rise to my feet. I walk over to my lady governess and take a pleasure in shaking her awake. Get up, I say. You have work to do. We're going to Pembroke Castle. Autumn 1456. Edmund does not come home. William Herbert doesn't even demand a ransom for him, the heir to the Tudor name and the father of my child. In these uncertain times, nobody can say what Edmund is worth. And besides, they tell me he is sick. He is held at Carmarthen Castle, a prisoner of the Herberts, and he does not write to me, having nothing to say to a wife who is little more than a child. And I do not write to him, having nothing to say to him either. I wait, alone in Pembroke Castle, preparing for siege, admitting no one from the town for fear they are carrying the sickness, knowing I may have to hold this castle against our enemies, not knowing where to send for help, for Jasper is constantly on the move. We have food, and we have arms, and we have water. I sleep with the key to the drawbridge and the portcullis under my pillow, but I can't say that I know what I should do next. I wait for my husband to tell me, but I hear nothing from him. I wait for his brother to come. I wish his father would ride by and rescue me, but it is as if I have walled myself in and am forgotten. I pray for guidance from Our Lady, who also faced troubled times when she was with child. but no Holy Ghost appears to announce to the world that I am the Lord's vessel. It seems that there is to be no annunciation for me at all. Indeed, the servants, the priest, and even my lady governess are wrapped in their own misfortunes and worries, as the news of the king's strange sleep and the struggle of power between his queen and the country's regent alerts every scoundrel to the opportunity of easy pickings to be made in a country without government. And Herbert's friends in Wales know that the Tudors are on the run, their heir captured, his brother missing, and his bride all alone at Pembroke Castle, sick with fear. Then, in November, I get a letter addressed to me, to Lady Margaret Tudor, from my brother-in-law, Jasper. It is the first time in his life he has ever written to me, and I open it with shaking hands. He does not waste many words. Regret to tell you that your husband, my dearly beloved brother Edmund, is dead of the plague. Hold the castle at all costs. I am coming. I greet Jasper at the castle gate, and at once see the difference in him. He has lost his twin, his brother, the great love of his life. He jumps down from his horse with the same grace that Edmund had, but now there is only the noise of one pair of boots ringing iron-tipped heels on the stone. For the rest of his life, he will listen for the clatter of his brother, and hear nothing. His face is grim, his eyes hollowed with sadness. He takes my hand as if I am a grown lady, and he kneels and offers up his hands, in the gesture of prayer, as if he's swearing fealty. I have lost my brother, and you, your husband, he says. I swear to you that if you have a boy, I will care for him as if he were my own. I will guard him with my life. I will keep him safe. I will take him to the very throne of England for my brother's sake. His eyes are filled with tears, and I am most uncomfortable to have this big, fully grown man on his knees before me. Thank you, I say. I look round in my discomfiture, but there is no one to tell me how to raise Jasper up. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. I notice he doesn't promise anything to me if I have a girl. I sigh and clasp my hands around his, as he seems to want me to do. Really, if it were not for Joan of Arc, I would think that girls are completely useless. January 1457. I go into confinement at the start of the month. They put up shutters on my bedroom windows to close out the grey winter light. I can't imagine that a sky which is never blue and a sun which never shines can be thought so distracting that a woman with child should be shaded from it. But the midwife insists that I go into darkness for a month before my time, as the tradition is, and Jasper, pale with worry, says that everything must be done to keep the baby safe. The midwife thinks that the baby will come early. She feels my belly and says that he is lying wrongly, but he may turn in time. Sometimes, she says, babies turn very late. It is important that they come out head first. I don't know why. She does not mention any details to Jasper, but I know that he paces up and down outside my chamber every day. I can hear the floorboards creak as he tiptoes north and south, as anxious as a loving husband. Since I am in confinement, I can see no man, and that is a great relief. But I do wish I could come out to church. Father William here at Pembroke was moved to tears by my first confession. He said he had never met a young woman of more piety. I was glad at last to find someone who understands me. He is allowed to pray with me if he sits on one side of the screen and I the other, but it is not nearly as inspiring as praying before a congregation where everyone can see me. After a week, I start to have terrible pain in the very bones of my body when I am walking the narrow confines of the chamber, and Nan, the midwife, and her fellow crone, whose name sounds something like a squawk, and who speaks no English at all, agree that I had better go to bed and not walk any more, not even stand. The pain is so bad I could almost believe that the bones are breaking inside me. Clearly something has gone wrong, but nobody knows what it is. They ask the physician, but since he cannot lay a hand on me, nor do more than ask me what I think might be the matter, we get no further forwards. I am 13 years old, and small for my age. How am I to know what is going wrong with the baby in my body? They keep asking me, does it really feel as if my bones are breaking inside me? And when I say yes, then they look at one another as if they fear it must be true. But I can't believe that I will die in childbirth. I can't believe that God will have gone to all this trouble to get me here in Wales, with a child who might be king in my womb, only to have me die before he is even born. They speak of sending for my mother, but she is so far away and the roads are so dangerous now that she cannot come, and besides she would know no better than them. Nobody knows what's wrong with me, and now they remark that I'm too young and too small to be with child at all, which is rather belated advice, and no comfort to me now I'm so close to the birth. I've not dared to ask how the baby is actually going to come out of my belly. I fear very much that I'm supposed to split open like a small pod for a fat pea, and then I am certain to bleed to death. I had thought the pain of waiting was the worst pain I could endure, but that was only until the night when I wake to an agony as if my belly were heaving up and turning over inside me. I scream in shock, and the two women bounce up from their trestle beds, and my lady governess comes running, and my maid, and in a moment the room is filled with candles, and people fetching hot water and firewood, and among it all nobody is even looking at me, though I can feel a sudden flood pour out of me, and I'm certain that it is blood, and I am bleeding to death. They fly at me, and give me a lathe to bite on, and a sacred girdle to tie around my heaving belly. Father William has sent the host in the monstrance from the chapel, and they put it on my prie-dieu so I can fix my eyes on the body of the Lord. I have to say, I am much less impressed by crucifixion now that I am in childbirth. It is really not possible that anything could hurt more than this. I grieve for the suffering of our Lord, of course, but if he had tried a bad birth he would know what pain is. They hold me down on the bed but let me heave on a rope when the pains start to come. I faint once for the agony of it, and they give me a strong drink which makes me giddy and sick, but nothing can free me from the vice that is gripped on my belly and is tearing me apart. This goes on for hours, from dawn till dusk, and then I hear them muttering to each other that the timing of the baby is wrong, it is taking too long. One of the midwives says to me that she is sorry, but they're going to have to toss me in a blanket to make the baby come on. "What?" I mutter, so confused with pain that I don't know what she means. I don't understand what they are doing as they help me off the bed and bid me lie on a blanket on the floor. I think perhaps they are doing something that will relieve the gripping pain which makes me cry out until I think I can bear no more. So I lie down, obedient to their tugging hands. And then the 6 of them gather round and lift the blanket between them. I am suspended, like a sack of potatoes, and then they pull the blanket all at once and I am thrown up and drop down again. I am only a small girl of 13. They can throw me up into the air, and I feel a terrible flying and falling sensation, and then the agony of landing, and then they fling me up again. 10 times they do this, while I scream and beg them to stop, and then they heave me back into the bed and look at me as if they expect me to be much improved, while I hang over the side of the bed and vomit between sobs. I lie back for a moment, and for a blessed moment the worst of it stops. In the sudden silence, I hear my lady governess say very clearly, "Your orders are to save the baby if you have to choose. Especially if it is a boy." I am so enraged at the thought of Jasper ordering my own lady governess to tell my midwives that they should let me die if they have to choose between my life or that of his nephew, that I spit on the floor and cry out, Oh, who says so? I am Lady Margaret Beaufort of the House of Lancaster. But they don't even hear me. They don't turn to listen to me. That's the right thing to do, Nan agrees, but seems hard on the little maid. It is her mother's order, my lady governess says. And at once, I don't want to shout at them any more. My mother, my own mother, told my lady governess that if the baby and I were in danger, then they should save the baby. Poor little girl, poor little girl, Nan says. And at first I think she is speaking of the baby. Perhaps it is a girl after all. But then I realize she is speaking of me, a girl of 13 years, whose own mother has said that they can let her die, as long as a son and heir is born. It takes 2 days and nights for the baby to make his agonizing way out of me, and I do not die, though there are long hours when I would have done so willingly, just to escape the pain. They show him to me as I am falling asleep, drowning in pain. He is brown-haired, I think, and he has tiny hands. I reach out to touch him, but the drink and the pain and the exhaustion flood over me like darkness, and I faint away. When I wake, it is morning, and one of the shutters is opened. The yellow winter sun is shining in the little panes of glass, and the room is warm with the banked-up fire glowing in the fireplace. The baby is in his cradle, swaddled tight on his board. When the nursemaid hands him to me, I cannot even feel his body. He's wrapped so tight in the swaddling bands that are like bandages from head to toe. She says he has to be strapped to his board so his arms and legs cannot move, so his head is kept still, to make sure that his young bones grow straight and true. I will be allowed to see his feet and his hands and his little body when they unwrap him to change his clout, which they will do at midday. Until then, I can hold him while he sleeps, like a stiff little doll. The swaddling cloth is wrapped around his head and chin to keep his neck straight, and it finishes with a little loop on the top of his head. The poor women use the loop to hook their babies up on a roof beam when they are cooking or doing their work, but this boy, who is the newest baby in the House of Lancaster, will be rocked and carried by a team of nursemaids. I lie him down on the bed beside me and gaze at his tiny face, his little nose, and the smiling curves of his rosy eyelids. He's not like a living thing, but more like a little stone carving of a baby as you find in a church, placed beside his stone-dead mother. It is a miracle to think that such a thing has been made, has grown, has come into the world, that I made him, almost entirely on my own, for I hardly count Edmund's drunken labours. This tiny little object, this miniature being, is the bone of my bone, and the flesh of my flesh, and he is of my making, all of my making. After a little while he wakes and starts to cry. For such a small object the cry is incredibly loud, and I'm glad the nursemaid comes in at a run and takes him from the room to the wet nurse. My own small breasts ache to suckle him, but I am bound up as tight as my swaddled baby. The two of us are strapped tight to do our duty, a baby who must grow straight, and a young mother who may not feed her child. His wet nurse has left her own baby at home so that she can come and take up her position in the castle. She will eat better than she has ever eaten in her life before, and she is allowed a good ration of ale. She doesn't even have to care for my baby, she just has to make milk for him, as if she were a dairy cow. He is brought to her when he needs feeding, and the rest of the time he is cared for by the maids at the nursery. She does a little cleaning, washing his clouts and linen, and helps in his rooms. She doesn't hold him except at feeding time. He has other women to do that. He has his own rocker to sleep by his cradle, his own 2 nursemaids to wait on him, his own physician comes once a week, and the midwives will stay with us until I am churched and he is christened. He has a larger entourage than me. And I suddenly realize that this is because he is more important than me. I am Lady Margaret Tudor, born a Beaufort, of the House of Lancaster, cousin to the sleeping King of England. But he is both a Beaufort and a Tudor. He has royal blood on both sides. He is Earl of Richmond of the House of Lancaster, and has a claim, after the King's son, Prince Edward, to the throne of England. My lady governess comes into the room. "Your brother-in-law Jasper asks you to agree to his name for the baby," she says. "He is writing to the King and to your mother to tell them he is going to call him Edmund Owen, for the baby's father and his Tudor grandfather." "No," I say. "I'm not going to name my baby, who cost me so much pain, after a man who caused me nothing but pain. Or his stupid father. No, I won't call him Edmund." "You can't call him Edward," she says. "The King's son is Prince Edward." "I'm going to call him Henry," I say, thinking of the sleeping king who might wake for a boy of the House of Lancaster called Henry, though he slept through the birth of the prince called Edward. Henry is a royal name for England. Some of our best and bravest kings have been called Henry. This boy will be Henry Tudor. I repeat the name proudly. Henry Tudor. And I think to myself, when the sleeping King Henry VI is dead, then this baby will be Henry VII. "He said Edmund Owen," she repeats, as if I might be deaf as well as stupid. "And I say Henry," I say. "And I have called him this already. This is his name. It is decided. I have named him in my prayers. He is all but baptized Henry already." She raises her eyebrows at my ringing emphasis. "They won't like it," she says. And she goes out of the room to tell my brother-in-law Jasper that the girl is being stubborn and will not name her son for her dead husband, but has chosen her own name for him and will not be dissuaded. I lie back against the pillows again and close my eyes. My boy will be Henry Tudor, whatever anyone says. Spring 1457. I have to stay in my rooms for another 6 weeks after the birth of my boy, before I can go to the chapel and be cleansed of the sin of childbirth. When I come back to my rooms, the shutters are down and the dark drapes have been taken away. There is wine in jugs and small cakes on plates, and Jasper has come to visit me and congratulate me on the birth of my child. The nursemaids tell me that Jasper visits the baby in his nursery every day, as if he were the doting father himself. He sits by the cradle if the baby is asleep. He touches his cheek with his finger. He cups the tightly wrapped head in his big hands. If the baby is awake, Jasper watches him feed, or he stands over them when they unwrap the swaddling and admires the straight legs and the strong arms. They tell me that Jasper begs them to leave the swaddling off for a moment more, so he can see the little fists and the fat little feet. They think it unmanly for him to hang over the cradle, and I agree. But all the Tudors please only themselves. He smiles at me tentatively, and I smile back. "Are you well, sister?" he asks. "I am," I say. "They tell me it was a difficult birth for you." "It was." He nods. "I have a letter from your mother for you, and she also wrote to me." He hands me one sheet of paper, folded square and sealed with my mother's Beaufort crest of the portcullis. I lift the seal carefully and read her letter. She is written in French, and she commands me to meet her at Greenfield House in Newport, Gwent. That is all. She sends me no words of affection or inquiry after my son, her own grandson. I remember that she told them if it was a choice between a boy and me, then they should let me die. And I ignore her coldness and turn to Jasper. Does she tell you why I am to go to Newport? For she does not trouble herself to explain to me.
Yes, he says. I am to take you with an armed escort, and your baby is to stay here. You are to meet with Humphrey, the Duke of Buckingham. It is his house.
Why am I to see him? I ask. I have a distant memory of the Duke, who heads one of the great wealthy families of the kingdom. We are cousins of some sort. Is he to be my new guardian? Can't you be my guardian now, Jasper?
He looks away. No, it's not that.
He tries to smile at me, but his eyes are soft with pity.
You are to be married again, my sister. You are to be married to the Duke of Buckingham's son, as soon as your year of mourning is finished. But the contract of marriage and the betrothal is to take place now. You are to marry the Duke's son, Sir Henry Stafford.
I look at him, and I know my face is horrified. I have to marry again, I blurt out, thinking of the agony of childbirth and the likelihood that it will kill me another time. Jasper, can I refuse to go? Can I stay here with you?
He shakes his head. I'm afraid not.
March 1457. A parcel, taken from one place to another, handed from one owner to another, unwrapped and bundled up at will, is all that I am. A vessel for the bearing of sons, for one nobleman or another, it hardly matters who. Nobody sees me for what I am. A young woman of great family with royal connections, a young woman of exceptional piety who deserves, surely to God, some recognition. But no, having been shipped to Lamphy Castle in a litter, I now ride to Newport on a fat cob, seated behind a manservant, unable to see anything of the road ahead of me, and glimpsing muddy fields and pale pasture lands only through the jogging ranks of the men-at-arms. They're armed with lances and cudgels, and are wearing the badge of the Tudor crest at their collars. Jasper is leading the way on his war-horse, and he has warned them to be prepared for ambush from Herbert's men, or trouble on the road from bands of thieves. Once we get closer to the sea, there is also the danger of a marauding party of pirates. This is how I am protected. This is the country I live in. This is what a good king, a strong king, should prevent. We ride under the portcullis of Greenfield House, and the gate slams shut behind us. We dismount in the courtyard before the house, and my mother comes out to greet me. I have not seen her for almost 2 years, not since my wedding day, when she told me there was nothing to fear. Now, as she comes towards me and I kneel for her blessing, I realize that she will see from my face that I know she was lying to me that day. For I have faced the very fear of death itself, and learned that she was prepared to sacrifice me for a grandson. There was nothing to fear for her, for she was right about that. But there was much to fear for me. "Margaret," she says quietly. She puts her hand on my head for a blessing, and then raises me up and kisses me on both cheeks. "You've grown, and you are looking well." I long for her to hold me and hug me and tell me that she has missed me. But that would be to wish for a different sort of mother, and then I would have been a different girl. Instead, she looks at me with cool approval, and then turns as the door of the house opens and the Duke comes out. "Here is my daughter," she says, "Lady Margaret Tudor. Margaret, this is your kinsman, the Duke of Buckingham." I make a low curtsy. This is a duke most particular about his position. They say that he took his order of precedence to Parliament to get a ruling on who should walk behind him. He raises me up and kisses me on both cheeks.
"You are welcome," he says, "but you must be cold and tired from your journey. Come inside."
The house is furnished with the luxury that I'd almost forgotten, having spent these years in exile at Lamphy and Pembroke. Thick tapestries warm the stone walls, and the wooden beams above are gilded and brightly painted. Everywhere the Duke's crest is picked out in new gold. The rushes on the floor are fresh and sweet, so that every room is scented lightly with herbs and lavender. And in every great stone fireplace there are blazing logs and a lad going round with a basket to bring in more firewood. Even the firewood boy wears the Duke's livery. They say that he has a small army always dressed and armed at his command. The boy even has boots. I think of the barefoot slovenliness of my husband's home, and I feel a little better about this betrothal, if it is going to take me into a house that is kept clean, with servants who are properly dressed. The Duke offers me a glass of small ale, which is mulled, hot and sweet, to warm me from the chill of travelling. As I am sipping it, Jasper comes into the room with another older man, greying hair at his temples, lines in his face. He must be 40 if he's a day. I look to Jasper to introduce this stranger, and when I see his grave face, I realise. With a little gasp of shock, I understand that this old man is Henry Stafford, and that I am before my new husband. He is not a boy of my age, like John de la Pole, my first betrothed. He is not a young man, like Edmund, and God knows he was too old and too hard for me. No, this time they have picked out a man old enough to be my father, old enough to be my grandfather, my ancestor. He is 40 years old, 50 years old, probably 60. I realise I'm staring, and I quite fail to curtsy until my mother says sharply, "Margaret," and I mumble, "Excuse me," and sink down in a gesture of humility to yet another man who will make me live with him wherever he chooses, and will make another heir to the Lancaster line on me, whether I like it or not. I see that Jasper is scowling down at his boots, but he raises his head to greet my mother with his usual courtesy and bows to the Duke. "I see you have kept my daughter safe through these most troubled times," my mother says to him. "I will keep the whole principality safe if I can," he replies. "At last we seem to be gaining ground. I have recaptured the castles that the York party took, and William Herbert is on the run, in hiding. If he stays within Wales, I will catch him. We Tudors are well loved here. Someone will betray him to me." "And then?" the Duke of Buckingham asks him. "What then?" Jasper shrugs. He knows it is not a question about the fate of William Herbert, nor even of Wales. It is the question that every Englishman asks himself these days. What then? How can we go on with a court so unpopular it dare not even live in London? How can we go on with a king who slips away into dreams without warning, and leaves a queen hated by so many? How can we face the future when their heir is just one little weak boy? How can we be safe when the kingdom slides into the keeping of our enemies, the House of York? "I've tried to reason with Richard of York and his adviser, the Earl of Warwick," Jasper says. "You know how hard I've tried to persuade them to work with the Queen. I've talked and talked with the Queen. But she's terrified of them, and fearful that they will attack her and her son at the next illness of the King. And in their turn they fear that she will destroy them when the King is well enough to do her bidding. I can't see a resolution." "If they could be sent from the country," Buckingham suggests. "One of them to Calais, perhaps we could send York to Dublin." Jasper shrugs. "I wouldn't sleep easy in my bed at night, knowing that they were off our coasts with their own armies," he says. "From Calais they command the narrow seas. No southern port would be safe. From Dublin, Richard of York could raise an army and come against us. And the Irish love York like a king already." "Perhaps the king will stay well this time," my mother suggests hopefully. I realise how gravely ill his grace has become from the awkward silence that greets this remark. "Perhaps," the Duke says. They waste no time on courtship between Henry Stafford and me. They waste no time even on giving us even a moment to meet. Why should they? This is a matter for the lawyers and the officers of the household who manage the wealth. It wouldn't matter if Henry Stafford and I hated each other on sight. It matters not at all that I do not want to marry, that I am afraid of the wedding, afraid of consummating the marriage, afraid of childbirth, afraid of everything about being a wife. Nobody even asks if I have lost my childhood sense of vocation, if I still want to be a nun. Nobody cares what I think at all. They treat me like an ordinary young woman, bred for wedding and bedding. And since they do not ask me what I think, nor observe what I feel, there is nothing that gives them pause at all. They draw up the contracts, and we sign them. We go to the chapel, and before witnesses and before the priest, we swear to marry each other in January, so that I have a year to mourn my first marriage, which brought me so little joy and ended so soon. I will be 14 years old, and he will be not exactly 40, but still an old man to me, 33 years old. After the betrothal, we go back to the house, and my mother and I sit in the solar, where there is a fire burning, with our ladies around us, listening to the musicians play. I draw my stool a little closer to her so that we can speak privately for once. "Do you remember what you said before I was married to Edmund Tudor?" I ask her. She shakes her head and glances away as if she would avoid this conversation. I'm very sure she doesn't want to be reproached for telling me there was nothing to fear, when she instructed my own lady governess to let me die. "No, I don't remember," she says quickly. "It feels like years ago." "You said that I could not take the coward's way out. My father's way out." She flinches from me even naming the man who has been buried in silence for so long. "Did I?" "Yes." I can't imagine what I was thinking of. "So what did he do?" She turns away with a false laugh. "Have you waited all this time to ask me to explain a silly thing I said at the church door?" "Yes." "Oh, Margaret, you are so—" She breaks off, and I wait to hear what I am that makes her toss her head like this and frown. "You are so very serious." "Yes." I nod. "That is true. I am very serious, Lady Mother. I would have thought you would have known that by now. I have always been a serious person, a studious person. And you said something about my father that I think I have a right to understand. I take it seriously." She gets up and walks to the window, looking out as if admiring the dark evening. She shrugs her shoulders at the awkwardness of this daughter, her only Beaufort child. Her lady-in-waiting looks up at her in case she needs anything, and I see the glance that passes between them. It is as if I am known to be a difficult girl, and I flush with embarrassment. "Oh," sighs my mother. "It's such a long time ago now," she says. "How old are you now? 13? For heaven's sake, it is 12 years ago." "Then you can tell me. I'm old enough to know. And if you don't, then someone is bound to tell me something. You surely don't want me to ask the servants." The flush that comes to her face tells me that she does not want me to ask the servants, that they have been warned never to discuss this matter with me. Something happened 12 years ago that she wanted to forget, that she wanted me never to know. Something shameful happened. "How did he die?" I ask. "By his own hand," she says quickly and quietly, "if you must know. If you insist on knowing his shame. He left you, and he left me, and he died by his own hand. I was with child, a baby that I lost. I lost a baby in my shock and my grief, a baby that might have been a son for the House of Lancaster. But he didn't think about that. It was days before your first birthday. He didn't care enough for either of us even to wait to see you into your second year. And that is why I have always told you that your future lies in your son. A husband can come and go,
He can leave on his own account. He can go to war, or get sick, or kill himself. But if you make your son your own creation, then you are safe. A boy is your guardian. If you had been a boy, I would have poured my life into you. You would have been my destiny.
But since I was a girl, you did not love me, and he did not wait to see my birthday. She looks at me honestly and repeats the dreadful words.
Since you were a girl, of course not. Since you were a girl, you could only be the bridge to the next generation. You could be nothing more than the means by which our family gets a boy.
There is a short silence while I absorb my mother's belief in my unimportance. I see. I am lucky to be valued by God, since I am not valued by you. I was not valued by my father. She nods, as if it does not matter much. Still, she does not understand me. She will never understand. She will never think that I am worth the effort of understanding. To her I am, as she so frankly tells me, a bridge. So why did my father kill himself? I return to her first revelation. Why would he do such a thing? His soul will have gone to hell. They must have told a string of lies to get him buried in holy ground. I correct myself. You must have told a string of lies. My mother comes back and sinks onto the bench by the warm fire.
I did what I could to protect our good name, she says quietly, as anyone of a great name would do. Your father came back from France with stories of victory, but then people started to whisper. They said he had done nothing of any value. Indeed, he had taken the troops and money that his commander, Richard of York, the great hero, needed to hold France for England. Richard of York was making progress, but your father set it back. Your father set siege to a town, but it was the wrong town, owned by the Duke of Brittany, and he had to return it to them. We nearly lost the alliance with Brittany through his folly. That would have cost the country dear, but he didn't think of it. He set a tax to raise money in the defeated areas of France, but it was illegal. And worse, he kept all the revenue for himself. He said he had a great campaign plan, but he led his men round in circles and then brought them home again without either victory or plunder, so they were bitter against him and said that he was a false lord to them. He was dearly loved by our king, but not even the king could pretend that he had done well. There would have been an inquiry in London about his conduct. He escaped that shame only by his death. There might even have been an excommunication from the Pope. They would have come for your father and accused him of treason, and he would have paid with his life on the block, and you would have lost your fortune, and we would have been attainted and ruined. He spared us that, but only by running away into death.
An excommunication?
I am more horrified by this than anything else. People wrote ballads about him, she says bitterly. People laughed at his stupidity and marvelled at our infamy. You cannot imagine the shame of it. I have shielded you from it, from the shame of him, and I get no thanks for it. You are such a child. You don't know that he is notorious as the great example of his age of the change of fortune, of the cruelty of the wheel of fortune. He could not have been born with better prospects and better opportunities, but he was unlucky, fatally unlucky. In his very first battle in France, when he rode out as a boy, he was captured, and he was left in captivity for 17 years. It broke his heart. He thought that nobody cared enough to ransom him. Perhaps that is the lesson I should have taught you. Never mind your studies, never mind your nagging for books, for a tutor, for Latin lessons. I should have taught you never to be unlucky. Never to be unlucky like your father.
Does everyone know? I ask. I'm horrified at the shame I have inherited, unknowingly. Jasper, for instance? Does Jasper know I am the daughter of a coward?
My mother shrugs. Everyone. We said that he was exhausted by campaigning and died of his service to the king. But people will always gossip about their betters.
And are we an unlucky family? I ask her. Do you think I have inherited this bad luck? She will not answer me. She gets to her feet and smooths the skirt of her gown as if to brush away smuts from the fire, or to sweep away ill fortune. Are we unlucky? I ask. Lady Mother?
Well, I'm not, she says defensively. I was born a Beauchamp, and after your father's death I married again and changed my name from his. Now I am a Wells. But you might be unlucky. The Beauforts may be. But perhaps you will change the luck, she says indifferently. You were lucky enough to have a boy, after all. Now you have a Lancaster heir.
They serve dinner very late. The Duke of Buckingham keeps court hours and is not troubled by the cost of candles. At least the meat is better cooked, and there are more side dishes of pastries and sweetmeats than at Pembroke Castle. I see that at this table, where everything is so beautiful, Jasper's manners are positively courtly, and I understand for the first time that he lives as a soldier when he is in his border castle on the very frontiers of the kingdom, but he is a courtier when he is in a great house. He sees me watching him, and he winks at me, as if we two share the secret of how we manage our lives when we do not have to be on our best behaviour. We eat a good dinner, and afterwards there is an entertainment, some fools, a juggler, and a girl who sings. Then my mother nods to me and sends me to bed as if I were a child still. And before the grand company I can do nothing but curtsy for her blessing and go. I glance at my future husband as I leave. He is looking at the girl singer with his eyes narrowed, a little smile on his mouth. I don't mind walking out after I see that look. I am more sick of men, all men, than I dare to acknowledge to myself. Next day, the horses are in the stable yard, and I am to be sent back to Pembroke Castle until my year of mourning is finished, and I can be married again to the smiling stranger. My mother comes to bid me farewell, and watches the manservant lift me onto the pillion saddle behind Jasper's master of horse. Jasper himself is riding ahead with this troop of guards. The rear file are waiting for me. You will leave your son in the care of Jasper Tudor when you marry Sir Henry, my mother remarks, as if this arrangement had just occurred to her this minute as I'm leaving. No, he will come with me. Surely he will come with me, I blurt out. He must come with me. He's my son. Where should he be but with me? It's not possible, she says decidedly. It's all agreed. He is to stay with Jasper. Jasper will care for him and keep him safe. But he is my son.
My mother smiles. You are little more than a child yourself. You cannot look after an heir to our name and keep him safe. These are dangerous times, Margaret. You should understand that by now. He is a valuable boy. He will be safer if he is at some distance from London while the Yorks are in power. He will be safer in Pembroke than anywhere else in the country. Wales loves the Tudors. Jasper will guard him as his own.
But he is my own, not Jasper's.
My mother comes closer and puts her hand on my knee. You own nothing, Margaret. You yourself are the property of your husband. Once again I have chosen a good husband for you, one near to the crown, kinsman to the Nevilles, son of the greatest duke in England. Be grateful, child. Your son will be well cared for, and then you will have more. Stafford boys this time.
I nearly died last time, I burst out,
careless of the man seated before me on the horse, his shoulders squared, pretending not to listen. I know, my mother says, and this is the price of being a woman. Your husband did his duty and died. You did yours and survived.
You were lucky this time. He was not. Let's hope you take your luck onwards.
What if I'm not so lucky next time? What if I have the Beaufort luck, and next time the midwives do as you ordered them and let me die? What if they do as you command, and drag a grandson out of your daughter's dead body?
She does not even blink. The baby should always be saved in preference to the mother. That is the advice of the Holy Church. You know that. I was only reminding the women of their duty. There is no need to make everything so personal, Margaret. You make everything into your own tragedy.
I think it is my tragedy, if you are telling my midwives to let me die.
She all but shrugs as she steps back. These are the chances that a woman faces. Men die in battle. Women die in childbirth. Battle is more dangerous. The odds are with you.
But what if the odds are against me? If I am unlucky? What if I die?
Then you will have the satisfaction of knowing that you made at least one son for the House of Lancaster.
Mother, before God, I say,
my voice shaking with tears,
I swear that I have to believe that there is more for me in life than being wife to one man after another, and hoping not to die in childbirth.
She shakes her head, smiling at me as if my sense of outrage is like a little girl shouting over her toys. No, truly, my dear. There is nothing more for you, she says. So do your duty with an obedient heart. I will see you in January at your wedding. I ride back to Pembroke Castle in a surly silence, and none of the signs of the coming spring down the greening lanes give me any pleasure at all. I turn my head away from the wild daffodils that make the high meadows a blaze of silver and gold, and I am deaf to the insistent, joyous singing of the birds. The lapwing soaring blunt-winged over a ploughed field and calling out his sharp whistle means nothing to me. For everything means nothing to me. The snipe diving downwards, making a sound like a roll of drums, does not call to me. My life will not be dedicated to God, will not be special in any way. I shall sign myself Margaret Stafford. I won't even be Duchess. I shall live like a hedge sparrow on a twig until the sparrow-hawk kills me, and my death will be unnoticed and unmourned by any. My mother herself has told me that there is nothing in my life that is worth doing, and the best I can hope is to avoid an early death in childbirth. Jasper spurs on ahead as soon as he sees the high towers of Pembroke, and so greets me at the castle gates with my baby in his arms, beaming with joy. "He can smile," he exclaims, before the horses even come to a standstill. "He can smile. I saw it. I leaned over his cradle to pick him up, and he saw me, and he smiled. I'm sure it was a smile. I did not think he would smile so early. But it was a smile, for sure. Perhaps he will smile at you." We both wait expectantly, looking into the dark blue eyes of the little baby. He is still strapped up as if ready for the coffin. Only his eyes can move. He cannot even turn his head. He is swaddled into immobility. "Perhaps he will smile later," Jasper says consolingly. "There! Did he then?" "No."
"It doesn't matter, since I'm to leave him within a year anyway, since I have to go and marry Sir Henry Stafford, since I now have to give birth to Stafford boys, even if I die in the trying. Perhaps he has nothing to smile about. Perhaps he knows he is to be an orphan." Jasper turns with me towards the front door of the castle, walking beside me, my baby resting comfortably in his arms. "They will let you visit him," he says consolingly, "but you are to keep him. I suppose you knew. I suppose you all planned this together, you and my mother and my father-in-law and my old husband-to-be." He glances down at my tearful face.
He is a Tudor, he says carefully. My brother's son. The only heir to our name. You could choose no one better to care for him than me.
You're not even his father, I say irritably. Why should he stay with you, and not with me?
Lady sister, you are little more than a child yourself, and these are dangerous times.
I round on him and stamp my foot. I am old enough to be married twice. I am old enough to be bedded without tenderness or consideration. I am old enough to face death in the confinement room, and be told that my own mother, has commanded them to save the child and not me. I think I am a woman now. I have a babe in arms, and I have been married and widowed, and now betrothed again. I am like a draper's parcel to be sent about like cloth and cut to the pattern that people wish. My mother told me that my father died by his own hand, and that we are an unlucky family. I think I am a woman now. I am treated as a woman grown when it suits you all. You can hardly make me a child again. He nods as if he is listening to me and considering what I have to say.
You have cause for complaint, he says steadily. But this is the way of the world, Lady Margaret. We cannot make an exception for you.
But you should, I exclaim. This is what I've been saying since my childhood. You should make an exception for me. Our Lady speaks to me. The Holy Joan appears to me. I am sent to be a light to you. I cannot be married to an ordinary man and sent away to God knows where again. I should be given a nunnery of my own and be an abbess. You should do this, Brother Jasper. You command Wales. You should give me a nunnery. I want to found an order. He holds the baby close and turns away from me a little. I think he is moved to tears by my righteous anger. But then I see his face is flushed, and his shoulders are shaking because he is laughing.
Oh, my lord, he says, forgive me, Margaret, but, oh, my lord, you are a child. A child, you are a baby like our Henry here. And I shall care for both of you.
Nobody shall care for me, I shout, for you are all mistaken about me, and you are a fool to laugh at me. I am in the care of God, and I'm not going to marry anyone. I'm going to be an abbess. He catches his breath, his face still bright with laughter.
An abbess? Certainly. And will you be dining with us tonight, Reverend Mother?
I scowl at him. I shall be served in my rooms, I say crossly. I shall not dine with you. Possibly I shall never dine with you again. But you can tell Father William to come to me. I will have to confess trespassing against those who have trespassed against me.
I will send him, Jasper says kindly, and I will send the best of the dishes to your room. And tomorrow, I hope you will meet me in the stable yard, and I will teach you to ride on your own. A lady of your importance should have her own horse. She should ride a beautiful horse well. When you go back to England, I think you should go on your own fine horse.
I hesitate. I cannot be tempted by vanity, I warn him. I am going to be an abbess, and nothing will divert me. You shall see. You will all see. You shall not treat me as a thing for trading and selling. I shall command my own life.
Certainly, he says pleasantly. It is very wrong that you should feel we think of you like that. For I love and respect you, as I promised I would. I shall find you an expensive horse, and you will look beautiful on his back, and everyone will admire you, and it can all mean nothing to you at all.
I sleep in a dream of whitewashed cloister walls and a great library, where illuminated books are chained to the desks, and I can go every day and study. I dream of a tutor who will lead me through Greek and Latin and even Hebrew, and that I will read the Bible in the tongue which is closest to the angels, and I will know everything. In my dream, my hunger for learning and my desire to be special is quieted, soothed. I think that if I could be a scholar, I could live in peace. If I could wake every day to the discipline of the offices of the day, and spend my days in study, I think I would feel that I was living a life that was pleasing to God and to me. I would not care whether people thought I was special, if my life was truly special. It would not matter to me that people could see me as pious, if I could truly live as a woman scholar of piety. I want to be what I seem to be. I act as if I am specially holy, a special girl. But this is what I really want to be. I really do. In the morning, I wake and dress, but before I go for my breakfast, I go to the nursery to see the baby. He's still in his cradle, but I can hear him cooing, little quiet noises like a duckling quacking to itself on a still pond. I lean over his cradle to see him, and he smiles. He does. There is an unmistakable recognition in his dark blue eyes, and the funny, gummy, triangular grin that makes him at once less like a pretty doll and tremendously like a little person. "Why, Henry," I say, and the little beam widens, as if he knows his name, as if he knows my name, as if he knows me as his mother, as if he believes we are lucky and that we have everything to play for, as if we might have a life that is filled with promise, in which I have more to hope for than the meanest survival. He beams for a moment longer, and then something distracts him. I can see a surprised look cross his face, and in moments he is choking and crying, and his rockers come forwards and brush me aside to take him out of the cradle and carry him off to the wet nurse. I let them take him, and I go down to the great hall to tell Jasper that baby Henry has smiled at me too. Jasper waits for me in the stable yard. A big dark horse is standing beside him, its large head bowed, its tail swishing. "Is he for me?" I ask. I try not to sound anxious, but he is, undoubtedly, a very large horse indeed, and I've ridden only little ponies when led by the master of horse, or pillioned behind a groom on long journeys. "This is Arthur," Jasper says gently, "and he is big, but he is very calm and steady, and a good horse for you to learn to ride. He was my father's war horse, but he is too old now for jousting. Yet he is afraid of nothing, and he will carry you safely anywhere you command." The horse raises his head and looks at me, and there is something so trustworthy about the steady darkness of his gaze that I step forwards and hold out my hand. The big head comes down, the wide nostrils sniff at my glove. Then gently he lips at my fingers. "I shall walk beside you, and Arthur will go quietly," Jasper promises me. "Come here, and I will lift you up into the saddle." I go to him, and he lifts me up and helps me to sit astride. When I am safely in the saddle, he pulls down the hem of my gown so it falls evenly on either side of the horse, and covers my boots. "There," he says. "Now keep your legs still, but gently pressed against him. That way he knows you're there, and you hold yourself steady. Take up the reins." I lift them, and Arthur's big head comes up, alerted by my touch. "He won't go off, will he?" I ask nervously. "Only when you give him a gentle kick to tell him you're ready, and when you want him to stop, you make a gentle pull on the reins.
Jasper reaches up and moves my hand so the reins are threaded through my fingers.
Just let him walk 2 steps forward so you know that you can make him start and stop.
Tentatively, I give a little kick with both heels, and I'm startled by the first big rolling stride forwards, and I pull on the reins. Obediently, he stops at once. "I did it," I say breathlessly. "He stopped for me. Did he? Did he stop because I told him?"
Jasper smiles up at me. He will do anything for you. You just have to give him a clear signal so he knows what it is that you want him to do. He served my father loyally. Edmund and I learned to joust on him, and now he will be your tutor. Perhaps he will live long enough and baby Henry will learn to ride on him. Now walk him out of the stable yard and into the courtyard before the castle."
More confidently, I give Arthur the signal to start, and this time I let him go on. His huge shoulders move forwards, but his back is so broad that I can sit firmly and steadily. Jasper walks at his head, but he does not touch the rein. It is me, and me alone, who makes the horse walk to the courtyard, and then through the gate, and then out to the road that leads down to Pembroke. Jasper strolls beside me as if he's out to take the air. He does not look up at me, nor glance at the horse. He gives the impression of a man walking beside a perfectly competent horsewoman. He's just there for company. Only when we have gone some distance down the road does he say, "Would you like to turn him around now and head for home?" "How does he turn?"
"You turn his head by pulling it gently round. He will know what you mean. And you give him a little squeeze with your leg to tell him to go on walking."
I do no more than touch the rein, and the big head turns, and Arthur circles around and heads for home. It is easy to walk back up the hill, and then I steer him through the courtyard and to the stables, and without telling, he goes to stand beside the mounting block and waits for me to get off. Jasper helps me down and then slips me a heel of bread to give to the horse. He shows me how to keep my hand flat, so Arthur can find his titbit with his gentle lips. And then he shouts for a stable boy to take the horse away. "Would you like to ride again tomorrow?" he asks. "I could come out with you on my horse. They could go side by side and we could go farther, perhaps down to the river." "I should like that," I say. "Are you going to the nursery now?" He nods. He's usually awake about now. They will let me undo the swaddling and he can kick for a bit. He likes it when he's free. "You do like him very much, don't you?" He nods shyly. "He's all I have left of Edmund," he says. "He's the last of us Tudors. He's the most precious thing in the castle. And who knows? One day he might be the most precious thing in Wales, even in England itself." In Henry's nursery, I see that Jasper is a welcome and regular visitor. He has his own chair where he sits and watches the baby being slowly unwrapped from the swaddling bands. He does not flinch from the smell of the dirty clout, nor turn his head away. Instead, he leans forward and inspects the baby's bottom carefully for any signs of redness or soreness. And when they tell him they have greased the baby with the oil from the sheep fleeces as he ordered, he nods and is satisfied. Then, when the baby is cleaned, they put a warm woolen blanket on Jasper's knees, and he lays the baby on his back and tickles his little feet and blows on his bare tummy, and the baby kicks and squirms with joy at his freedom. I watch this like a stranger, feeling odd and out of place. This is my baby, but I don't handle him easily like this. Awkwardly, I go to kneel beside Jasper so I can take one of the little hands and look at the tiny fingernails and the creases in the fat little palm, the exquisite little lines around his plump wrist. "He's beautiful," I say wonderingly. "But are you not afraid of dropping him?" "Why would I drop him?" Jasper asks. "If anything, I'm most likely to spoil him with too much attention. Your lady governess says a child should be left alone and not played with every day. She'd say anything that meant she could sit longer over her dinner or sleep in her chair, I say acidly. She persuaded my mother that I shouldn't have a tutor for Latin because she knew it would make more work for her. I won't have her tutoring him.
Oh, no, Jasper says. He'll have a proper scholar. We'll get someone from one of the universities. Cambridge, probably. Someone who can give him a good grounding in everything he'll need to know. The modern subjects as well as the classics. Geography and mathematics, as well as rhetoric.
He leans forward and plants a smacking kiss on Henry's warm little belly. The baby gurgles with pleasure and waves his little hands. He's not likely to inherit, you know, I remind him, denying my own belief. He doesn't need the education of a prince. There is the king on the throne and Prince Edward to come after him. And the queen is young. She can easily have more children. Jasper hides the baby's face with a little napkin and then whisks it away. The baby gives a little shout of surprise and delight. Jasper does it again, and again, and again. Clearly the two of them could play this game all day. He may never be more than a royal cousin, I repeat. And then your care of him and his education will all have gone to waste. Jasper holds the baby close to him, warmed in his blanket.
Ah, no. He is precious on his own account, he says to me. He is precious as my brother's child, and the grandson of my father, Owen Tudor, and my mother, God bless her, who was Queen of England. He is precious to me as your child. I don't forget your sufferings as you gave birth to him. And he is precious as a Tudor. As for the rest, we will learn the future as God wills. But if they ever call for Henry Tudor, then they will find that I have kept him safe and prepared him so that he is ready to rule.
Whereas they will never call for me, and I won't be fit for anything but to be a wife. If I'm even alive, I say irritably. Jasper looks at me and does not laugh. He looks at me, and it is as if, for the first time in my life, someone has seen me and understood me.
You are the heir whose bloodline gives Henry his claim to the throne, he says. You, Margaret Beaufort. And you are precious to God. You know that, at least. I have never known a woman more devout. You are more like an angel than a girl.
I glow, the way a lesser woman would blush if someone praised her beauty. I didn't know you'd even noticed.
I have, and I think you have a real calling. I know that you can't be an abbess, of course not. But I do think you have a calling to God.
Yes, but Jasper, what good is it being devout if I'm not to be an example to the world? If all that they will allow for me is a marriage to someone who hardly cares for me at all, and then an early death in childbed.
These are dangerous and difficult times, he says thoughtfully. And it is hard to know what one should do. I thought that my duty was to be a good second to my brother and to hold Wales for King Henry. But now my brother is dead. It is a constant battle to hold Wales for the king, and when I go to court the Queen herself tells me that I should be commanded by her, not by the king. She tells me that the only safety for England is to follow her, and she will lead us to peace and alliance with France, our great enemy.
So how do you know what to do? I ask. Does God tell you?
I think it is most unlikely that God would speak to Jasper, whose skin is so very freckled, even now in March. He laughs. No, God does not speak to me. So I try to keep the faith with my family, with my king, and with my country, in that order. And I prepare for trouble and hope for the best.
I draw close to speak to him quietly. Do you think that Richard of York would dare to take the king's throne, if the king were to be ill for very long? I ask. If he does not get better?
He looks bleak. I would think it's a certainty.
So what am I to do if I am far from you and a false king takes the throne?
Jasper looks consideringly at the baby. Say that our King Henry dies, and then the prince his son.
God forbid.
Amen. Say that they die, the one after the other. On that day, this baby is the next in line to the throne.
I know that well enough.
Do you not think that this might be your calling? To keep this child safe, to teach him the ways of kingship, to prepare him for the highest task in the land, to see him ordained as king, and take the holy oil on his breast, and become more than a man, a king, a being almost divine?
I dreamed of it, I tell him very quietly, when he was first conceived. I dreamed that to carry him and to give birth to him was my vocation, as to bring the French king to Rheims was Joan's. But I have never spoken of it to anyone but God.
Say you were right, Jasper goes on, his whisper binding a spell around us both. Say that my brother did not die in vain, for his death made this boy the Earl of Richmond. His seed made this boy a Tudor, and so half-nephew to the King of England. Your carrying him made him a Beaufort, and next in direct line to the King of England. Say this is your destiny, to go through these difficult times, and to bring this boy to the throne. Do you not think this? Do you not feel it?
I don't know, I say hesitantly. I thought I would have a higher calling than this. I thought I would be a Mother Superior.
There is no more superior mother in the world, he said, smiling at me. You could be the mother of the King of England.
What would they call me?
What? He is distracted by my question.
What would they call me if my son was King of England, but I was not crowned as a queen?
He thinks. They would probably call you Your Grace. Your son would make your husband a duke, perhaps. Then you would be Your Grace.
My husband would be a duke?
It's the only way you could be a duchess. As a woman, you could hold no title in your own right, I don't think.
I shake my head. Why should my husband be ennobled when it will be me who has done all the work?
Jasper chokes back a laugh. What title would you have?
I think for a moment. Everyone can call me my lady, the king's mother, I decide. They can call me my lady, the king's mother, and I shall sign my letters Margaret R.
Margaret R? You would sign yourself Margaret Regina? You would call yourself a queen?
Why not? I demand. I shall be the mother of a king. I shall be all but Queen of England.
He bows with mock ceremony. You shall be my lady, the king's mother, and everyone will have to do whatever you say.
Summer 1457.
We do not speak of my destiny again, nor of the future of England. Jasper is too busy. He is gone from the castle for weeks and weeks at a time.
In the early summer, he comes back with his force in tatters and his own face bruised, but smiling. He rode down and captured William Herbert. The peace of Wales is restored, and the rule of Wales is again in our hands. Wales is held by a Tudor for the House of Lancaster once more. Jasper sends Herbert to London as a proclaimed traitor, and we hear that he is tried for treason and held in the Tower. I shudder at that, thinking of my old guardian, William de la Pole, who had been in the Tower when I, a little girl, had been forced to declare myself free of him.
It doesn't matter,
Jasper tells me, hardly able to speak for yawning over dinner.
Forgive me, sister. I am exhausted. I shall sleep for all of tomorrow. Herbert won't go to the block as he deserves. The Queen herself warned me that the King will pardon and release Herbert, and he will live to attack us again. Mark my words. Our King is an expert at forgiveness. He will forgive the man who raises a sword against him. He will forgive the man who raises England against him. Herbert will be released, and in time he will come back to Wales, and he and I will fight all over again for the same handful of castles. The King forgives the Yorks and thinks they will live with him in charity. This is a mark of his greatness, really, Margaret. You strive for sainthood, and it must run in your family, for I think he has it. He's filled with the greatest of kindness and the greatest of trust. He cannot bear a grudge. He sees every man as a sinner striving to be good, and he does what he can to help him. You cannot help but love and admire him. It is a mark of his enemies that they take his mercy as a license to go on as they wish. He pauses. He is a great man, but perhaps not a great king. He is beyond us all. It just makes it very hard for the rest of us. And the common people only see weakness where there is greatness of spirit.
But he is well now, surely, and the court is back in London. The Queen is living with the King again, and you hold Wales for him. He may stay well, their son is strong, they might have another child. Surely the Yorks will settle themselves to live as great men, under a greater king. They must know that this is their place. He shakes his head and spoons himself another bowl of stewed beef and slice of manchette bread. He is hungry. He's been riding with his men for weeks.
Truly, Margaret, I don't think the Yorks can settle. They see the King. They do their best sometimes to work with him, but even when he is well, he is weak. And when he is ill, he is entranced. If I were not his man, bound, heart and soul, I would find it hard to be loyal to him. I would be filled with doubt as to what comes next. I cannot in my heart blame them for hoping to control what comes next. I never doubt Richard of York. I think he knows and loves the King, and knows that he is of royal line but not a king ordained. But Richard Neville, the Earl of Warwick, I would trust no farther than I could see an arrow flight. He is so accustomed to ruling all the north, he will never see why he cannot rule a kingdom. Both of them, thank God, would never touch an ordained king. But every time the King is ill, it leaves the question. When will he get better? And what shall we do until he is better? And the question nobody asks out loud, what shall we do if he never gets better at all? Worst of all is that we have a Queen who is a law to herself. When the King is gone, we are a ship without a tiller, and the Queen is the wind that can blow in any direction. If I believed that Joan of Arc was not a holy girl but a witch, as some say, I would think she had cursed us with a king whose first loyalty is to his dreams and a queen whose first loyalty is to France.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
I object to the slight on Joan and put my hand quickly on his to silence him. For a moment we are hand-clasped, and then gently he moves his hand from under mine, as if I may not even touch him, not even like this, like sister and brother. I speak to you now, trusting that it all goes no further than your prayers, he said. But when you are married, this January, I will talk to you only of family business. I am hurt that he should take his hand from my touch. Jasper, I say quietly, from this January, I will have nobody in the world who loves me. I will love you, he says quietly, as a brother, as a friend, as the guardian of your son. And you can always write to me, and I can always reply to you, as a brother and a friend and the guardian of your son.
But who will talk to me? Who will see me as I am?
He shrugs. Some of us are born to a solitary life, he says. You will be married, but you may be very much alone. I shall think of you, in your grand house in Lincolnshire with Henry Stafford, while I live here without you. The castle will seem very quiet and very strange without you here. The stone stairs in the chapel will miss your footstep, the gateway will miss your laughter, and the wall will miss your shadow. But you will keep my son, I say, jealous as always. He nods. I will keep him, even though Edmund and you are lost from me. January 1458. True to their word, my mother, Sir Henry Stafford, and the Duke of Buckingham come to Pembroke Castle in January, despite snow and freezing fog, to fetch me for my wedding. Jasper and I are beside ourselves trying to get in enough wood for big fires in every chamber, and to wrest enough meat from a hungry winter countryside to prepare a wedding feast. In the end, we have to reconcile ourselves to the fact that there can be no more than 3 meat dishes and 2 sweetmeat courses, and that there are very few crystallized fruits and only a few marchpane dishes. It won't be what the Duke expects, but this is Wales in midwinter, and Jasper and I are united by a sort of rebellious pride that we have done what we can, and if it is not good enough for his Grace and my mother, then they can ride back to London, where the Burgundian merchants arrive with a new luxury every day for those rich and vain enough to waste their money. In the end, they hardly notice the poor fare, for they stay for only 2 days. They have brought me a fur hood and gloves for the journey, and my mother agrees that I can ride Arthur for some of the way. We are to leave early in the morning, to catch as much as we can of the short winter daylight, and I have to be ready and waiting in the stable yard so as not to disoblige my new family and my silent husband-to-be. They will take me first to my mother's house for our wedding, and then my new husband will take me to his house at Bourne in Lincolnshire, wherever that is. Another husband, another new house, another new country, but I never belong anywhere, and I never own anything in my own right. When everything is ready, I run back upstairs, and Jasper comes with me to the nursery for me to say goodbye to my son. Henry has grown out of his swaddling bands and even out of his cradle. He now sleeps in a little bed with high bars on either side. He's so near to walking alone that I cannot bear to leave him. He can stand, endearingly bow-legged, clinging onto a prayer seat or a low stool. Then he eyes the next safe haven and flings himself towards it, taking one staggering step and collapsing on the way. If I am ready to play with him, he will take my hands, and with me bent double to support him, walk the length of the room and back again. When Jasper comes into the nursery, Henry crows like a cockerel, for he knows that Jasper will go up and down, like an obedient beast turning the threshing wheel, tirelessly holding Henry's little hands while he pit-pats forward on his fat little feet. But the magic moment when he walks alone has not yet happened, and I was praying he would do it before I have to leave. Now he will take his first step without me, and every step thereafter, I know. Every step of his life, and me not there to see him walk. I will write to you the moment he does it, Jasper swears to me. And write to me if you can make him eat meat, I say. He can't live his life on gruel. And his teeth, he promises me. I will write you as each new one comes in. I pull at his arm, and he turns towards me. And if he is ill, I whisper, they will tell you to spare me worry. But it won't spare me worry if I think he is ill, but nobody would tell me. Swear you will write to me if he is ill at all, or if he has a fall or any sort of accident. I swear, he says, and I will keep him as safe as I can.
We turn towards the high-sided bed, where Henry is holding the rail and beaming up at us. For a moment I catch a glimpse of the two of us reflected in the little lattice panes of the window behind him. I am nearly 15, and Jasper will be 27 next birthday. In the darkened glass, we look like the parents of our boy. We look like the handsome young parents of a beloved heir. I will come to visit him as soon as I am allowed, I say miserably. My baby Henry does not know that I have come to say goodbye. He holds up his arms to be lifted up. I will bring you news of him whenever I'm in England, Jasper promises. He leans down and picks up our boy. Henry clings to him and puts his little face against Jasper's neck. I step back and look at both of them, trying to hold the picture of this boy of mine and his guardian, so that I can see it on my eyelids when I pray for them. I know I will see them at every office of prayer, 5 times a day. I know that my heart will ache for them both, all through the day, every day, and at night, when I cannot sleep for longing for both of them. Don't come to see me off, I say, anguished. I will tell them that someone came and called you away. I can't bear it. He looks at me, his face strained. Of course I will come down, and I will bring your son, he says bleakly. It would look most odd if I did not bid you farewell as your brother-in-law and the guardian of your son. You are betrothed now, Margaret. You must take care how you look to the world, and how things appear to your future husband. You think I'm going to consider him today, of all days? I burst out. When I have to leave you? When I have to say goodbye to my son? You think I care what he thinks of me? When my heart is breaking? But Jasper nods. This day and every day. Consider him carefully. He will own all your property, all your land. Your good name is in his keeping. Your son's inheritance will be decided by him. If you cannot be a loving wife, he lifts his hand to stop me arguing, then be at least a wife of whom he can make no complaint. His family is one of the greatest in the land. He will inherit a fortune. If he dies, some of that will come to you. Be a wife of whom he can make no complaint, Margaret. That is the best advice I can give to you. You will be his wife. That is to be his servant, his possession. He will be your master. You had better please him. I don't step towards him, and I don't touch him. After that time at dinner when I put my hand on his, and he took his hand away, I have never touched him. I may be a girl of 14, but I have my pride. And besides, some things are too powerful for words. At least let me tell you this once, that I don't want to marry him, and I don't want to leave here, I say flatly. Over my son's round head, Jasper smiles at me, but his eyes are dark with pain. I know, he says, and I can tell you that I shall be filled with grief when you are gone. I will miss you. You love me as a sister, I insist, daring him to contradict me. He turns away, takes one step, and then comes back to me. Henry gurgles and reaches his arms out to me, thinking this is a game. Jasper stops short, just half a pace away from me, close enough for me to feel his warm breath on my cheek, close enough for me to step towards him, into his arms. If I only dared. You know I can't speak, Jasper says tightly. You will be Lady Stafford within a week. Go with the knowledge that I will think of you every time I lift your boy from his bed,
every time I kneel for my prayers, every time I order my horse, every hour of every day. There are words that cannot in honour be said between the Earl of Pembroke and Lady Stafford, so I will not say them. You will have to be satisfied with this. I rub my eyes hard, and my fists come away wet with tears. But this is nothing, I say fiercely, nothing to what I would say to you. Not at all what I want to hear. As it should be. This way you have nothing to confess, neither to a priest nor a husband. And neither do I. He pauses. Now go. I lead the way down the stairs to the courtyard of the castle where the horses are waiting. My betrothed gets down heavily from his saddle and lifts me onto my horse, and murmurs again that it is a long way, and I might like to ride pillion or take a litter, and I say once more that I have learned to ride, that I like to ride, and that Arthur, the horse that Jasper has given me as a wedding gift, will carry me steadily and safely all day. The guards are mounted. They line up and dip their banners to the Earl of Pembroke, with the little Earl of Richmond, my boy, in his arms. Sir Henry throws him a casual salute. Jasper looks at me, and I look back at him for one unflinching moment, and then I turn my horse's head and I ride away from Pembroke, the castle, and its Earl. I do not turn my head to see if he is looking after me. I know that he is. We go to my mother's house at Bletsoe, and I am married in the little chapel with my half-sisters in attendance. This time I do not ask my mother if I can be spared the wedding, and she does not reassure me with false promises. I look sideways at my new husband and think that though he is twice my age, perhaps he will be kinder to me than a younger man would be. As I kneel at the altar for my wedding blessing, I pray with all my heart that he is so old as to be impotent. They give us a wedding feast and put us to bed, and I kneel at the foot of the bed and pray for courage, and that his strength may fail him. He comes into the room before I'm finished, and takes off his gown, letting me see him naked, as if there is no awkwardness at all. "What are you praying for?" he asks, bare-chested, bare-arsed, just utterly gross and shocking, and yet he speaks as if he did not know it. "To be spared," I blurt out, and at once clap my hand to my mouth in horror. "I'm so sorry. I beg your pardon. I meant to be spared from fear." Amazingly, he shows no flare of temper. He does not even seem to be angry. He laughs as he gets into bed, still naked. "Poor child," he says. "Poor child, you will have nothing to fear from me. I will try not to hurt you, and I will always be kind to you. But you must learn to mind your tongue." I flush scarlet with misery and get into the bed. He gently pulls me towards him and puts his arm around me and holds me to his shoulder, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. No man has ever held me before, and I am rigid with fear at his touch and at the smell of him. I am waiting for the rough lunge that Edmund always made, but nothing happens. He doesn't move, and his quiet breathing makes me think he is asleep. Little by little, I dare to breathe, and then I feel myself rest into the softness of the bed and the fineness of the linen. He is warm, and there is something comforting about his bulk and quietness lying beside me. He reminds me of Arthur the horse, so strong and large and gentle. I realize that God has answered my prayers, and that my new husband must be so old at 33 as to be completely impotent. Why else would he lie still and quiet, his hand just gently stroking my back? Lady Mother be praised! He is unmanned,
and lying beside him feels like being safe and warm and even beloved. He doesn't move. He makes no noise but a quiet sigh. And as my anxiety slips away, I fall asleep in his arms. Summer 1459. I have been married a year and a half before I see my brother-in-law Jasper again, and as I wait for him in the hall of our grand manor in Lincolnshire, I feel strangely embarrassed, as if I am ashamed of the easy comfort of my life with my husband, Sir Henry. I expect Jasper will find me much changed, and I know that I am changed. I am less haunted than the girl who swore she did not want to marry anyone. I am far happier than the girl who railed against her mother for saying there was no future for her but wedding and bedding. In the past 18 months I have learnt that my husband is not impotent, but on the contrary, very kind and very gentle to me. His tenderness and sweetness have taught me tenderness in return, and I would have to admit to being a happy and satisfied wife. He gives me much freedom in our life together, allowing me to attend chapel as often as I wish. I command the priest and the church that adjoins our house. I have ordered the services to run to the daily order of a monastery, and I attend most of them, even the offices of the night on holy days. And he makes no objection. He gives me a generous allowance and encourages me to buy books. I'm starting to create my own library of translations and manuscripts, and occasionally he sits with me in the evenings and reads to me from the Gospel in Latin, and I follow the words in an English translation that he has had copied for me, which I am slowly coming to understand. In short, this man treats me more as his young ward than his wife, and provides for my health, my education, and my religious life. He is kind and considerate for my comfort. He makes no complaint that a baby has not yet been conceived, and he does his duty gently. And so, waiting for Jasper, I feel strangely ashamed, as if I have found a safe haven and ignobly run away from the danger and fears of Wales. Then I can see the cloud of dust on the road, hear the hoofbeats and the clatter of the arms, and Jasper and his men rattle into the stable-yard. He is with 50 mounted horsemen, all of them carrying weapons, all of them grim-faced as if ready for a war. Sir Henry is at my side as we step forwards to greet Jasper, and any hope that I had that he might have taken my hand or kissed my lips vanishes when I see that Sir Henry and Jasper are anxious to talk to each other, and neither of them need me there at all. Sir Henry grasps Jasper's elbows in a hard embrace. "Any trouble on the road?" Jasper slaps him on the back. "A band of brigands wearing the white rose of York, but nothing more," he says. "We had to fight them off, and then they ran. What's the news around here?" Sir Henry grimaces. "The county of Lincolnshire is mostly for York, Hertfordshire, Essex, and East Anglia for him or for his ally Warwick. South of London, Kent is half rebel as usual. They suffer so much from the French pirates and the blockade of trade that they see the Earl of Warwick in Calais as their saviour, and they will never forgive the French Queen for her birth. Will I get to London unscathed, do you think? I want to go the day after tomorrow. Are there many armed bands raiding the highway? Should I ride cross-country? As long as Warwick stays in Calais, you will only face the usual rogues. But they say he could land at any time, and then he would march to meet York at Ludlow, and your paths could cross on the way. Better send scouts ahead of you and keep a party following behind. If you meet Warwick, you will find yourself pitched into battle, perhaps the first of a war. Are you going to the king?" They turn and walk into the house together, and I follow, the mistress of the house only in name. Sir Henry's household servants always have everything prepared. I am little more than a guest. "No, the king has gone to Coventry, God bless and keep him, and he will summon the York lords to meet with him there and acknowledge his rule.
It is their test. If they refuse to go, then they will be indicted. The Queen and the Prince are with the King for their own safety. I'm commanded to invest Westminster Palace and hold London for the King. I am to be ready for a siege. We are preparing for war. You'll get no help from the merchants and the city lords, my husband warns him. They are all for York. They cannot do business while the King cannot keep the peace, and that's all they think of.
Jasper nods.
That's what I heard. I will overrule them. I'm ordered to recruit men and build ditches. I will turn London into a walled town for Lancaster, whatever the citizens want.
Sir Henry takes Jasper into an inner room. I follow, and we close the door behind us so that they can speak privately.
There are few in the whole country who could deny that York has just cause, my husband says. You know him yourself. He is loyal to the King, heart and soul. But while the King is ruled by the Queen, and while she conspires with the Duke of Somerset, there will be no peace and no safety for York nor any of his affinity.
He hesitates.
No peace for any of us, in truth, he adds. What Englishman can feel safe if a French Queen commands everything? Will she not hand us over to the French?
Jasper shakes his head.
But she's still Queen of England, he says flatly, and mother to the Prince of Wales, and the chief lady of the House of Lancaster, our house. She commands our loyalty. She is our queen, whatever her birth, whatever friends she keeps, whatever she commands.
Sir Henry smiles, his crooked smile, which I know from a year of his company means that something strikes him as overly simple.
Even so, she should not rule the King, he says. She should not advise him instead of his council. He should consult York and Warwick. They are the greatest men of his kingdom. They are leaders of men. They must advise him. We can deal with the membership of the Royal Council when the threat from York is over, Jasper says impatiently. There's no time to discuss it now. Are you arming your tenants? Aye.
Jasper shoots a shocked look at me.
Yes, Sir Henry, you. The King is calling on all his loyal subjects to prepare for war. I am recruiting men. I've come here for your tenants. Are you coming with me to defend London, or will you march to join your King at Coventry?
Neither, my husband says quietly. My father is calling up his men, and my brother will ride with him. They will muster a small army for the King, and I would think that is enough from one family. If my father orders me to accompany him, I will go, of course. It would be my duty as his son. If York's men come here, I will fight them, as I would fight anyone marching over my fields. If Warwick tries to ride roughshod over my land, I will defend it, but I won't be riding out this month on my own account.
Jasper looks away, and I blush with shame to have a husband who stays by the fireside when the call to battle is heard.
I'm sorry to learn it, Jasper says shortly. I took you for a loyal Lancastrian. I would not have thought this of you.
My husband glances towards me with a little smile.
I'm afraid my wife also thinks the less of me, but I cannot in conscience go out and kill my own countrymen to defend the right of a young, foolish Frenchwoman to give her husband bad advice. The King needs the best of men to advise him, and York and Warwick are the best of men, proven true. If he makes them into his enemies, then York and Warwick may march against him. But I am sure that they intend to do no more than force the King to listen to them. I am certain they will do nothing more than insist on being in his council and having their voices heard. And since I think that is their right, how can I, in conscience, fight against them? Their cause is just. They have the right to advise him, and the Queen has not. You know that as well as I.
Jasper leaps to his feet in a swift, impatient movement.
Sir Henry, in honour, you have no choice. You must fight, because your king has called on you, because the head of your house has called on you. If you are of the house of Lancaster, you follow the call.
I am not a hound to yelp at the hunting horn, my husband says quietly, not at all stirred by Jasper's raised voice. I don't give tongue to order. I don't bay for the chase. I will go to war should there ever be a cause I think worth dying for, and not before. But I do admire your, martial spirit. Jasper flushes to the roots of his ginger hair at the older man's tone.
I think this is no laughing matter, sir. I have been fighting for my king and for my house for 2 years, and I must remind you that it has cost me dear. I lost my own brother at the walls of Carmarthen, the heir to our name, the flower of our house, Margaret's husband, who never saw his son.
I know, and I'm not laughing.
I too have lost a brother, remember. These battles are a tragedy for England. No laughing matter. Come, let us go in to dine and forget our differences. I pray that it will not come to a fight, and so must you. We need peace in England if we are to grow strong and rich again. We conquered France because the people were divided among themselves. Let us not lose our way as they did. Let us not be our own worst enemies in our own country.
Jasper would argue, but my husband takes him by his arm and leads him to the great hall, where the men are already seated, 10 to a table, waiting for their dinners. When Jasper comes in, his men hammer the table with the hilts of their daggers as applause, and I think it a great thing that he is such a commander, and so beloved of his men. He is like a knight-errant from the stories. He is their hero. My husband's servants and retainers merely bow their heads and doff their caps in silent respect as he goes by. But no one has ever cheered Henry Stafford to the rafters. No one ever will. We walk through the deep rumble of male noise to the high table, and I see Jasper glance over at me as if he pities me for marrying a man who will not fight for his family. I keep my eyes down. I think that everyone knows I am the daughter of a coward, and now I am the wife of a coward, and I have to live with shame. As the server of the ewery pours water over our hands and pats them with the napkin, my husband says kindly, "But I have distracted you from the great interest for my wife, the health of her son. How is young Henry? Is he well?" Jasper turns to me. "He is well and strong. I wrote you that his back teeth were coming through. They gave him a fever for a few days, but he's through that now. He's walking and running. He's speaking a lot, not always clearly, but he chatters all the day. His nursemaid says that he is wilful, but no more than befits his position in the world and his age. I've told her not to be too severe with him. He's Earl of Richmond. He should not have his spirit broken. He has a right to his pride." "Do you tell him of me?" I ask. "Of course I do," he says with a smile. "I tell him that his mother is a great lady in England and will come and see him soon. And he says, 'Mamma,' just like that." I laugh at his impression of a 2-year-old's fluting voice. "And his hair?" I say. "Is it coming through red like Edmund's?" No," Jasper says with a disappointment that I don't share. "We did not breed true in that, as it turns out. His hair is in ringlets and brown like a bright bay horse. His nursemaid thinks he will go more fair in the summer when he's out in the sunshine, but he won't be a brass head like us Tudors." "And does he like to play? And does he know his prayers?" "He plays with his bat and his ball. He will play all day if someone will throw a ball for him. And he's learning the Lord's Prayer and his catechism. Your friend Father William sees him every morning for prayers, and his nursemaid sets him at the foot of his bed every night and makes him stay there.
He is ordered to pray for you by name." "Do you have playmates for him?" my husband asks. "Children from the neighbouring houses?" "We're very isolated in the castle," Jasper replies. "There are no families of his breeding nearby. There are no suitable companions for a boy such as him. He's Earl of Richmond, and kinsman to the king. I cannot let him play with children from the village, and besides, I would be afraid of illness. He plays with his nursemaids. I play with him. He doesn't need any others." I nod. I don't want him playing with village children who might teach him rough ways. "Surely he needs to be with children of his own age," my husband demurs. "He will need to match himself against other lads, even if they are from the village and from cottages." "I will see when the time comes," Jasper says stiffly. "He needs no companions but those I give him, for now." There is an awkward silence.
"And does he eat well?" I ask.
"Eats well, sleeps well, runs about all day," Jasper says. "He's growing well, too. He will be tall, I think. He has Edmund's shape, long and lean." "We will go and visit him as soon as it is safe to travel," my husband promises me. "And Jasper, you are sure you can keep him safe there?" "There's not a Yorkist left in Wales who could raise enough troops to take Pembroke village, let alone my castle," Jasper assures us. "William Herbert is the king's man now. He has turned his coat completely since his pardon. He's a Lancaster man now. Wales is safer than England for a Lancaster boy. I hold all the key castles and patrol the roads. I will keep him safe, as I promised. I will always keep him safe." Jasper stays with us only 2 nights, and in the days he rides out among our tenants and musters as many men as will go with him to march to London to defend it for the king. Few of them are willing to go. We may be of the House of Lancaster, but everyone who lives close enough to London to hear the gossip of the court knows better than to lay down his life for a king that they have heard is half mad, and a queen who is a Frenchwoman and a virago as well. On the 3rd day, Jasper is ready to ride away again, and I have to say goodbye to him. "You seem happy, at any rate," he says to me quietly in the stable yard as his men saddle up and mount onto their saddles. "I am well enough. He is kind to me." "I wish you could persuade him to play his part," Jasper says. "I do what I can, but I doubt he will listen to me. I know he should serve, Jasper, but he is older than me and thinks he knows better." "Our king could be fighting for his very right to rule," Jasper says. "A true man would be at his side. One of the House of Lancaster shouldn't wait to be summoned, let alone ignore the call." I know, I will tell him again. "And you tell baby Henry that I will come and see him as soon as the roads are safe to travel." "There will be no peace and safety for travel until York and Warwick submit to their rightful king," Jasper says irritably. "I know that," I say. "But for Sir Henry, what?" "He's old," I say with all the wisdom of a 16-year-old. "He doesn't understand that God gives us a moment sometimes and we have to seize it. Joan of Arc knew that. You know it. Sometimes God gives us a moment of destiny and we have to hear the call and rise to it." Jasper's smile warms his face. "Yes," he says, "you are right, Margaret. That is how it is. Sometimes there is a moment, and you have to answer it, even if some think that you are nothing more than a foolish hound to the hunting horn." He kisses me as a brother-in-law should do, gently on the mouth, and he holds my hands for a moment. I close my eyes and feel myself sway, dizzy at his touch. And then he lets me go, turns his back on me, and swings into the saddle. "Is our old horse Arthur still carrying you well?" he asks, as if he doesn't want either of us to notice he is leaving me again and riding into danger. "Yes," I say. "I ride out on him most days." "Go with God, Jasper." He nods. "God will protect me.
for we are in the right. And when I am in the very heat of battle, I know that God will always protect the man who serves his king." Then he wheels his horse and rides at the head of his men, south to London, to keep the Palace of Westminster safe from our enemies. Autumn 1459. I hear nothing of Jasper until one of our tenants, who was persuaded to follow him, comes back to his home in the middle of September, strapped on his own little pony, one arm a suppurating stump, his face white, and the smell of death on him. His wife, a girl only a little older than me, screams in terror and faints as they bring him to their door. She cannot nurse him. She doesn't know what to do with these rotting remains of the young man she married for love, so they bring him up to the manor for better care than they can manage in his dirty cottage. I turn a spare room in the dairy into a sick room, and I wonder how many more will come wounded from Jasper's hastily recruited band. Jasper's volunteer tells my husband that Warwick's father, the Earl of Salisbury, was marching his army of men to meet with the Duke of York at Ludlow, when two of our lords, Dudley and Audley, prepared an ambush for him at Market Drayton, on the road to Wales. Our force was double the size of Salisbury's army. Our man John said that the York soldiers went down on their knees and kissed the ground of the field, thinking that it would be their deathbed. But the York army played a trick that Salisbury could play, since his men would do anything for him, fall back, stand, attack. So he commanded them to withdraw, as if giving up the fight. Our cavalry rode them down, thinking they were chasing a runaway force, and found that they were the ones who were caught just as they were wading through the brook. The enemy turned and stood, fast as a striking snake, and our men had to fight their way uphill through ground that became more and more churned as they tried to charge the horses through it and drag our guns upwards. The York archers could shoot downhill into our men, and their horses died under them, and they were lost in the mud and the mess and the hail of arrows and shot. John said that the river was red with blood of the wounded and the dying, and men who waded through to escape the battle were dyed red. Night fell on a battlefield where we had lost the cause, and our men were left in the fields to die. The York commander, Salisbury, slipped away before the main body of our army could come up, and deceitfully left his cannon in the field, and paid some turncoat friar to shoot them off all night. When the royal army thundered up at dawn, ready for battle, expecting to find the York standing on the defensive with their cannon, ready to massacre the traitors, there was no one there but one drunken hedge friar, hopping from firing pan to firing pan, who told them that their enemy had run off to Ludlow, laughing about their victory over the two Lancaster lords.
So, battle has been met,
my husband says grimly,
and lost.
They didn't engage the king himself, I say. The king would have won, without a doubt. They just met two of our lords, not the king in command.
Actually, they faced nothing more than one threadbare friar, my husband points out.
Our two lords would surely have won if the forces of York had fought fairly, I insist.
Yes, but one of those lords is now dead, and the other is captured. I think we can take it that our enemies have won the first round.
But there will be more fighting. We can regroup. When Joan failed to take Paris, she didn't surrender.
Ah, Joan, he says wearily. Yes, if we take Joan as our example, we should go on to the death. The successful martyrdom beckons. You are right. There will be more battles. You can be sure of that. There are now two powers marching around each other like cocks in a pit, seeking advantage. You can be sure that there will be a fight, and then another, until one or the other is sickened by defeat or dead.
I am deaf to his scathing tone. Husband, will you go now to serve your king, now that the first battle has been fought and we have lost?
now that you can see that you are badly needed, that every man of honour has to go. He looks at me.
When I have to go, I will, he says grimly. Not before.
Every true man in England will be there but you, I protest hotly.
Then there will be so many true men that they won't need a faint heart like me, says Sir Henry, and walks from the sick chamber where Jasper's volunteer is dying, before I can say more. There is coldness between Sir Henry and me after this, and so I don't tell him when I receive a crumpled piece of paper from Jasper with his spiky, ill-formed writing that says simply, "Don't fear, the king himself is taking the field. We are marching on them. J." Instead, I wait till we are alone after dinner, and my husband is fingering a lute without making a tune, and I ask, "Have you any news from your father? Is he with the king?" "They are chasing the Yorks back to their castle at Ludlow," he says, picking out a desultory little melody. "My father says there are more than 20,000 turned out for the king. It seems that most men think that we will win, that York will be captured and killed, though the king in his tender heart has said he will forgive them all if they will surrender."
"Will there be another battle?"
"Unless York decides he cannot face the king in person. It is one sort of sin to kill your friends and cousins, quite another to order your bowmen to fire at the king's banner and him beneath it. What if the king is killed in battle? What if York brings his broadsword down on the king's sanctified head?"
I close my eyes in horror at the thought of the king, all but a saint, being martyred by his own subject who has sworn loyalty to him. Surely the Duke of York cannot do it. Surely he cannot even consider it.
October 1459. As it turned out, he could not. When the army of York came face to face with their true king on the battlefield, they found that they could not bring themselves to attack him. I was on my knees for all of the day that the York forces drew up behind their guns and carts, and looked down the hill to Ludford Bridge and the king's own banners. They spent the day parleying, as I spent the day wrestling with my prayers, and in the night their sinful courage collapsed beneath them, and they ran away. They ran like the cowards they were, and in the morning the king, a saint, but thank God not a martyr, went among the ranks of the York common soldiers, abandoned in their lines by their commanders, and forgave them and kindly sent them home. York's wife, the Duchess Cecily, had to wait before the town cross in Ludlow as the king's mob poured in, hungry for plunder, the keys to the castle in her hand, her two little boys, George and Richard, trembling on either side of her. She had to surrender to the king and take her boys into imprisonment, not knowing where her husband and two older sons had fled. She must have been shamed to her soul. The great rebellion of the House of York and Warwick against their divinely appointed king was ended in a brawl of looting in York's own castle, and with their Duchess in prison, clutching her little traitorous boys who wept for their defeat. "They are cowards," I whisper to the statue of Our Lady in my private chapel, "and you punished them with shame. I prayed that they would be defeated, and you have answered my prayers and brought them low." When I rise from my knees, I walk out from the chapel a little taller, knowing that my house is blessed by God, is led by a man as much a saint as a king, and that our cause is just and has been won without so much as an arrow being loosed. Spring 1460. "Except that it is not won," my husband observes acidly. "There is no settlement with York, nor answer to his grievances. Salisbury, Warwick, and the two older York boys are in Calais, and they won't be wasting their time there. York has fled to Ireland, and he too will be gathering his forces. The Queen has insisted that they all be arraigned as traitors,
and now she is demanding lists of every able-bodied man in every county of England. She thinks she has the right to summon them directly to her army.
Surely she means only to ask the lords to call up their own men as usual.
He shakes his head.
No. She's going to raise troops in the French way. She thinks to command the commons directly. Her plan is to have lists of young men in every county and raise them herself to her standard as if she were a king in France. No one will stand for it. The commons will refuse to go out for her. Why should they? She's not their liege lord. And the lords will see it as an act against them, undermining their power. They will suspect her of going behind their backs to their own tenants. Everyone will see this as bringing French tyranny to England. She will make enemies from her natural allies. God knows she makes it hard to be loyal to the king.
I take his gloomy predictions to confession and tell the priest that I have to confess the sin of doubting my husband's judgment. A careful man, he is too discreet to inquire about my doubts. After all, it is my husband who owns the chapel and the living and pays for the chantries and masses in the church. But he gives me 10 Hail Marys and an hour on my knees in remorseful prayer. I kneel, but I cannot be remorseful. I am starting to fear that my husband is worse than a coward. I am starting to fear the very worst of him, that he has sympathies with the York cause. I am beginning to doubt his loyalty to the king. My rosary beads are still in my hand when I acknowledge this thought to myself. What can I do? What should I do? How should I live if I am married to a traitor? If he is not loyal to our king and our house, how can I be loyal to him as a wife? Could it be possible that God is calling me to leave my husband? And where would God want me to go but to a man who is heart and soul loyal to the cause? Would God want me to go to Jasper? Then, in July, everything my husband had warned about the Calais garrison becomes terribly true, as York launches a fleet, lands in Sandwich, halfway to London, and marches on the capital city without a shot being fired against him, without a door slammed shut. God forgive the men of London, they fling open the gates for him, and he marches in to acclaim, as if he is freeing the city from a usurper. The king and the court are at Coventry, but as soon as they hear the news, the call goes out across the country that the king is mustering and summoning all his affinity. York has taken London. Lancaster must march. "Are you going now?" I demand of my husband, finding him in the stable yard, checking over the harness and saddles of his horses and men. At last, I think, he sees the danger to the king and knows he must defend him. "No," he replies shortly. "Though my father is there, God keep him safe in this madness." "Will you not even go to be with your father in danger?" "No," he says again. "I love my father, and I will join him if he orders me, but he has not commanded me to his side. He will unfurl the standard of Buckingham. He doesn't want me under it. Yet." I know that my anger flares in my face, and I meet his glance with hard eyes. "How can you bear not to be there?" "I doubt the cause," he says frankly. "If the king wants to retake London from the Duke of York, I imagine he only has to go to the city and discuss terms. He doesn't need to attack his own capital. He has only to agree to speak with them." "He should cut York down like a traitor, and you should be there," I say hotly. He sighs. "You are very quick to send me into danger, wife," he remarks with a wry smile. "I must say I would find it more agreeable if you were begging me to stay home." "I beg you only to do your duty," I say proudly. "If I were a man, I would ride out for the king. If I were a man, I would be at his side now." "You would be a very Joan of Arc, I am sure," he says quietly. "But I have seen battles, and I know what they cost, and right now I see it as my duty to keep these lands and our people in safety and peace, while other men scramble for their own ambition and tear this country apart."
I am so furious I cannot speak, and I turn on my heel and walk away to the loose box, where Arthur, the old war horse, is stabled. Gently he brings his big head down to me, and I pat his neck and rub behind his ears and whisper that he and I should go together, ride to Coventry, find Jasper, who is certain to be there, and fight for the king. July 10th, 1460. Even if Arthur and I had ridden out, we would have got there too late. The king had his army dug in outside Northampton, a palisade of sharpened stakes before them to bring down the cavalry, their newly forged cannon primed and ready to fire. The Yorks, led by the boy Edward, Earl of March, the traitors Lord Fauconberg and Warwick himself, in the centre, came on in 3 troops in the pouring rain. The ground churned into mud under the horses' hoofs, and the cavalry charge got bogged down. God rained down on the rebels, and they looked likely to sink in the quagmire. The boy Edward of York had to dig deep to find the courage to lead his men through ground that was a marsh, against a hail of Lancaster arrows. He would surely have failed, and his young face would have gone down in the mud, but the leader on our right, Lord Grey of Ruthen, turned traitor in that moment, and pulled the York forces up over the barricade and turned on his own house in bitter hand-to-hand fighting, which pushed our men back toward the river Nene, where many drowned, and let Warwick and Fauconberg come on. In victory they were merciless. They let the common men go, but anyone in armour was killed without offer of ransom. Worst of all, they marched into our camp and found the king's own tent, his grace inside, sitting thoughtfully, as peaceful as if he were praying in his own chapel, waiting for them to capture him as the great prize of the battle. Terribly, treasonously, they take him. 2 nights later, my husband comes to me in my chamber as I'm dressing for dinner. "Leave us," he says abruptly to my lady-in-waiting, and she glances at me and then, seeing the darkness in his face, flicks out of the room. "My father is dead," he says without preparation. "I have just had word. England has lost a great duke in the mud of Northampton, and I have lost a dear father. His heir, my nephew, little Henry Stafford, has lost his grandfather and protector." I gasp, as if the air has been knocked out of me. "I'm sorry. I am so sorry, Henry." "They cut him down in a muddy field while he was trying to get to his horse," he continues, sparing me nothing. "He and the Earl of Shrewsbury, Lord Beaumont, Lord Egremont. Dear God, the list is endless. We have lost a generation of noblemen. It seems that the rules of war are changed, and there is no capture and ransom in England any more. There is no offer of surrender. It is the rule of the sword, and every battle must be to the death. It is the rule of savagery." "And the king?" I breathe. "They've not dared to hurt him."
"The king is captive, and they have taken him as their prisoner to London."
"Prisoner?" I cannot believe my ears.
"As good as."
"And the queen?"
"Missing, with her son."
"Missing?"
"Not dead. I believe run away, in hiding. What a country this is becoming. My father."
He swallows his grief and turns to look out of the window. Outside, the trees are rich and fat and green, and the fields beyond are turning golden. It is hard to imagine a field of churned mud and my father-in-law, that vain aristocrat, clubbed down while running away.
"I shall not dine in the hall tonight," my husband says tightly. "You can go in, or be served in your rooms as you like. I will have to ride to Northampton and fetch his body home. I shall leave at dawn."
"I'm sorry," I say again, weakly.
"There will be hundreds of sons making the same journey," he says. "All of us riding with broken hearts, all of us thinking of vengeance. This is what I feared would come. This is what I have dreaded. It is not very bright and honourable, as you have always thought it. It is not like a ballad. It is a muddle, and a mess, and a sinful waste. And good men have died, and more will follow.
I hide my fears from my husband till he leaves for the journey on the high road south, but of course I am in utter terror for Jasper's safety. He will have been where the fighting was the worst. There is no doubt in my mind that anyone going to the king's tent will have had to get past Jasper. He cannot be alive if the king has been captured. How can he still live when so many are dead? I get my answer even before my husband returns home again.
Sister, I have taken a very great lady and her son to safety, and they are in hiding with me. I will not tell you where, in case this letter falls into traitors' hands. I am safe, and your son is safe as I left him. The lady will be safe with me until she can get away. It is a reverse for us, but it is not over, and she is full of courage and ready to fight again. J.
It takes me a moment to realize that he has the Queen in safe keeping, that he spirited her from the battle and has her in hiding in Wales. Of course, the king may be imprisoned, but while she is still free, we have a commander. While her son is free, we have an heir to the throne. Jasper has guarded our cause, has guarded the most precious heart of our cause, and there is no doubt in my mind that she will be safe with him. He will have her in hiding at Pembroke or Denbigh Castle. He will keep her close, I don't doubt, and she will be grateful for his protection. He will be like a knight-errant to her. He will serve her on bended knee, and she will ride behind him, her slim hands on his belt. I have to go to the chapel and confess to the priest that I am filled with the sin of jealousy. But I don't say exactly why. My husband comes home in sombre mood, having buried his father and delivered up his nephew to his new guardian. Little Henry Stafford, the new Duke of Buckingham, is only 5 years old, poor child. His father died fighting for Lancaster when he was a baby, and now he has lost his grandfather too. My husband is stunned at this blow to his house, but I cannot sympathize. For who should be blamed for our defeat but him, and all those who chose to stay at home, though their queen summoned them, and we were in the utmost danger? My father-in-law died because he was defeated in the battle. Whose fault is that but that of the son who would not ride beside him? Henry tells me that the Duke of York entered London with the king riding alongside him as his prisoner, and was greeted by a stunned silence. The citizens of London turn out to be only half-hearted traitors, and when York put his hand on the marble throne to claim kingship for himself, there was no support for him. Well, how could there be? I ask. We have a king already. Even the faithless men of London know that. My husband sighs as if he is tired of my convictions, and I notice how weary and old he looks, a deep groove between his eyebrows. Grief sits heavy on him with the responsibility for his house. If our king is a prisoner, and our power is thrown down, then someone will take the little duke from us, and have him as their ward for the profit of his lands. If my husband were great with either Lancaster or York, he might have had a say in the disposition of his nephew, the future head of our family. If he had exerted himself, he would now be one of the great men. But since he chose to stay home, he is of no account to anyone. He has made himself as nothing. The great decisions of the world will be made without him, and he cannot even guard his own, as he said he would. They have put together an agreement. What agreement? I ask him. Who has agreed? He throws his travelling cape to one of the household men. He drops into a chair and beckons a page boy to pull off his boots. I wonder if he's ill. He looks so grey and weary. Of course, he is very old to have made such a great journey. He's 35 years old. The king is to keep the throne till his death.
and then the next king is to be York," he says shortly. He glances at my face, and then looks away. "I knew you wouldn't like it. There's no need to trouble yourself, it probably won't hold."
The Prince of Wales is to be robbed of his rights. I can hardly frame the words, I am so shocked. How can he be Prince of Wales and not become king? How can anyone think that they can pass over him?
Henry shrugs. "You are all to be robbed, you who were in the line of succession. You, yourself, are no longer of the ruling house now. Your son is no longer related to a king, nor is he one of the heirs to the throne. It will be York. York and his line. Yes," he repeats to my stunned face, "he has won for his sons what no one would give to him. It is York's sons who will come after the king. The new royal line is to be the House of York. The Lancasters are to be the royal cousins. That is what they have agreed. That is what the king has sworn to follow."
He rises up in his stockinged feet and turns for his rooms. I put a hand on his arm. "But this is just what Joan saw," I exclaim, "when her king was put aside and his inheritance given to another. This is just what she saw when she took her king to be crowned at Rheims, despite a blasphemous agreement that he should not be crowned. She saw that the order of God was put aside, and she fought for the true heir. This is what inspired her to be great. She saw the true heir, and she fought for him." He cannot muster his usual smile for me.
"And so what? Do you think you can take Edward, Prince of Wales, to London and have him crowned despite his defeat, despite this agreement? Will you lead a beaten army? Will you be England's Joan?"
"Someone has to be," I cry out passionately. "The prince cannot be robbed of the throne. How could they agree to this? How could the king agree to this?"
"Who knows what he thinks, poor soul," my husband says. "Who knows what he understands now, or even if he can stay awake. And if he goes to sleep or even dies and York takes the throne, at least York will be able to hold the country to peace."
"That's not the point," I shout at him. "York is not called by God. York is not of the senior line from Edward III. York is not of the royal house. We are. I am. My son is. This is my destiny that the king is giving away." I give a shaking sob. "I was born for this. My son was born for this. The king cannot make us into royal cousins. We were born to be the royal line." He looks down at me, and his brown eyes are for once not kindly, but dark with anger.
"Enough," he growls. "You are a stupid young woman of, what, only 17 years old, and you understand nothing, Margaret. You should be silent. This is not a ballad or a tale. This is not a romance. This is a disaster that is costing the men and women of England every day. This is nothing to do with Joan of Arc, nothing to do with you, and God himself knows nothing to do with him." He pulls away from me and he goes, treading carefully up the stairs to his room. He is stiff from his long ride, and he hobbles, bow-legged. I watch him go with hatred, my hand over my mouth to stifle my sobs. He is an old man, an old fool. I know the will of God better than him, and he is, and he has always been, for Lancaster. Winter 1460. I am right in this, and my husband, for all that he is my husband and set over me, is wrong, and this is proved at Christmastide when the Duke of York,
who is supposed to be so clever, so brilliant in battle, is caught outside his own castle walls of sandal, with a small guard, among them his son Edmund, the Earl of Rutland, and both York and his boy are brutally killed by our forces. So much for the man who would be king and would claim the royal line. The Queen's army takes his hacked body and makes mock of him, and beheads the corpse, and sticks his head above the gates of York with a paper crown on his head, so he can view his kingdom before the crows and buzzards peck out his dead eyes. This is a traitor's death, and with it die the hopes of York. For who is left? His great ally, the Earl of Warwick, has only useless daughters, and the 3 remaining boys of York, Edward, George, and Richard, are too young to lead an army on their own account. I do not exult over my husband, for we have settled to living quietly together, and are celebrating Christmas with our tenants, retainers, and servants, as if the world were not trembling with uncertainty. We do not speak of the divided kingdom, and though he has letters from merchants and tradesmen in London, he doesn't tell me their news, nor that his family are constantly urging him to revenge the death of his father. And though he knows that Jasper writes to me from Wales, he does not ask of his newly won castle of Denbigh, and how Jasper so bravely reclaimed it. I send my son Henry a little cart on wooden wheels that he can pull along for his Christmas present, and my husband gives me a shilling to send him for fairings. In return, I give him a silver 6pence to send to the little Duke of Buckingham, Henry Stafford, and we do not speak of the war, or of the Queen's march south at the head of 5,000 murderous, dangerous Scots, stained like eager huntsmen with the blood of the rebel York, or of my belief that our house has triumphed again, and will come to victory next year, as it must, since we are blessed by God. Spring, 1461. I think, like everyone else of any sense, that with the death of the Duke of York, the wars are over. His son, Edward, is only 18 years old, and all alone on the borders of Wales, where all the men follow Jasper and the House of Lancaster. His mother, the Duchess Cecily, knowing that this is her final defeat, wearing black in her widowhood, sends her 2 younger sons, George and Richard, into hiding in Flanders, with the Duke of Burgundy. Duchess Cecily must fear the arrival of the Queen in London, at the head of her army of wild men, demanding vengeance for this second failed rebellion. Her oldest son she cannot save. Edward will most probably die in the borders of Wales, hopelessly outnumbered, fighting for his dead father's lost cause. My brother-in-law Jasper will be defending his own. His father, Owen Tudor, marches with him. They cannot fail against an army led by a boy who has just lost his brother, his father and commander, as Jasper confirms in a letter. We will have to kill the cub to scotch the family. Thank God that the lion is gone. My father and I are mustering against the new Duke of York, young Edward, and will meet him within days. Your son is safe in Pembroke Castle. This should be easily done. Fear nothing. I think there may be another battle, I say tentatively to my husband Henry when he comes to my bedroom. I am seated at the fireside. He drapes his gown on the end of the bed and slides between the sheets. Your bed is always so comfortable, he remarks. Do you have better sheets than me? I giggle, distracted for a moment. I shouldn't think so. It is your steward of the household who orders everything. My sheets came with me from Wales, but I can tell him to put them on your bed if you think them finer. No, I like to enjoy them here with you. Let's not talk of the troubles of the country. But I have had a letter from Jasper. Tell me of it in the morning. I think it is important. He sighs. Oh, very well. What does he say? I hand him my note, and he glances at it. Yes, I knew this. I heard that they were mustering in Wales. Your old enemy, William Herbert, has changed his coat again. Never. He will wear a white rose once more and fight alongside the York boy.
He was not a friend to Lancaster for long. It must rile Jasper that Herbert rides out against him once more.
Herbert is quite without honour, I exclaim. And after the king himself pardoned him. My husband shrugs.
Who knows why a man chooses one side or another? I hear from my cousin, who is with the Queen's forces, that they will mop up the remnants of the York threat and then come to London in victory.
Can we go to court when she gets to London? I ask.
A celebration feast?
He asks wryly.
Certainly there will be work for me in Parliament. Half of England will be designated traitors and fined of their lands. The other half will be paid them as reward for their part in murder.
And we will be neither, I say sullenly.
I would rather not have the lands of a man accused of treason because he tried to give good advice to his king,
my older husband says quietly.
And you may be well assured that half of the lands will be returned to their owners when the king returns to his power and issues pardons. He will forgive all his enemies and return them to their homes. His allies will find their service to him is ill-rewarded. There is neither profit nor true honour in following this king.
I fold my lips together to stop my retort. He is my husband. What he says must be the rule in our household. He is my lord under God. There is no point in disagreeing with him aloud. But in my heart, I name him a coward.
Come to bed, he says gently. Why would you care either way as long as you and your son are safe? And I keep you safe, Margaret. I keep the war away from our lands, and I don't widow you for a second time by riding off to glory. Come to bed, and smile for me.
I go to bed with him, as it is my duty, but I don't smile. Then I get the worst news possible. The worst news, and it comes from Jasper. I had thought him invincible, but he is not. He is not. I had thought it impossible for Jasper to lose. But terribly, it turns out that he can.
Sister, we are defeated, and my father is dead. He went to the scaffold with a joke, not believing they would do it, but they took his head off and set it on a stake at Hereford. I'm going to fetch your boy from Pembroke, and I will take him with me to Harlech Castle. We will be safer there. Don't fear for me, but I think our cause is lost for a generation, perhaps forever. Margaret, I have to tell you the worst. There was a sign from God here at Mortimer's Cross, and it was not for our house. God showed us the 3 sons of York in the sky above the battlefield, and the one son of York in command on the field below laid utter waste to us. I saw it. It was without doubt. Above his army there were 3 brilliant suns, each as bright as the other. They beamed through the mist, 3 of them, and then they came together as one and shone down on his standard. I saw it with my own eyes, without doubt. I don't know what it means, and I will go on fighting for my cause until I understand. I still trust that God is with us, but I know for a certainty that he was not with us this day. He shone the light of his countenance on York. He blessed the 3 sons of York. I will write again as soon as we are safe at Harlech. J. My husband is away in London, and I have to wait days before he comes home and I can tell him that Jasper says the war is finished and we are lost. As I greet him in the stable yard, he shakes his head at my babble of anxious news. Hush, Margaret. It is worse than you know. Young Edward of York has claimed the throne, and they have lost their minds and made him king. This silences me completely. I glance around the yard as if I would keep it secret. King? They have offered him the throne, and say that he is the true king and heir. He need not wait for the death of King Henry. He has claimed the throne and says he'll drive our king and queen out of England and then have a coronation, take the crown, and be ordained. I have come home only to gather my men. I'm going to have to fight for King Henry."
"You?" I ask incredulously. "At last?"
"Yes, me. At last."
"Why would you ride out now?" He sighs. "Because it is no longer a subject trying to bring his king to account where I might find my mind divided, where a subject should advise his king against evil counsel. Now it is nothing but rebellion, open rebellion, and the posing of a false king against the true. This is a cause I must follow. It was not a cause that called me until now. York is fighting for treason now. I must fight against treason." I bite my tongue on the reproach that if he had gone before, we might not have got to this terrible pass. There has to be a Stafford in the field, fighting for his king. Our standard has to be there. Before it was my poor brother, then it was my honoured father who gave his life in this brew of wars. Now it is me who has to stand beneath the Stafford banner, perhaps half-hearted, perhaps uncertain. But I am the senior Stafford, and I have to go. I have little interest in his reasons. But where is the king? The Queen has him safely with her. There was a battle at St. Albans, and she won and took him back into her keeping. The York army was defeated? I ask, bewildered. But I thought they were winning. He shakes his head. No, it was little more than a scrap in the town centre of St. Albans between Warwick's men and those fighting for the Queen, while Edward of York marched in triumph on London. But Warwick had the king with him, and after the Yorks ran away, they found the king sitting under an oak tree, where he had been watching the fighting. He was unhurt? I ask. Yes, he had been well guarded throughout the battle by 2 lords of York, Lord Bonville and Sir Thomas Curiel. They kept him safely. He was as quiet as a child. They handed him over to the Queen, and now he is with her and their son. And is he... I hesitate to choose the word. Is he in his right mind?
So they say, for the time being.
So what is the matter? Why look like that?
A story that was doing the rounds of the taverns in London. Perhaps all untrue. I hope so.
A story about what?
They say that the lords who guarded the king and kept him safe through the battle, York lords, were taken before the Queen and her son, little Prince Edward, 7 years old.
And?
They say that she asked the little prince what should be done with the York lords, Lord Bonville and Sir Thomas Curiel, who had guarded his father during the battle and kept him safe, and handed him back with honour in safety to his own people. And the prince said, "Take off their heads." Just like that. So they beheaded the 2 of them on his word, the word of a boy of 7, and then they knighted him for his courage. Margaret of Anjou's son has learned the trade of war indeed. How will he ever rule a country at peace?
I hesitate and look at my husband's grimace. That sounds very bad.
They say that the son is as vicious as the mother. All of London is for York now. Nobody wants such a boy as Prince Edward on the throne.
What happens next?
He shakes his head. It must be the last battle. The king and the queen are reunited and at the head of their army. Young Edward of York and his father's friend Warwick are marching on them. It is no longer an argument about who should advise the king. It is now a battle about who should be king. And finally, I will have to defend my king.
I find that I am shaking. I never thought you would go to war, I say,
my voice trembling. "I always thought that you would refuse to go. I never thought you would go to war." He smiles, as if it is a bitter jest.
"You thought me a coward, and now you cannot rejoice in my courage? Well, never mind. This is the cause that my father died for, and even he only rode out at the last possible moment. Now I find that in my turn I will have to go, and I too have left it to the last possible moment. If we lose this battle, then we will have a York king and his heirs on the throne forever, and your house will be a royal house no more. It is not a question of the rights of the cause, but simply on which side I was born. The king must be the king. I have to ride out for that. Or your son will no longer be 3 steps from the throne, but a boy without a title, without lands, and without a royal name. You and I will be traitors in our own lands. Perhaps they will even give our land to others. I don't know what we might lose."
"When will you go?" I ask tremulously. His smile is without humour or warmth.
"I'm afraid I will have to go now."
Easter, 1461. When they woke in the morning, it was to the silence and eerie whiteness of a world of blowing snow. It was bitterly cold. The blizzard started at dawn, and the snow whirled around the standards all day. The Lancaster army, commanding the height of the long ridge near to the village of Towton, ideally placed on the heights, peered down into the valley below them, where the York army was hidden by the swirling flakes. It was too wet for the cannon to fire, and the swirling snow blinded the Lancaster archers, and their bowstrings were damp. They fired blindly, aiming in hope down the hill into snowflakes, and time and again a volley of arrows hammered back at them as the York archers found their targets clearly silhouetted against the light sky. It was as if God had ordered the Palm Sunday weather to make sure that it was man against man, hand-to-hand fighting, the most bitter battle of all the battles of the war, on the field they called Bloody Meadow. Rank after rank of conscripted Lancaster soldiers dropped beneath the storm of arrows before their commanders allowed them to charge. Then they dropped their useless bows and drew their swords, axes and blades, and they thundered down the hill to meet the army of the 18-year-old boy who would be king, trying to hold his men steady against the shock of the downhill charge. With a roar of "York!" and "Warwick! A Warwick!" they pushed forwards, and the two armies struck and held. For 2 long hours, while the snow churned into red slush under their feet, they locked together like a plough grinding through rocky ground. Henry Stafford, riding his horse downhill into the thick of it, felt a stab to his leg and felt his horse stagger and fall beneath him. He flung himself clear, but found himself lying across a dying man, his eyes staring, his bloody mouth mumbling for help. Stafford pushed himself up and away, ducked down to avoid a swing from a battle-axe, and forced himself to stand and draw his sword. Nothing in the jousting ring or the cockfighting pit could have prepared him for the savagery of this battlefield. Cousin against cousin, blinded by snow and maddened with the killing rage, the strongest of men stabbed and clubbed, kicked and stamped on fallen enemies, and the weaker men tore themselves away and started to run, stumbling and falling in heavy armour, often with a chain-mailed rider coming behind them, mace swinging to smash off their heads. All day, in snow that whirled around them like feathers in a poultry shop, the two armies thrust and stabbed and pushed one another, going nowhere, without hope of victory, as if they were trapped inside a nightmare of pointless rage. A man falling was replaced by a reserve who would step on his body to reach up for a killer stab. Only when it started to grow dark, in the eerie, white-skied twilight of spring snow, did the Lancastrian front rank start to yield ground. The first falling back was pressed hard, and they dropped back again until those at the sides felt their fear rise greater than their rage, and one by one started to break away. At once they gained relief, for the York men also disengaged and stepped back. Stafford, sensing a lull in the battle, rested for a moment on his sword and looked around him. He could see the front line of the Lancaster army starting to peel away like unwilling haymakers, heading early for home. "Hi!" he shouted. "Stand! Stand for Stafford! Stand for the king!" But their pace only quickened, and they did not look back. "My horse!" he shouted. He knew that he must get after them and halt their retreat before they started to run in earnest. He slipped his dirty sword into its scabbard and started a stumbling run towards his horse lines, and as he ran he glanced to his right and then froze in horror. The Yorks had not dropped back for a breath and a rest, as so often happened in battle, but had broken from the fight to run as fast as they could to their own horse lines to get their horses, and the men who had been on foot, savagely pressing the Lancaster men-at-arms, were now mounted and riding down on them, maces swinging, broadswords out, lances pointed down at throat height. Stafford leaped over a dying horse and threw himself face down on the ground behind it as the whistle of the ball of a mace swung through the air just where his head had been. He heard a grunt of fear and knew his own voice. He heard a thunder of hoofs, a cavalry charge coming towards him, and he felt himself contract like a frightened snail against the belly of the groaning horse. Above him, a rider jumped the horse and man in one leap, and Stafford saw the hoofs beside his face, felt the wind as they went over, flinched against the splash of mud and snow, clung to the dying horse without pride. When the thunder of the first rush of cavalry was past him, cautiously he raised his head. The York knights were like huntsmen, riding down the Lancaster men-at-arms who were running like deer towards the bridge over Cock Beck, the little river at the side of the meadow, their only escape. The York foot soldiers, cheering on the riders, raced beside them to head off the running enemy before they could reach the bridge. In moments, the bridge became a mass of struggling, fighting men, Lancastrians desperate to get across and away, York soldiers pulling them back or stabbing them in the back as they scrambled over their fallen comrades. The bridge creaked as the soldiers surged back and forth, the horses pushing onwards, forcing men over the guardrails into the freezing river, trampling the others underfoot. Dozens of men, seeing the knights coming on with their great double-edged swords, swinging like scythes on either side of their horses' heads, seeing the war horses rear up and bring down their great iron-shod hooves on men's heads, simply jumped into the river, where soldiers were still struggling, some thrashing against the weight of their armour, others locked on each other's heads and shoulders, forcing them down to drown in the icy, reddened waters. Stafford staggered to his feet, horrified. "Get back! Regroup!" he shouted. But he knew that no man would listen to him, and then he heard above the screams of the battle the timbers of the bridge shiver and groan. "Clear the bridge! Clear the bridge!" Stafford fought his way, pushing and shoving towards the bank to shout at the men, still stabbing and hacking, though they could all feel the bridge start to sway under the shifting load. The men cried out warnings, but they still fought, hoping to make an end and break away. And then the rails of the bridge went outwards, and the timber supports cracked, and the whole structure went down, throwing men, enemies, horses, and corpses all as one into the water. "Where bridge?" Stafford shouted on the riverbank. Then, as the enormity of the defeat started to sink in, "Where bridge?" he said more softly. For a moment, as the snow fell around him and the men in the fast-flowing water went down and came up, shouting for help, and were then pulled down again by the weight of their armour, it was as if everything had gone very quiet, and he was the only man alive in the world. He looked around and could not see another man standing. There were some clinging to the timbers and still hacking at each other's grasping fingers, There were some drowning before him or being swept away in the blood-stained flood. On the battlefield, the men on the ground lay still, slowly disappearing under the falling snow. Stafford, chilled in the cold air, felt the snow fall cleanly on his sweaty face, put out his tongue like a child, and felt the flake rest and then melt in the warmth of his mouth. Out of the whiteness, another man walked slowly, like a ghost. Wearily, Stafford turned and dragged his sword from the scabbard and readied himself for another fight. He did not think he had the strength to hold up his heavy sword, but he knew he must find from somewhere the courage to kill another fellow countryman. "Peace," the man said, in a voice drained of emotion. "Peace, friend. It's over." "Who's won?" Stafford asked. Beside them, the river was rolling corpses over and over in the flood. In the field all around them, men were getting to their feet or crawling to their lines. Most of them were not moving at all. "Who cares?" the man said. "I know I have lost all my troop." "You are wounded?" Stafford asked as the man staggered. The man took away his hand from his armpit. At once blood gushed out and splashed to the ground. A sword had stabbed him in the underarm joint of his armour. "I will die, I think," he said quietly. And now Stafford saw that his face was as white as the snow on his shoulders. "Here," he said. "Come on. I have my horse near. We can get to Towton. We can get you strapped up." "I don't know if I can make it." "Come on," Stafford urged. "Let's get out of this alive." At once it seemed tremendously important that one man, this one man, should survive the carnage with him. The man leaned against him, and the two of them hobbled wearily uphill towards the Lancaster lines. The stranger hesitated, gripped his wound, and choked on a laugh. "What is it? Come on, you can make it. What is it?" "We're going uphill. Your horse is on the ridge." "Yes, of course." "You're for Lancaster?" Stafford staggered under his weight. "Aren't you?" "York. You are my enemy." Embracing like brothers, the two men glared at each other for a moment, and then both brokenly laughed. "How would I know?" the man said. "Good God! My own brother is on the other side. I just assumed you were for York, but how can any man tell?" Stafford shook his head. "God knows what I am, or what will happen, or what I will have to be," he said. "And God knows that a battle like this is no way to resolve it." "Have you fought before in these wars?" "Never, and if I can, I never will again." "You'll have to come before King Edward and surrender yourself," the stranger said. "King Edward," Stafford repeated. "That's the first time I have heard the boy of York called king." "This is the new king," the man said certainly, "and I will ask him to forgive you and release you to your home. He will be merciful, though if it were the other way round, and you took me to your queen and to your prince, I swear I would not survive them. She kills unarmed prisoners. We don't. And her son is a thing of horror." "Come on, then," Stafford said, and the two of them fell into line with the Lancaster soldiers, waiting to beg pardon of the new king and promise never to raise arms against him again. Before them were Lancaster families that Stafford had known all his life, among them Lord Rivers and his son Anthony, their heads bowed, silent under the shame of defeat. Stafford cleaned his sword while he waited and readied himself to offer it up. It was still snowing, and the wound in his leg was throbbing as he walked slowly up to the crest of the ridge where the empty pole for the royal standard still stood at the peak, with the Lancaster standard-bearers dead all around it, and the York boy standing tall.
My husband does not come back from the war like a hero. He comes quietly, with no stories of battle and no tales of chivalry. Twice, 3 times, I ask him what it was like, thinking that it might have been like Joan's battles, a war in the name of God for the king ordained by God, hoping that he might have seen a sign from God, like the 3 sons over the York victory, something that would tell us that God is with us, despite the setback of defeat. But he says nothing. He will tell me nothing. He behaves as if war is not a glorious thing at all, as if it is not the working out of God's will by ordeal. All he will tell me, briefly, is that the king and the queen got safely away with the prince, the head of my house, Henry Beaufort, with them. They have fled to Scotland and will no doubt rebuild their shaken army, and that Edward of York must have the luck of the hedgerow rose of his badge, for he fought in grief and mist at Mortimer's Cross, uphill in snow at Towton, and won both battles, and is now crowned King of England by public acclaim. We spend the summer quietly, almost as if we are in hiding. My husband may have been pardoned for riding out against the new King of England, but no one is likely to forget that we are one of the great families of the Lancaster connection, and that I am the mother of a boy in line to the lost throne. Henry goes up to London to gather news and brings me back a beautifully copied manuscript of the Imitation of Christ in French that he thinks I might translate into English as part of my studies. I know he's trying to keep my mind from the defeat of my house and the despair of England, and I thank him for his consideration and start to study, but my heart is not in it. I wait for news from Jasper, but I imagine he is lost in the same sorrow that greets me on waking every morning before I'm even fully awake. Every day I open my eyes and realize with such a sick pang in my heart that my cousin the king is in exile, who knows where, and our enemy is on his throne. I spend days on my knees, but God sends me no sign that these days are only to test us, and that the true king will be restored. Then one morning I am in the stable yard, when a messenger comes riding in, muddy and travel-stained, on a little Welsh pony. I know at once that he brings me word, at last, from Jasper. As usual, he is brusque.
William Herbert is to be given all of Wales, all my lands and my castles, as prize for turning his coat back to York. The new king has made him a baron also. He will hunt me down as I hunted him, and I doubt that I will get a pardon from a tender king as he did. I will have to leave Wales. Will you come and fetch your boy? I will meet you at Pembroke Castle within the month. I won't be able to wait longer than that. J. I round on the stable lad.
Where is my husband? Where is Sir Henry? He's riding the fields with his land steward, my lady, the boy says. Saddle my horse. I must see him, I say. They bring Arthur from his stall, and he catches my impatience and tosses his head while they fiddle with the bridle, and I say, hurry, hurry. As soon as he's ready, I'm in the saddle and riding out towards the barley fields. I can see my husband riding the margins of the field, talking to his land steward, and I kick Arthur into a rolling canter and come up to him in a rush that makes his own horse sidle and curvet in the mud.
Steady, my husband says, drawing rein. What's the matter?
In reply, I thrust the letter at him and wave the land steward out of earshot. We have to fetch Henry, I say. Jasper will meet us at Pembroke Castle. He has to go. We have to go there.
He is infuriatingly slow.
He takes the letter and reads it. Then he turns his horse's head for home and reads it again as he rides. We have to leave at once, I say.
As soon as it is safe to do so.
I must fetch my son. Jasper himself tells me to fetch him.
Jasper's judgment is not of the best, as perhaps you can now see, since his cause is lost, and he's running away to France or Brittany or Flanders, and leaving your son without a guardian.
He has to.
Anyway, he's going. His advice is not material.
I will muster a suitable guard, and if the roads are safe enough, I will go and fetch Henry.
You will go.
I'm so anxious for my son that I forget to hide the scorn in my voice.
Yes, I, myself, Did you think me too decrepit to ride to Wales in haste?
There may be soldiers on the way. William Herbert's army will be on the road. You are likely to cross their path.
Then we shall have to hope that my ancient years and grey hairs protect me, he says with a smile.
I don't even hear the joke. You have to get through, I say, or Jasper will leave my boy alone at Pembroke, and Herbert will take him.
I know.
We come into the stable yard, and he has a quiet word with Graham, his master of horse, and the next thing all the men-at-arms are tumbling from our house and from the stable yard, and the chapel bell is tolling to call the tenants to muster. It is all done at such speed and efficiency that for the first time I see that my husband has a command of his men. "Can I come too?" I ask. "Please, husband. He is my son. I want to bring him safely home." He looks thoughtful.
"It'll be a hard ride."
"You know I am strong."
"There might be danger. Graham says that there are no armies near here, but we're going to have to cross most of England, and nearly all of Wales."
"I'm not afraid, and I will do as you order." He pauses for a moment. "I beg you," I say. "Husband, we have been married 3.5 years, and I have never asked you for anything." He nods.
"Oh, very well. You can come too. Go and pack your things. You can bring only a saddle-bag, and tell them to put a change of clothes up for me. Tell them to pack provisions for 50 men.
If I commanded the house, I would do it myself, but I'm still served as a guest. So I get off my horse and go to the groom of the servery and tell him that his master and I and the guard are going on a journey, and we will need food and drink. Then I tell my maid and Henry's servant to pack a bag for us both, and I go back to the stable yard to wait. They are ready within the hour, and my husband comes out of the house with his travelling cloak carried on his arm.
"Do you have a thick cloak?" he asks me. "No, I thought not. You can have this, and I will use an old one. Take it, strap it to your saddle."
Arthur is steady as I mount him, as if he knows that we have work to do. My husband draws up his horse beside mine.
"If we see an army, then Will and his brother will ride away with you. You are to do as they order. They are commanded to ride with you for home, or for the nearest house of safety as fast as they can. Their task is to keep you safe. You are to do as they say."
"Not if it is our army," I point out. "What if we meet the Queen's army on the road?" He grimaces.
"We won't see the Queen's army," he says shortly. "The Queen couldn't pay for an archer, let alone a troop. We will not see her again until she can make an alliance with France."
"Well, anyway, I promise," I say. I nod at Will and his brother. "I will go with them when you tell me I must." My husband nods, his face grim, and then turns his horse so he is at the head of our little guard, about 50 mounted men armed with nothing but a handful of swords and a few axes, and leads us west for Wales. It takes us more than 10 days of hard riding every day to get there. We go west on poor roads, skirting the town of Warwick and going cross-country wherever we can, for fear of meeting an army, any army, friend or foe. Every night we have to go to a village, an alehouse or an abbey, and find someone who can guide us for the next day. This is the very heart of England, and many people know no farther than their parish boundaries. My husband sends scouts a good mile ahead of us, with orders that if there is any sign of outriders from any army, they are to gallop back to warn us, and we will turn off the road and get into hiding in the forest. I cannot believe that we must hide, even from our own army. We are Lancaster, but the Lancaster army that the Queen has brought down on her country is out of all control. Some nights the men have to sleep in a barn while Henry and I beg hospitality in a farmhouse. Some nights we take a room at an inn on the road. One night in an abbey where they have dozens of guest rooms and are used to serving small armies of men marching from one battle to another. They don't even ask us which lord we serve, but I see that there is no gold and silver on show in the church. They will have buried their treasures in some hiding place and are praying for peaceful times to come again. We don't go to the big houses, nor to any of the castles that we can sometimes see on the hills overlooking the road or sheltered by great woods. The victory of York has been so complete that we don't dare advertise that we are riding to save my son, an heir to the house of Lancaster. I understand now what Henry, my husband, tried to tell me before, that the country is blighted not only by war, but by the constant threat of war. Families who have been friends and neighbours for years avoid each other in fear, and even I, riding towards land that belonged to my first husband, whose name is still beloved, am fearful of meeting anyone who might remember me. On the road, when I am exhausted and aching in every bone of my body, I learn that Henry Stafford cares for me, without ever making a fuss over me, or suggesting that I am a weak woman and should not have come. He lifts me down from my horse when we take a rest, and he sees that I have wine and water. When we stop for dinner, he gets my food himself, even before he is served, and then he spreads out his own cloak for my bed, and covers me up, and makes me rest. We are lucky with the weather, and it doesn't rain on our journey. He rides beside me in the mornings, and teaches me the songs that the soldiers sing, bawdy songs, for which he invents new words for me. He makes me laugh with his nonsense songs, and he tells me of his own childhood, as a younger son of the great house of Stafford, and how his father meant him for the church until he begged to be excused. They would not release him from their plan until he told the priest that he feared he was possessed by the devil, and they were all so anxious about the state of his soul that they gave up the idea of the priesthood for him. In return, I tell him how I wanted to be a saint, and how glad I was when I found I had saint's knees, and he laughs out loud at that, and puts his hand over mine on my reins, and calls me a darling child, and his very own. I had thought him a coward when he would not go to war, and when he came back so silent from the battlefield. But I was wrong. He is a very cautious man, and he believes wholeheartedly in nothing. He would not be a priest, for he could not give himself wholly to God. He was glad that he was not born the oldest, for he did not want to be duke and head of such a great house. He is of the house of Lancaster, but he dislikes and fears the Queen. He is enemy to the house of York, but he thinks highly of Warwick, and admires the courage of the boy of York, and surrendered his sword to him. He would not dream of going into exile like Jasper. He likes his home too much. He does not align himself with any lord, but thinks for himself, and I see now what he means when he says he is not a hound to yelp when the huntsman blows the horn. He considers everything in the light of what might be right, and what would be the best outcome for himself, for his family, his affinity, and even for his country. He is not a man to give himself easily, not like Jasper. He is not a man for these times of passion and hot temper.
A little caution.
He smiles at me as Arthur splashes stolidly through the great river crossing of the Severn, the gateway to Wales.
We have been born into difficult times, when a man or even a woman has to choose their own way, has to choose their loyalties. I think it is right to go carefully, and to think before acting.
I have always thought one should do the right thing, I say, and nothing but that.
Yes, but then you wanted to be a saint.
He smiles.
Now you are the mother of a child. Now you have to consider not only what is the right thing to do, but if it is likely to keep you and your son safe. You will want to keep your son safe more than anything in the world. The safety of your son may matter to you more than the will of God.
For a moment I am puzzled by this. But it must be the will of God that my son is safe, I say. My son is without sin, and he is of the royal line. He is of the only true royal house. God must want him to be safe to serve the house of Lancaster. What I wish, and what God wishes, must be the same.
Do you really think God, in his heaven with all the angels, there from the beginning of time and looking towards the day of judgment, really looks down on all the world and sees you and little Henry Tudor and says that whatever you choose to do is his will?
It sounds like blasphemy somewhere. Yes, I do, I say uncertainly. Jesus Christ himself promised that I am as precious as the lilies of the field.
And so you are,
he says with a smile, as if he is comforting me with a story. That silences me and makes me think for the rest of the ride. So do you think there are many men like you, who have not given their hearts to one side or another? I ask as he helps me down from the saddle in the yard of a dirty little inn on the road to Cardiff that evening. He pats Arthur's dark neck.
I think most men will choose to follow the house that can promise them peace and safety, he says. There is loyalty to the king, of course. No one can deny that King Henry is crowned King of England. But what if he is not fit to rule? What if he's ill again and can do nothing? What if he is commanded by the Queen? What if she is ill-advised? How can it be a crime to want the next heir in his place, if that claimant was of the royal line also, if he was as close as a cousin, if he has as good a claim to the throne as Henry?
I am so weary that I lean back against Arthur's big, comfortable shoulder, and then my husband draws me to him and holds me.
Don't you worry about this now, he says. The main thing is that we get your boy and make sure he is safe. Then you can consider who God and you would prefer to rule the kingdom.
On the 10th morning of our journey, travelling now on tiny stony lanes through high mountainous country, my husband says to me, "We should be there by midday," and I gasp at the thought of seeing my boy again so soon. We send scouts ahead to the castle to see if it is safe to approach. It looks as if everything is quiet. We wait out of sight, and my husband points out to me that the gates of the castle are open and the drawbridge down, and as we watch, a girl comes out with a flock of geese and calls them down to the river.
Looks safe enough, my husband says cautiously, and gets off his horse and helps me down, and the two of us go to the other side of the river. The geese are swimming on the water. Some are dabbling their yellow beaks in the mud. The girl is seated on the bank, fiddling about with some lace. "Girl, who is the master of the castle?" my husband asks her. She jumps at the sound of his voice and scrambles to her feet and bobs a curtsy.
"It was the Earl of Pembroke, but he ran away to the wars," she says, her accent so strong I can hardly make out what she's saying.
"Anyone taken the castle since he left?"
"No, we're just hoping he'll come back. Do you know where he is, sir?"
"I don't know. Is the little lad in the castle nursery?"
"The little Earl? Yes, he's there. I keep the hens too, and I send in a good new laid egg for him every morning."
"Do you?"
I'm unable to silence my delight.
"Does he have a fresh laid egg for his breakfast every day?"
"Oh, yes," she says. "And they say he likes a slice of roast chicken too for his dinner."
"How many men-at-arms?" my husband interrupts.
100, she says. "But 3 times that rode out with Jasper Tudor and didn't come back. They say it was a terrible defeat. They say that God set 3 suns in the sky to curse our boys, and now the 3 sons of York will curse our country." My husband spins a coin across the river to her, and she catches it with snatching hands. We go back to where our men are hidden by the turn in the road, and we mount up. My husband orders them to unfurl our standard and go forwards at slow walk, and halt when he gives the word. "We don't want a flight of arrows as our welcome," he says to me. "You and Will and Stephen go to the rear of the ride, just to be safe." I am desperate to ride into the castle that was once my home, but I do as he orders me, and we go slowly forwards until we hear the shouted challenge from the castle walls, and at the same time we hear the roar of the chain and the great portcullis comes clanging down. My husband and his standard-bearer ride up to the gate and shout our name to the officer on the walls of the castle, and then the portcullis creeps up, and we ride into the courtyard. Arthur goes at once to the old mounting block, and I dismount without help and let his reins go. He heads at once for his old stall, as if he were still Owen Tudor's battle horse. The stable lad exclaims to see him, and I go quickly to the front door, and the groom of the household flings it open before me, recognises me, though I have grown taller, bows to me, and says, "My lady."
"Where is my son?" I ask. "In his nursery?"
"Yes," he says. "I will have them bring him to you."
"I'll go up," I say, and without waiting I run up the stairs and burst into his nursery. He's eating his dinner. They've laid a table for him with a spoon and a knife, and he is seated at the head of the table, and they are waiting on him, as they should, as an earl should be served. He turns his little head as I come in, and he looks at me, without recognition. His curly hair is brown, like a bright bay horse, as Jasper said. His eyes are hazel. His face is baby round still, but he's not a baby any more. He is a boy, a little boy of 4 years old. He climbs down from his chair. He has to use the rungs of the chair as steps, and comes towards me. He bows. He has been well taught. "Welcome, madam, to Pembroke Castle," he says. He has the slightest lilt of a Welsh accent in his clear, high voice. "I am the Earl of Richmond." I drop to my knees so my face is level with his. I so long to snatch him into my arms, but I have to remember that to him I am a stranger. "Your Uncle Jasper will have told you about me," I say. His face lights up with joy. "Is he here? Is he safe?" I shake my head. "No, I'm sorry. I believe he is safe, but he's not here." His little mouth trembles. I'm so afraid that he will cry, I put my hand out to him, but at once he straightens up, and I see his little jaws square as he holds back tears. He nips his lower lip. "Will he come back?" "I'm sure of it. Soon." He nods. He blinks. One tear rolls down his cheek. "I am your mother, Lady Margaret," I say to him. "I have come to take you to my home." "You are my mother?" I try to smile, but I give a little choke. "I am. I have ridden for nearly 2 weeks to come to you, to make sure you are safe." "I am safe," he says solemnly. "I am just waiting for my Uncle Jasper to come home. I can't come with you. He told me to stay here." The door behind me opens, and Henry enters quietly. "And this is my husband, Sir Henry Stafford," I say to my little son. The boy steps away from the table and bows. Jasper has taught him well. My husband, hiding his smile, bows solemnly in return. "Welcome to Pembroke Castle, sir." "I thank you," my husband says. He glances at me, taking in the tears in my eyes and my flushed face. "Is everything all right?" I make a helpless gesture with my hand as if to say, "Yes, everything is all right, except my son treats me as a polite stranger, and the only person he wants to see is Jasper, who is an attainted traitor and in exile for life." My husband nods as if he can understand all of this, and then turns to my son. "My men have ridden all the way from England, and they have extremely fine horses. I wonder if you would like to see them in their harness before the horses are put into the fields." Henry brightens at once. "How many men?" 50 men-at-arms, a few servants and scouts." He nods. This is a boy who was born into a country at war and was raised by one of the greatest commanders of our house. He would rather inspect a troop than eat his dinner. "I should like to see them. I will get my jacket."
He goes into his private chamber, and we can hear him calling for his nursemaid to fetch his best jacket as he's going to inspect his mother's guard.
Henry smiles at me.
"Nice little fellow," he says.
He didn't recognize me. I'm holding back tears, but the quaver in my voice betrays me. He has no idea who I am. I am a complete stranger to him.
"Of course. But he will learn," Henry says soothingly. "He will come to know you. You can be a mother to him. He's only 4. You've missed only 3 years, but you can start again with him now. And he has been well raised and well educated."
He is Jasper's boy, through and through, I say jealously. Henry draws my hand through his arm.
"And now you will make him yours. After he has seen my men, you show him Arthur and tell him that he was Owen Tudor's battle horse, but that you ride him now. You'll see. He will want to know all about it. And you can tell him stories."
I take a seat in silence in the nursery as they prepare him for bed. The mistress of the nursery is still the woman that Jasper appointed when my son was born. She has cared for him all his life, and I find myself burning with envy at her easy way with him, at the companionable way she hauls him to her knee and strips off his little shirt, at the familiar way that she tickles him as she pulls on his nightshirt, and scolds him for wriggling like a Severn eel. He is deliciously at ease with her, but now and then he remembers that I am there, and shoots me a shy little smile, as a polite child, at a stranger.
"Would you like to hear him say his prayers?" she asks me, as he goes through to his bedroom.
Resentfully, in second place, I follow her to see him kneel at the foot of his tester bed, fold his hands together, and recite the Lord's Prayer and the prayers for the evening. She hands me a badly transcribed prayer book, and I read the collect for the day and the prayer for the evening, and hear his soprano, "Amen." Then he crosses himself and rises up and goes to her for her blessing. She steps back and gestures to him that he should kneel to me. I see his little mouth turn down, but he kneels before me obediently enough, and I put my hand on his head and say, "God bless you and keep you, my son." Then he rises up and takes a great run and a leap into his bed, and bounces until she folds back the sheet and tucks him up and bends and kisses him in one thoughtless gesture. Awkwardly, a stranger in his nursery, uncertain of my welcome, I go to his bedside and lean over him. I kiss him. His cheek is warm, the smell of his skin like a new-baked bread roll, firm as a warm peach. "Good night," I say again. I step back from the bed. The woman moves the candle away from the curtains and pulls up her chair to the fire. She is going to sit with him till he sleeps, as she does every night, as she has done every night since his birth. He has gone to sleep with the creak of the treadles of her rocking chair and the reassuring sight of her beloved face in the firelight. There is nothing for me to do here. He has no need of me at all. "Good night," I say again, and I go quietly from his room. I close the outer door of his presence chamber and pause at the head of the stone stairs. I am just about to go down in search of my husband, when I hear a door above me, high up in the tower, quietly open. It is a door that goes out to the roof where Jasper used to sometimes go to gaze up at the stars, or during troubled times look out across the country for an enemy army. My first thought is that Black Herbert has got someone into Pembroke Castle, and he is coming down the stairs with his knife drawn, ready to let in his troop through the sally port. I press myself back against Henry's bedroom door, ready to fling myself into his room and lock the door behind me. I must keep him safe. I can raise the alarm from his bedroom window. I would lay down my life for him. I hear a quiet footstep, and then the closing of the roof door, and then the turning of the key, and I hold my breath so that there shall be no sound but another quiet step,
as whoever it is comes silently down the spiral stone stairs of the tower. And at once, as if I could recognize him by his footstep, I know it is Jasper, and I step out from the shadow and say quietly, "Jasper, oh, Jasper." And he takes the last 3 steps in a bound and has his arms around me, and he is holding me tightly to him, and my arms are around his broad back, and we are gripping each other as if we cannot bear to let each other go. I pull myself back so I can look up at him, and at once his mouth comes down on mine and he kisses me. And I am shot through with such desire and such longing that it is like being at prayer when God answers in flame. That thought of prayer makes me pull away from him and gasp, and he releases me at once. "I'm sorry." "No. I thought you would be at dinner or in the solar. I meant to come to you and your husband quietly." "I was with my boy." "Was he pleased to see you?" I make a little gesture. "He's more concerned with you. He's missing you. How long have you been here?" "I've been in the area for nearly a week. I didn't want to come to the castle for fear of Herbert's spies. I didn't want to bring them down on us. So I've been hiding out in the hills, waiting for you to come." "I came as soon as I could. Oh, Jasper, do you have to go away?" His arm is around my waist again, and I cannot stop myself leaning against him. I have grown taller. My head rests against his shoulder. I feel as if I fit him, as if his body were a piece of fretwork, hammered to interlock with mine. I feel as if I will ache all my life if we are not fitted together. "Margaret, my own love, I have to go," he says simply. "There is a price on my head, and bad blood between Herbert and me. But I will be back. I will go to France or Scotland and recruit for the true king, and I will return with an army. You can be sure of it. I will come back, and this will be my castle once more, when Lancaster is on the throne again, and we have won." I find I am clinging to him, and I unclench my hands from where I'm holding his jacket, step back, and force myself to let him go. The space that I make between us, no more than a foot or so, is an unbearable void. "And you? Are you well?" His direct blue eyes scan my face, run frankly down my body. "No child?" "No," I say shortly. "It doesn't seem to happen. I don't know why." "He treats you well?" "He does. He lets me have the chapel as I wish it, and he lets me study. He gives me an allowance from my lands that is generous. He even gets me books and helps me with Latin." "A treat indeed," he says solemnly. "Well, it is for me," I say defensively. "And how will he stand with King Edward?" he asks. "Are you in any danger?" "I think not. He rode out for King Henry at Towton." "He went to war?" I nearly giggle. "He did, and I don't think he liked it much. But he has been pardoned, and his pardon should cover me. We'll take Henry home with us and live quietly. When the true king comes into his own again, we will be ready. I doubt that York will trouble himself with us. Surely he has greater enemies. Sir Henry doesn't play a big part in the affairs of the world. He likes to stay at home quietly. Surely he has made himself so unimportant that nobody will bother with us." Jasper grins, a young man born to play a part in the great affairs of the world, and quite incapable of staying at home quietly. "Perhaps. At any rate, I'm glad he will keep you and the boys safe while I am away." I cannot resist stepping forwards and taking hold of the lapel of his jacket again so I can look up earnestly into his face. His arm comes around my waist and holds me closer. "Jasper, how long will you be gone?" "As soon as I can muster an army that can retake Wales for the king, I'll be back," he promises me. "These are my lands and my cause. My father died for them. My brother died for them. I won't let their deaths be in vain." I nod. I can feel the heat of his body through his jacket.
And don't you let them persuade you that York is the true king, he warns me in an urgent whisper. Bow your knee and bend your head and smile, but know always that Lancaster is the royal house, and while the king is alive, we have a king. While Prince Edward is alive, we have a Prince of Wales, and while your son is alive, we have an heir to the throne. Stay true.
I do, I whisper. I always will. There will never be anyone for me but... A clattering sound from lower down the well of the stair startles us both and reminds me that I should be at dinner. Will you come to eat with us? I ask.
He shakes his head. I'd rather not be seen. The moment Herbert knows I'm here, he will have the castle surrounded, and I don't want you and the boy exposed to danger. I'll get some food sent up to the nursery, and I'll meet you and your husband in the solar after dinner, and tomorrow morning I leave.
I tighten my grip on him. So soon? You won't go so soon? I've hardly seen you. Henry will want to see you.
I have to go, and the longer I stay, the more danger you are in, and the more likely I am to be caught. Now that the boy is in your keeping, I can leave him with a clear conscience.
And you can leave me? He smiles his crooked smile.
Ah, Margaret. All the time I have known you, you have been the wife of another man. I am a courtly lover, as it turns out, a troubadour to a distant mistress. I don't ask for more than a smile, and to be in your prayers. I love from afar.
But this is going to be very far, I say childishly. Silently he puts a gentle finger to my cheek and wipes away a single tear. How should I live without you? I whisper.
I can't do anything to dishonour you, he says gently. Really, Margaret, I could not. You are my brother's widow, and your son carries a great name. I have to love and serve you, and for now I serve you best by going away and mustering an army to take your son's lands back into my keeping, and to defeat those who would deny his house.
The trumpet call, which announces that dinner is ready to be served, echoes up the stone well of the stair, making me jump.
Go on, Jasper says. I will see you and your husband in the solar later. You can tell him I'm here.
He gives me a little push, and I start down the stairs. As I look back, I see that he has gone into the nursery. I realise that he trusts Henry's nurse with his life, and he has gone to sit beside my sleeping boy. Jasper joins us in the solar after dinner.
I shall leave early tomorrow, he says. There are men here whom I can trust to take me to Tenby. I have a ship waiting there. Herbert is looking for me in the north of Wales. He can't get here in time, even if he hears of me.
I glance at my husband. Can we ride with you and see you leave? I ask. Jasper politely waits for my husband to rule.
As you wish, Sir Henry says levelly. If Jasper thinks it safe, it might help the boy to see you safely away. He's likely to pine for you. It's safe enough, Jasper says. I had thought Herbert was on my tail, but he's taken a false scent. At dawn, then, my husband says pleasantly.
He rises to his feet and puts out a hand to me.
Come, Margaret.
I hesitate. I want to stay by the fireside with Jasper. He will go tomorrow, and we will have no time alone together at all. I wonder that my husband does not see this, does not understand that I might want some time alone with this friend of my childhood, this guardian of my son. His weary smile would have told me, if I had been looking at him, that he understood this completely, and much more.
Come, wife, he says gently, and at that bidding Jasper gets to his feet and bows over my hand, so I have to go to bed with my husband, and leave my dearest friend, my only friend, sitting alone over the fire for his last evening in the home that we used to share.
In the morning I see a different child in my boy Henry. His face is bright with happiness. He is his uncle's little shadow, following him like an enthusiastic puppy. His manners are still beautiful, perhaps even better when he knows that his guardian is watching him, but there is a joy in every movement when he can look up and see Jasper's approving smile. He serves him like a page boy, standing behind him proudly holding his gloves, stepping forwards to take the reins of the great horse. Once he stops a groom bringing a whip. "Lord Pembroke doesn't like that whip," he says. "Get the one with the plaited end." And the man bows and runs to obey. Jasper and he walk side by side to inspect the guard who have assembled to ride with us to Tenby. Henry walks just as Jasper does, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes intent on the faces of the men, though he has to look up as they tower above him. He stops just as Jasper does from time to time to remark on a well-honed weapon or on a well-groomed horse. To see my little boy inspecting the guard, the very mirror of the great commander who is his uncle, is to watch a prince serving his apprenticeship.
"What does Jasper think his future will be?" my husband wonders in my ear. "Who is training a little tyrant here."
"He thinks he will rule Wales as his father and grandfather did," I say shortly, "at the very least."
"And what at the most?"
I turn my head, and I don't answer, for I know the extent of Jasper's ambition in the regal bearing of my son. Jasper is raising an heir to the throne of England.
"If they had weapons, or even boots, this would be a little more impressive," my husband, the Englishman, remarks quietly in my ear, and for the first time I notice that many of the guard are indeed barefoot, and many of them have only sickles or coppicing hooks. They are an army of countrymen, not professional soldiers. Most of Jasper's battle-hardened, well-equipped guard died under the 3 sons of Mortimer's Cross, the rest of them at Towton. Jasper reaches the end of the line of soldiers and snaps his fingers for his horse. Henry turns and nods to the groom as if to tell him to hurry. He is to ride before his uncle, and from the confident way that Jasper swings up into the big saddle and then bends down to offer Henry his hand, I can tell that they have done this often. Henry stretches up to reach Jasper's big hand and is hauled up to sit before him. He nestles back into his uncle's firm grip and beams with pride. "March on," Jasper says quietly. "For God and the Tudors."
I think that Henry will cry when we get to the little fishing port of Tenby, and Jasper swings him down to the ground and then jumps down beside him. For a moment Jasper kneels, and his copper head and Henry's brown curls are very close. Then Jasper straightens up and says,
"Like a Tudor, eh, Henry?"
And my little boy looks up to his uncle and says, "Like a Tudor, sir." And solemnly the two of them clasp hands. Jasper claps him on the back so hard as to nearly knock him off his little feet, and then turns to me.
"Godspeed," Jasper says to me. "I don't like long farewells."
"Godspeed," I say. My voice is trembling, and I don't dare to add more before my husband and the men of the guard.
"I'll write," Jasper says. "Keep the boy safe. Don't spoil him."
I'm so irritated by Jasper telling me how to care for my own son that I can hardly speak for a moment, but then I bite my lip. I will. Jasper turns to my husband.
"Thank you for coming," he says formally. "It is good to hand Henry over in safety to a guardian I can trust."
My husband inclines his head.
"Good luck," he says quietly. "I will keep them both safe."
Jasper turns on his heel and is about to walk away when he checks, turns back to Henry, and sweeps him up for a quick, hard hug. When he puts the little boy gently down, I see that Jasper's blue eyes are filled with tears. Then he takes the rein of his horse and leads it carefully and quietly onto the ramp to the boat. A dozen men go with him. The rest wait with us, I glance at their faces and see their aghast look as their lord and commander shouts to the master of the ship that he can cast off. They throw the lines to the ship. They raise the sail. At first it seems as if it is not moving at all, but then the sails flap and quiver, and the wind and the force of the tide slides the ship from the little stone quayside. I step forwards and put my hand on my little son's shoulder. He is trembling like a foal. He does not turn his head at my touch. He is straining his eyes to see the last possible sight of his guardian. Only when the ship is a little distant dot at sea does he take a shuddering breath and drop his head, and I feel his shoulders heave with a sob. "Would you like to ride before me?" I ask him quietly. "You can sit up before me like you did with Jasper." He looks up at me. "No, thank you, my lady," he says. I devote myself to my son in the following weeks that we spend at Pembroke Castle. An armed band, little better than brigands, is threatening the road to England, and my husband decides that we are safer waiting at Pembroke for them to move on than to ride out and risk meeting them. So I sit with little Henry when he takes his lessons from the tutor that Jasper has employed. I ride with him in the morning. I watch him as he jousts at the little quinton that Jasper has built for him in the field behind the stables. We ride to the river together, and we go out in a fishing boat, and have the servants build a fire on the beach so we can eat our catch roasted on sticks. I give him toys and a book and a new pony of his own. I personally transcribe his prayers for the day into English, in a better translation from the Latin. I play catch and cards with him. I sing nursery rhymes with him, and I read to him in French. I put him to bed and spend the evening planning what he might like to do the next day. I wake him in the morning with a smile. I never discipline him. I let his tutor do that. I never send him to change his clothes or scold him for getting dirty. I let his nurse do that. To him, I am a perfect playmate, always happy, always ready for a game, happy to let him name the game, happy to let him win. And every night he kneels at his bedside in prayer, and I kneel beside him. And every night, whatever we have done during the day, however carefree he seems to have been, he prays God to send his Uncle Jasper home to him, so that they can be happy again. "Why do you still miss Jasper so much?" I ask him as I tuck him up. I make sure my voice is light, almost indifferent. His little face brightens against the white linen pillow. He beams at the thought of his uncle. "He is my lord," he says simply. "I'm going to ride out with him when I'm big enough. We are going to bring peace to England, and when that is done, we are going on crusade together. We will never be parted. I shall swear fealty to him, and be the son that he does not have. He is my lord. I am his man." "But I am your mother," I remark. "I am here to take care of you now." "Jasper and I love you," he says cheerfully. "We say you are our guiding light, and we always pray for you, and for my father, Edmund, too." "But I am here now," I insist. "And Edmund never even saw you. He hardly counts. It's not the same at all. Jasper is in exile. I am the only one here now." He turns his little head. His eyelids are drooping, dark eyelashes brushing his pink cheeks. "My uncle, Lord Pembroke, is glad to have you at his castle," he says quietly. "We are both glad to welcome—" He is asleep. I turn and find my husband leaning silently against the stone doorway. "Did you hear that?" I ask him. All he thinks about is Jasper. He prays for me as he does for his father, who was dead before he was born. I am as distant as the Queen to him. My husband puts out an arm to me, and I am glad for the comfort. I rest my head on his chest and feel him hold me.
He's a bright boy," he says soothingly. "You have to give him time to get to know you. He's lived with Jasper for so long that the man fills his world. He has to learn about you. It will come. Be patient. And besides, it is no disadvantage to be as the queen to him. You are his mother, not his nursemaid. Why not be his guiding light, the one who commands him? He has learned from Jasper to adore you from afar. He understands that. Why would you want to be anything else?"
Autumn 1461. We are wakened by the clanging of the tocsin, and I jump out of bed, throw on a gown, and run to the nursery. My boy is pulling on his breeches and shouting for his boots. The mistress of the nursery looks up as I come in. "My lady, do you know what it is?" I shake my head and look out of the window. The portcullis is coming down with a speedy clatter. The guards and the grooms of the stable are spilling out of their living quarters and shouting. Among the men I see my husband moving quietly and steadily towards the guard tower that overlooks the gate. "I'm going down," I say. I'll come," my son pipes. "I need my sword." "You don't need your sword," I say, "but you can come if you promise to stay with me." "May I come with the little Earl, please, my lady?" his nurse asks. I know she thinks that I won't be able to make him stay beside me, and I flush with irritation. But I nod, and the three of us run down the stone stairs, across the yard, and up the narrow stairs to the tower, where my husband and the captain of the guard are looking over the battlements to where the flag of William Herbert is fluttering over a small army of his men, trotting along the road. "God be with us," I whisper. Henry drags his nurse to the farthest corner of the tower, where he can look down on the drawbridge being hauled up. My husband smiles at me. "I doubt we're in danger," he says gently. "I have no doubt that Herbert has been given this castle, and perhaps the earldom too. He has only come to claim his own. We are his unexpected guests. What will we do?" "Hand it over to him." Hand it over to him. I am so shocked at my husband's traitorous plan that I stare at him, my mouth agape. Just give him the keys of Jasper's castle. Just open the doors and invite him to dine. "He might ask us to dine," my husband corrects me, "if, as I think, this is his castle now." "You cannot intend to just let him in." "Of course I do," he says. "If King Edward has given him the castle and the command of Wales, then we are behaving as loyal citizens should by giving William Herbert his own, and rendering to Caesar his due. This castle belongs to us Tudors," I spit at him, "to Jasper, and in his absence to me and Henry. This is Henry's home. This is my castle." My husband shakes his grey head. "No, my dear. You are forgetting that there is a new king on the throne, and he will have made new grants and allowances. Lancaster no longer holds the throne, nor Wales, not even Pembroke Castle. For all that this was your home, it would have been given to one of proven loyalty to York. I had thought perhaps William Hastings or Warwick, but as we see, William Herbert is the lucky man." He glances over the castle wall. They are nearly within hailing distance. "Jasper would have raised a siege," I say bitterly. "Jasper would have defended his own. He would have died rather than hand over our castle to such as Herbert. He would not surrender like a woman. He would have fought. Herbert is a traitor, and I won't admit him to Jasper's castle." My husband looks at me, and he is no longer smiling. "Margaret, you see for yourself what Jasper would have done. You see for yourself what choice he made. He saw that the battle was lost, and he left the castle, and he left your son, and he left you. He left you without a backward glance. He told you he didn't like long goodbyes, and he ran away to secure his own safety. Far away.
He told me himself that he expected Herbert to come and claim Pembroke, and that he expected us to yield. He told me that he would be glad if we stayed to hand over Pembroke to Herbert and make sure that the servants were safe. Anything like a siege would be to waste our lives for nothing. Anything else, and we might as well have run away as he did. The battle is lost. It was lost at Towton, and Jasper knew it, and ran away. He didn't run away, I say hotly. He's not here now, is he? My husband observes. He leans out over the battlements and shouts, "Hi! Sir William!" The big man at the front of his men pulls up his horse and dips his standard. "I am William, Lord Herbert. Who calls me?" "Is that you, Sir Henry Stafford?" "The same. I am here with my wife, Lady Margaret, and her son, the Earl of Richmond." "And Jasper Tudor, the traitor? The former Earl of Pembroke?" Henry pulls at my hand, and I bend down to listen to his whisper.
My uncle is still Earl of Pembroke, isn't he? Why does that bad man say the former Earl?
We will never call him that, I swear. In our prayers he will always be the Earl of Pembroke to us. It is just the Yorks who think differently. They're all liars. "Jasper Tudor is gone away," Sir Henry shouts back. "You have my word of honour that he is not in the castle, nor nearby." "I have been granted the castle and the command of Wales by King Edward, God save him," Herbert bellows up. "Will you open the gates and admit me to my own?" "I will," Sir Henry says cheerfully, and nods to the captain of the guard. 2 men go running, and I watch, disbelieving, as the portcullis is cranked up and the drawbridge dropped down, and the red dragon standard of the Tudors, smartly as a traitor, drops down the flagpole and disappears from sight, as if it had not fluttered over the castle for all the time that I have known it. William Herbert tips a salute to the soldiers at the gate, and rides into the castle that is now his own, with a merry flourish, and dismounts on my mounting block, as if it had been standing there all these years, just waiting for him. I am speechless with rage at dinner that night, but my husband and Lord Herbert talk of the new king, of the likelihood of an invasion from France, of the danger of a Scots army marching down on England, as if these were our enemies, and not our saviours. I find myself hating my husband for his easy good manners, and I keep my eyes on my plate, and I speak only in reply to a direct question. Indeed, Lord Herbert says almost nothing to me until I rise from the table to withdraw, and he glances at my husband and says, "I would speak with both of you about young Henry Tudor. Shall we talk in the solar after dinner?" "Of course," my husband says, answering for me and so preventing a refusal. "I'm sure Lady Margaret will have some good wine and fruit waiting for us when we join her there." I bow my head and leave them to their drink and their amiable chat, and then wait in my chair by the fireside. I don't have to worry alone for long. The 2 of them come into the room, now talking about the hunting, and my husband is praising the game that can be hunted near the castle, as if it had not been preserved and guarded by Jasper, as if it were not the inheritance of my son, and this man were not an interloper, a poacher if he takes our game. "I'll be brief," Lord Herbert says, putting himself before the fire and warming his backside as if the logs were his to burn. "I am to have custody of the boy Henry, and he will live with me. The king will confirm that I am to be his guardian after Christmas." My head flies up, but my husband does not even look surprised. "You will live here?" he asks, as if this is all that matters. "Raglan," Sir William says shortly. "It's a better building, and my wife likes it. Henry will be brought up with our children with an education befitting his station. You will be welcome to visit him at any time you wish." "That's gracious," my husband says when I am still silent. "I'm sure Lady Margaret is grateful."
His admonitory look towards me prompts me to say something grateful, but I cannot. He should stay in my keeping, I say flatly. Lord Herbert shakes his head.
That would never have been allowed, my lady. Your son is heir to an enormous fortune and name. Someone would be bound to bid for him and take him as his ward. In many ways you are lucky it is me. I don't expect you to see it right now, but if a Neville had taken him as their ward, he would have had to go far away among strangers. With me, he can stay in Wales. He can keep his own servants about him. He can be in the country that he knows. My wife is a tender-hearted woman. He will be brought up with my children. He could have done a lot worse.
He is my son, I exclaim. He is a Lancaster boy. He is heir to—
We're grateful, my husband says, silencing me.
Lord Herbert looks at me.
Your son's family connections are a mixed blessing, my lady, he says. I wouldn't boast of them overmuch if I were you. His cousin, the former king, is in exile and plotting with the enemies of our country. His guardian and the head of the house, Jasper Tudor, is in exile with a price on his head as a named traitor. His grandfather was beheaded for treason. I myself captured his father, and your own father's end was less than glorious. I would be glad that he is to be raised in a loyal York household, if I were you.
She is grateful, my husband says again. He steps across to me and holds out a peremptory hand. I have to rise to my feet and hold hands with him as if we were in agreement.
We will tell Henry when he wakes in the morning, and we will go back to our own house in England, as soon as the guards and the horses can be ready. Stay, says Sir William pleasantly. Stay till the boy is accustomed. Stay as long as you wish. We can hunt some of those deer that Jasper has taken such trouble to preserve.
He laughs, and my husband, the turncoat, laughs with him. We ride back to our house in Lincolnshire in stony silence, and when we reach home I devote myself to prayer and to my studies. My husband, after a few quizzical remarks that earn him no reply, after asking me if I would like to take a trip to London with him, as if I would go to that city which has celebrated shame, turns his attention to running our great estates, and to his trade in London. The new king's determination to keep the peace means more work for local gentry, and my husband finds that he is commanded to root out self-serving and corrupt local officers who have thrived under the lackadaisical rule of King Henry. The law courts now have to be open to give justice to all, and not just to those who can bribe the court officers. The new King Edward summons a parliament and tells them that it is his determination to live of his own and not burden the country with heavy taxation. He commands that the roads be made safe and that private armies be reduced. He orders that brigands and criminals be brought to justice, and that the casual violence of the alehouse and the highway be controlled. Everyone welcomes these changes and foresees a time of greater prosperity and peace for England, with this glorious son of York guiding it into the ways of peace. Everyone is delighted with the reforms and the improvements. Everyone seems to be in love with the handsome son of York. Everyone but me. This King Edward is a young man of 19, just a year older than me, surviving the death of his father as I have done, dreaming of greatness as I do. And yet he has put himself at the head of his house's army and led them to the throne of England, while I have done nothing. It is he who has been a Joan of Arc for England, not me. I cannot even hold my son in my own keeping. This boy, this Edward, that they call the sweet rose of England, the fair herb of England, the white flower, is fabled to be handsome and brave and strong. And I am nothing. He is adored by women. They sing his praises, his looks and his charms. I cannot even be seen at his court. I am known to nobody. I am a flower that wastes its sweetness on the desert air, indeed. He has never even seen me. No one has written a single solitary ballad about me. No one has drawn my likeness. I am wife to a man of no ambition, who will not ride out to war until he is forced to go. I am mother to a son in my enemy's keeping, and I am the distant love of a defeated man in exile. I spend my days, which get shorter all the time as the evenings draw in on this most miserable year, on my knees, and I pray to God to let this dark night pass, to let this cold winter pass, and to throw down the House of York and let the House of Lancaster come home. Autumn 1470. It is not one dark winter. It is nearly 10 winters before God releases me and my house from the misery of defeat in our days and exile in our own country. For 9 long years I live with a husband with whom I share nothing but our new house at Woking in the country. House, land, and interest we share, and yet I am lonely, longing for my son, raised by my enemy whom I have to pretend is my friend. Together Stafford and I conceive no child, which I think is the fault of the midwives at the birth of my son Henry, and I have to endure my husband's generous acceptance that I will not give him an heir. He does not reproach me, and I have to bear his kindness as best I can. We both have to endure the power of the Yorks, who wear the ermine collar of monarchy, as if they were born to it. Edward, the young king, marries a nobody in the first years of his reign, and most people think she enchanted him by witchcraft, with the help of her witch mother, Jacquetta, the great friend of our queen, who has turned her coat and now rules the York court. My husband's nephew, the little Duke Henry Stafford, is snatched up by the greedy siren Elizabeth, who calls herself queen. She takes him from us, his family, and betroths him to her own sister, Catherine Woodville, a girl born and bred only to raise hens in Northampton. And so the Woodville girl becomes the new Duchess and head of our house. My husband does not protest against this kidnap of our boy. He says it is part of the new world, and we have to become accustomed. But I do not. I cannot. I will never become accustomed. Once a year, I visit my boy in the ostentatious luxury of the Herbert household and see him grow taller and stronger, see him at ease among the Yorks, beloved of Anne Devereux, the wife of Black Herbert, see him affectionate and comfortable with their son William, his dearest friend, his playmate, and his companion in his studies, and gentle with their daughter Maud, who clearly they have picked out for him as a wife, without a word to me. Every year I visit faithfully, and speak to him of his uncle Jasper in exile, and of his cousin the king imprisoned in the Tower of London. And he listens, his brown head inclined to me, his brown eyes smiling and obedient. He listens for as long as I speak, politely attentive, never disagreeing, never questioning. But I cannot tell if he truly understands even one word of my earnest sermon, that he must hold himself in waiting, that he is to know that he is a boy chosen for greatness, that I, his mother, heiress to the Beauforts and to the House of Lancaster, nearly died in giving birth to him, that the two of us were saved by God for a great purpose, that he was not born to be a boy glad of the affection of such as William Herbert. I do not want a girl like Maud Herbert as my daughter-in-law. I tell him he must live with them like a spy. He must live with them like an enemy in their camp. He must speak politely, but wait for his revenge. He must bend the knee to them, but dream of the sword. But he will not. He cannot. He lives with them like an open-hearted boy of 5, then 6, then 7. He lives with them until he is 13. He grows into a young man under their care, not mine. He is a boy of their making, not mine. He is like a beloved son to them. He is not a son to me. And I will never forgive them for this. For nearly 9 years I whisper poison in his little ear against the guardian that he trusts, and against his guardian's wife that he loves. I can see him flourishing in their care. I can see him growing under their tuition. They hire masters of swordsmanship, of French, of mathematics, of rhetoric for him. They spare no fee that would teach him skills or encourage him to learn. They give him the education of their own son. The 2 boys study side by side as equals. I have no cause to complain. But I stifle a silent howl of resentment and anger that I can never release. That this is my boy. That this is an heir to the throne of England. That this is a boy of Lancaster. What in the name of God is he doing, flourishing and happy, in a house of York? I know the answer to this. I know just what he is doing in one of the loyal houses of York. He is growing into a Yorkist. He loves the luxury and comfort of Raglan Castle. I swear he would prefer it to the holy plainness of my new home at Woking, if he had ever been allowed to see my home. He warms to the gentle piety of Anne Devereux. My demand that he know every collect of the day and honour every saint's day is too much for him. I know it is. He admires the courage and dash of William Herbert, and while he loves Jasper still, and writes to tell him so, boyish letters filled with boasting and affection, he is learning to admire his uncle's enemy, and adopt him as a very model of a chivalrous, honourable knight and landlord. And worst of all for me, he thinks of me as a woman who cannot reconcile herself to defeat. I know he thinks this. He thinks I am a woman who saw my king driven from his throne, and my husband killed, and my brother-in-law run away, and he thinks that it is disappointment and failure that has made me seek solace in religion. He thinks I am a woman seeking consolation in God for the failure of her life. Nothing I can do can convince him that my life in God is my power and glory. Nothing I can do can convince him that I do not see our cause as lost. I don't see myself as defeated. I don't believe, not even now, that York will hold the throne. I think we will return. I think we will win. I can say this to him, I can say it over and over again, but I have no evidence to support my conviction. And the embarrassed smile, and the way he bows his head to me and murmurs, "Lady Mother, I am sure you are right," tells me as clearly as if he loudly contradicted me that he thinks I am wrong and mistaken, and worse than that, irrelevant. I am the woman who gave him birth, but I lived with him for only the first year of his life. Now he sees me once a year, and rarely more, and I spoil my time with him by trying to persuade him to be faithful to a cause that was lost nearly 10 years ago. No wonder he does not cleave to me. Every year I must seem more of a fool, and I cannot help myself. God knows, if I could reconcile myself to living with a man who is the embodiment of mediocrity, in a country under a usurper, with a queen so much my inferior in every way, observing my God only as a once-a-day deity in my evening prayers, I would do so. But I cannot. I want a husband with the courage and determination to play his part in the rule of the country. I want my country ruled by my true king.
and I have to pray to God for this in the 5 services of the day. It is how I am. I cannot deny myself. William Herbert is King Edward's man through and through, of course. In his house, my son, my own son, the flower of the House of Lancaster, learns to speak of the usurper with respect, to admire the so-called ravishing beauty of his hastily married wife, the commoner Elizabeth, and to pray for an heir for their accursed house. She is fertile as a stable cat, but every year she manages to give birth only to a girl. The joke is on her, for they say she married him by enchantment, and comes from a long line of women who dabble in magic. Now all she can make are little witches for the burning. She cannot give him a prince, and her magical skills do not seem to help. Indeed, if they had conceived an heir early on, then perhaps our story would be a different one. But they do not, and slowly but surely the notorious York disloyalty begins to split the self-aggrandizing House of York against itself. Their great adviser and mentor, the Earl of Warwick, turns against the boy he helped to the throne, and the second son, George, Duke of Clarence, turns against the brother he proclaimed as his king. Together they make an alliance as a pair of opportunists. Envy, the family poison of York, flows through George's veins like their second-rate blood. As Warwick grows away from the first York boy that he made king, the second York boy creeps closer, dreaming of the same favour, and Warwick begins to think that he might play the same trick again, this time replacing a pretender king with a new pretender. Warwick marries his daughter Isabel to George, and easily like the serpent in Eden, Warwick tempts George, Duke of Clarence, to abandon his brother's cause and dream of usurping the usurper's throne. They snatch the new king as if he were the crown at the top of the maypole, and hold him prisoner. And I think that a way is open to me. I know all Yorkists are ambitious and disloyal in their very cradles, but the division in their house can only serve mine. I play my own hand in the middle of these plots. When the Yorks took everything, they stole my son's title of Earl of Richmond, and George, Duke of Clarence, took it as his own. I send a message to George through his confessor and mine, and promise my friendship and loyalty if he will return the title of Earl of Richmond to my son. I indicate to him that the support of my house can be commanded by me. He knows, without my boasting of it, how many men I could muster. I indicate to him that if he will return the title to my son, he can name his price, and I will back him against his brother, the king. I keep this from my husband, and I think it has been done cleverly in secret, until it becomes clear, as Edward escapes from his false friend and his false brother and returns in triumph to London, that we have fallen from the favour of the York court. The title Earl of Wiltshire should have come to my husband, but King Edward passes over him and instead honours his younger brother John, who is made Earl of Wiltshire for his ostentatious loyalty to Edward. It seems we are not to rise under this new king. We are tolerated, but not favoured. It is an injustice, but it cannot be challenged. My husband will be nothing but Sir till the end of his days. He can give me no title but Lady. I shall never be a countess. He says nothing, and by his very silence I guess that he has heard of my meddling offer of friendship to George of Clarence, and blames me for disloyalty to him and to King Edward. And indeed, he is right. But then, and who could have predicted it, everything changes again. Queen Margaret, our precious Queen Margaret, in desperate exile in France, running out of money and lost without soldiers, agrees to an alliance with the snake Warwick, her old enemy, formerly our greatest adversary. Amazingly,
She lets her precious son Edward, Prince of Wales, marry Warwick's younger daughter Anne, and the two parents agree to invade England together, to give the young people a bloodbath for a honeymoon, and put the Lancaster son and the Warwick girl on the throne of England. The end for York comes as swift as sunset. Warwick and George land together and march north. William Herbert calls out his men to join with the king, but before they can meet with the main force of York, Herbert sights the enemy outside Banbury at Edgecote Hill. He did nothing more than his duty when he took my son with him that day. But I will never forgive him. As a nobleman should, he took his ward into battle to give him a taste of violence and a lesson in real fighting. As he should, as he should. But this is my son, my precious son, my only son. Even worse, I cannot bear to think it, but it is true, my son first put on his armour, first took a lance in his hand, and then rode out to fight for York against a Lancaster army. He fought for our enemy, at the side of our enemy, against our own house. It was over quickly, as God's will is sometimes done in battle. The York troops were overpowered, and Warwick took a feast of prisoners, including William Herbert himself. Warwick, already stained in blood, already a turncoat, did not add uncertainty to his crimes. He had Herbert beheaded on the spot, and my son's guardian died that day, perhaps as my son watched. I am glad of it. I never had a moment of pity for him. He took my son from me, and then he raised him so well that Henry loved him as a father. I never forgave him for either, and I was glad to hear he was dead. We have to fetch Henry, I say to my husband, Sir Henry, as the news comes to us in snippets of gossip and gales of rumour. God knows where he is. If Warwick has him, he will surely keep him safe. But if Warwick had him, surely he would have sent us a message. Perhaps my boy is in hiding, or perhaps he is injured. I break off. The rest of my sentence, perhaps he is dead, is as clear as if it were written in the air between us. We'll get news soon, my husband says calmly, and be sure that if he were dead or injured, we would have heard straight away. See, we have the news of Herbert's death quick enough. We have to fetch Henry, I repeat. I will go, he says. You can't come with me. The roads will be filled with men running from the battle and those seeking plunder. Warwick has brought danger and turmoil back into York's England. God knows where this will all end. You will have to stay here. I will even have to leave you with an extra guard, in case any of the armed bands come through this way. But my son... Herbert will have told him what to do in the event of the battle going against them. He will have appointed someone to take care of him. I'll go first to Lady Herbert and see what news she has. Then I'll go to Edgecote. Trust me, I will find your boy. And when you find him, bring him here. He hesitates. Depends who his new guardian is to be. We can't just take him. But who will decide that now, if York is defeated? He smiles. Lancaster, I suppose. You have victory, remember. Your house will now decide everything. Warwick will put King Henry back on the throne just as he took him off. Then I imagine Warwick will rule the country until the prince is of age and possibly thereafter. We have won? I ask uncertainly. With my son missing and his guardian dead, it does not feel like victory. It feels more like danger. We have won, my husband says, and there is no gladness in his voice at all. At any rate, Lancaster has won, and that is us, once more, apparently. On the very morning that my cautious husband is about to set out, we have a letter in Jasper's familiar scrawl. I have our boy. He was safe with Lady Herbert, staying with her late husband's family. I will bring him to London to present him to our king. Will you meet us there?
with our king on his throne again, at court. England is ours again, and your prayers are answered. Thank God.
It is like a dream as bright as those I used to have as a child, when I prayed myself into visions. We are in the Stafford barge, sailing down the Thames, the rowers keeping their pace with the low thudding of the drum, my boy gazing at the people on the river bank, who cheer to see our standards flying, and to glimpse my boy in the prow of the boat, a prince in waiting. We go past Westminster, and I look at the low buildings that huddle down by the river's edge. Somewhere in the sanctuary of the Abbey is the former Queen, Elizabeth Woodville, the King of York's famously beautiful wife, hiding from her enemies and wondering if she will ever see her husband again. She is thrown down and alone, and I am up high. I wonder if she's looking out from those dark little windows, if her eyes are on my standard even now. I shiver as if I could feel a baleful glance on me, but I shrug it off. I am the chosen daughter of God, of his chosen house. She can stay there till she rots for all I care, and her beautiful daughters with her. From the prow of the boat, my son Henry turns back to me with a shy smile, and I say, "Wave to them. Wave at your people. They are glad to see our family back in honour, back in power. Show them that you are glad to be here." He makes a little gesture, and then he steps back to where I am seated under the Stafford canopy, the red rose of Lancaster embroidered over all. "Lady Mother, you were right all along," he says shyly. "I must beg your pardon. I did not understand." I put my hand to my heart to feel it thud. "Right about what?" "We are a great family, and that King Henry is the true king. I didn't know when you told me it. I didn't understand, but I understand now. I am guided by God," I say earnestly. "I look beyond the fleeting days to the wisdom of God. Will you be guided by me in the future?" He gives a solemn little bow. "I shall be your son and your liege man," he says formally. I turn my head so he cannot see the triumph in my face. Henry the King has won England, and I have won my son. 13 years old, and he swears fealty to me. He is mine for life. I feel the tears well up into my eyes. "I accept your service," I say quietly. Then the barge noses up to the pier, the gangplank is run aboard, and Henry, my son, shows his beautiful Herbert manners and gives me a hand to help me ashore. We walk through the garden, where everyone is smiling in joy that the country has come to its senses, and we can all be in our rightful places again. And here is our king, back on his throne, his face so bright with happiness that I hardly see the 5 years of pallor from his imprisonment. Here is the royal canopy over his head, embroidered with the red rose of Lancaster in full bloom. Here are his courtiers around him. It is as if I were a child again, and he about to sign me to the Tudors as my guardians. It is as if my childhood joys have come back to me again, and the world can start anew. And here is my son, my boy. His short-cropped hair as bright as a chestnut mane, his shoulders broad, grown taller yet again, standing beside his Uncle Jasper, a handsome boy from a handsome family. We are restored. England is returned to its senses. Jasper is Earl of Pembroke once more. My son is in my keeping.
You see, I demand of him quietly. You see now, I was keeping my faith to this king, my cousin, and here he is restored to his throne. God has me in his special keeping, as he has you. I knew that the York reign would be short. I knew that we would all be restored to our true places. I glance past my son and see that the king has nodded to Jasper to bring him forwards. Go, I prompt him. The king wants you, his cousin. My son gives a little jump, but then straightens his shoulders and goes forward to the throne with an air of real grace and quiet confidence. He carries himself so well that I cannot stop whispering to my husband, Sir Henry, "See how he walks." "Both feet," my husband commends wryly. "One after the other. Miraculous." "Like a nobleman, like a prince," I correct him. I lean forwards to listen.
"And this is young Henry Tudor, my cousin?" the king asks Jasper.
Jasper bows.
"My brother Edmund's son, and his mother is now Lady Margaret Stafford."
Henry kneels before the king, who leans down and puts his hand on the brown curly head in his royal blessing. "There," I say to my husband, "the king himself favours Henry. I expect the king can foretell he will have a great future. He will know that this is a special boy. He has the vision of a saint. He will see the grace in Henry, as I do." The storm which blew away the little boat of the usurper Edward and his runaway companions after their defeat at Edgecote Hill blows around the coast for almost all the winter. Our lands are flooded both in Surrey and elsewhere, and we have to lay out on ditching and even build dikes against the rising rivers. The tenants are late with their rents, and the crops are sodden in the fields. My husband is pessimistic about the state of the country, as if the loss of the usurper House of York brings rain and discontent. The news gets out that the former Queen, Elizabeth Woodville, who turns out to be so beloved of her king that he ran away and left her, is going to give birth to another child, even though she is in sanctuary in Westminster, on holy ground. Even this final act of grossness and folly is forgiven by our sainted king, who refuses to have her taken from her place of hiding, and instead sends her midwives and ladies to care for her. The attention that this woman attracts continues to amaze me. I managed to give birth to my boy Henry with no more than 2 midwives, and they under instruction to let me die. Elizabeth Woodville has to have midwives and physicians and her own mother in attendance when she is in hiding for treason. She continues to attract admiration, even though nobody can see her fabled beauty. They say that the citizens of London and the farmers of Kent keep her supplied with food, and that her husband is in Flanders raising an army to rescue her. The thought of her revelling in all this attention makes me grit my teeth. Why cannot people see that all she has done in all her life is use a pretty face, or the snare of her body, or worse, to capture a king? This is neither noble nor holy, and yet people speak of her as beloved. The worst news of all is that she has a boy. He cannot inherit the throne since his father has so thoroughly abandoned it. But a York son born just now is bound to have an influence on gullible people, who will see the hand of destiny in giving the York family an heir in prison. If I were the king, I don't think I would be so very scrupulous about respecting the laws of sanctuary for such a person. How can a woman who is widely regarded as a witch invoke the protection of the Holy Church? How can a baby claim sanctuary? How shall a treasonous family live untouchable in the very heart of London? Our king is a saint,
but he should be served by men who can take worldly decisions. And Elizabeth Woodville and her mother Jacquetta, whom I now know to be truly a most notorious and proven witch and a turncoat, should be bundled onto a ship and sent off to Flanders. There they can weave their magic and practice their beauty, where they are likely to be better appreciated among foreigners. My childish, stunned regard for Elizabeth Woodville's mother Jacquetta quickly changed when I learned what sort of woman she was, and when I saw her bump her daughter upwards to the throne. There is no doubt in my mind that the grace and beauty which caught my eye when I was a little girl in the court of King Henry was a mask over a most sinful nature. She allowed her daughter to stand at the roadside when the young king rode by, and she was one of the few witnesses at their secret wedding. She became chief lady-in-waiting and leader of the York court. No woman with any sense of loyalty or honour could do any of these things. She, who had served Margaret of Anjou, how could she bow the knee to her light-minded daughter? Jacquetta had been a royal duchess with the English army in France, and then she was widowed and married her husband's squire at most shocking speed. Our kindly king forgave her lustful indiscretion. Her husband, Richard Woodville, could call himself Lord Rivers, taking his title as a tribute to the pagan traditions of her family, who sprang from streams and name a water goddess as their ancestor. Since then, scandal and rumours of dealing with the devil have followed her as waters flow downhill. And this is the woman whose daughter thought she should be Queen of England. No wonder he is shamefully dead, and they are cast down to little more than prison. She should use her black arts and fly away, or summon the river and swim to safety.
Spring 1471. I say nothing of these thoughts of mine to Sir Henry, who is so gloomy through the dark, wintry days of January and February that one would think he was mourning the exile of his king. One evening at dinner I ask him if he's well, and he says that he is much worried. "Is Henry safe?" I ask at once. His weary smile reassures me. "Of course I would have told you if I had any bad news from Jasper. The two of them are at Pembroke, I don't doubt, and we can visit them when the roads are clear of all of this rain, if there's no more trouble." "Trouble?" I repeat. Sir Henry glances at the server of wine who stands behind us, and then looks down the great hall where the servants and tenants on the nearest tables can overhear our speech. "We can talk later," he says. We wait till we are alone in my bedroom, with the hot spice wine served and the servants gone for the night. He sits before the fireside, and I see that he looks weary and older than his 45 years. "I'm sorry for your unease," I say. "But he is of an age when a man makes a nonsense out of a nothing, and if my boy Henry is well, and our king on the throne, then what trouble need we fear? Please tell me your worries, husband. Perhaps we can put them to naught." "I have a message from a man loyal to York, who thinks that I, too, am loyal to York," he says heavily. "It's a summons." "A summons?" I repeat stupidly. For a moment I think he means to serve as a justice, and then I realize he means that York is recruiting again. Oh, God spare us! Not a summons to rebel. He nods. "A secret plot of York, and they have come to you." "Yes," he sighs. For a moment I lose my fear and am tempted to giggle. His correspondent cannot know my husband very well if he thinks he's a Yorkist, and not well at all if he thinks he will arm to command and joyously ride out to war. My husband makes a most reluctant soldier. He is not made of heroic stuff. "Edward is planning to invade and take back his kingdom," he says. "We will have the wars starting again." Now I am alarmed. I grip my chair. It's not his kingdom. My husband shrugs. Whoever has the right of it, Edward will fight for it. Oh, no, I say, not again. He cannot hope to come against our king. Not now that he's just been restored. He's been back on his throne, 5 months?
My friend who wrote me to turn out for Edward said more, my husband goes on. My friend is not just Edward's man. He is a friend of George, Duke of Clarence.
I wait. Surely George of Clarence cannot have turned his coat. He has staked everything on being his brother's enemy. He is enthralled to Warwick, married to his daughter, standing in line for the throne only second to our Prince of Wales. He is a key member of the court, a most beloved cousin of our king. He has burned his boats with his brother. He cannot go back. Edward would never have him back. George? I ask.
He is to join his brother again, my husband tells me. The 3 sons of York are to be reunited.
You must send this at once to the king, and to Jasper, I insist. They have to know. They have to be prepared.
I have sent messages to both Wales and the court, my husband says. But I doubt I am telling either of them anything they don't already know. Everyone knows that Edward is arming and raising an army in Flanders. He would be bound to come again to reclaim his throne. And the king...
He breaks off.
I don't think the king cares for anything any more but his own soul. I truly think he would be glad to surrender his throne if he could go into a monastery and spend his days in prayer.
God has called him to be king, I say firmly.
Then God will have to help him, my husband replies. And I think he will need all the help he can get if he's to hold off Edward.
The king's need for help is spelled out for us when my cousin, the Duke of Somerset, Edmund Beaufort, announces he is coming for a visit. I send to the town of Guildford and even to the coast for delicacies for the table, and His Grace sits down to a small banquet every day of his visit. He thanks me for my hospitality when we are by the fire in my presence chamber, my husband, Sir Henry, out of the room for a moment. I smile and bow my head, but I don't think for a moment that he has come to stay for the pleasure of oysters from the Sussex coast or potted cherries from Kent.
You have entertained me royally,
he says, tasting a sugared plum.
These are from your orchards?
I nod. Last summer's crop, I say, as if I care one way or another for household things. It was a good year for fruit.
A good year for England, he says. Our king back on the throne, and the usurper driven away. Lady Margaret, I swear, we cannot let these scoundrels back into the country again to drive our good king from the throne.
I know it, I say. Who should know better than I, his cousin, whose son was given into the charge of traitors? And now I have him restored to me, like Lazarus from death.
Your husband commands much of Sussex, and his influence goes into Kent, the Duke presses on, disregarding Lazarus. He has an army of tenants who would turn out for him if he commanded. It might be that the York fleet will land on your shores. We have to know that your husband will stand loyal to his king, and that he will call his tenants out to defend us. But I'm afraid that I have reason to doubt him.
He is a man who loves peace above all, I say, lamely.
We all love peace, my cousin asserts. But sometimes a man has to defend his own. We all have to defend the king. If York makes it back to England with an army of Flanders mercenary soldiers and defeats us again, we will none of us be safe in our lands, in our titles, or, he nods at me, in our heirs. How would you like to see young Henry brought up in yet another York household? His inheritance used by a York guardian, married to a York girl. Don't you think that Elizabeth Woodville, as queen, restored to her throne, will turn her greedy grey eyes on your son and his inheritance? She took your little nephew, the Duke of Buckingham, and married him to her own sister, Catherine, for profit. A shocking mismatch. Don't you think she will take your son for one of her endless daughters if she comes back to power?
I stand and walk to the fireplace. I look down at the flames and wish for a moment that I had the sight to foretell the future, like the York Queen. Does she know that her husband is coming to save her, to rescue her and his new baby son from their prison? Can she tell if they will succeed or fail? Can she whistle up a storm to blow them on shore, as they say she whistled one up to blow him safely away? I wish I could promise you my husband's sword and fortune and tenantry at your service, I say quietly. Everything I can do to persuade him to ride out for the king I do already. I make it clear to my own tenants that I would be pleased to see them form into bands for their true king. But Sir Henry is slow to act, and reluctant to act. I wish I could promise you more, cousin. I am ashamed that I cannot.
Does he not realize that you stand to lose everything? Your son's title and wealth will be taken from him again.
I nod. Yes, but he is much influenced by the London traders and his business friends, and they are all for York, because they believe Edward makes peace throughout the land, and because he makes the courts of law work so that a man can have justice. My husband is influenced too by the greater men among his tenants, and by the other noblemen in the area. They don't all think as they should. They favour York. They say he brought peace and justice to England, and that since he has gone there has been trouble and uncertainty. They say he is young and strong and commands the country, and that our king is frail and ruled by his wife.
I can't deny that,
my cousin says briskly.
But Edward of York is not the true king. He could be a very Daniel bringing judgment. He could be Moses bringing fine laws, and he would still be a traitor. We have to follow the king, our king, or be traitors ourselves.
The door opens, and my husband comes in, all smiles.
I am sorry, he says. There was trouble in the stable. Some fool tipped over a brazier, and they were running around putting out the fire. I just went down to check that it was thoroughly out. Don't want our honoured guest to be burned in his bed.
He smiles pleasantly at the Duke, and in that moment, in his smiling, honest warmth, in his lack of fearfulness, in his confident sense of his own rightness, I think that we both know that Sir Henry is not going to ride out for the king. Within days we have the news that Edward of York has made landfall, not where anyone expected him, but in the north of England, where the witch's wind blew him to safe harbour, and he has marched on York and asked them to open their gates to him, not on his own account as king, but so that he can take up his dukedom again. The city, persuaded like a set of fools, lets him in, and at once the York supporters flock to their leader, and his traitorous ambition is plain. George, the turncoat Duke of Clarence, is among them. It has taken some time, but even stupid George finally realises that his future as a York boy would be brighter with a York king on the throne. And suddenly he loves his brother above any other, and declares that his loyalty to the true king and to his father-in-law Warwick was a great mistake. I suppose from this that my son has lost his earldom forever, as everything will belong to the York boys again, and no pleading messages from me to George, Duke of Clarence, will make him give Henry's title back. All at once everything is golden daylight, and the 3 sons of York are the dawn over England. In the fields the hares are fighting and leaping, and it seems as if the whole country has gone as mad as hares this March. Amazingly, Edward gets to London without a single obstacle in his path. The gates are thrown open for him by the adoring citizens, and he is reunited with his wife, as if he had never been chased from his own land, running for his life. I take to my chamber and pray on my knees when I hear this news from Somerset's hard-riding messenger. I think of Elizabeth Woodville, the so-called beauty, with her baby son in her arms,
and her daughters all around her, starting up as the door is thrown open and Edward of York strides into the room, victorious as he always is. I spend 2 long hours on my knees, but I cannot pray for victory, and I cannot pray for peace. I can only think of her running into his arms, knowing that her husband is the bravest and most able man in the kingdom, showing him her son, surrounded by their daughters. I take up my rosary and pray again. The words are for the safety of my king, that I cannot think of anything but my jealousy, that a woman far worse born than me, far worse educated than me, without doubt less beloved by God than me, should be able to run to her husband with joy, and show them their son, and know he will fight to defend him. That a woman such as her, clearly not favoured by God, showing no signs of grace, unlike me, should be Queen of England, and that by some mystery, too great for me to understand, God should have overlooked me. I come out of my chamber and find my husband in the great hall. He is seated at the top table, his face grave. His steward, standing beside him, is putting one sheet of paper after another before him for his signature. His clerk beside him is melting wax and pressing in the seal. It takes me only a moment to recognize the commissions of array. He is calling up his tenants. He is going to war. At last, he is going to war. I feel my heart lift like a lark at the sight. God be praised, he is owning his duty and going to war at last. I step up to the table, my face glad. Husband, God bless you and the work that you are finally doing. He does not smile back at me. He looks at me wearily, and his eyes are sad. His hand keeps moving, signing Henry Stafford time after time, and he hardly glances down at his pen. They come to the last page. The clerk drips wax, stamps the seal, and hands it in its box back to his chief secretary. "Send them at once," Henry says. He pushes back his chair and steps off the little dais to stand before me, takes my hand and tucks it in his arm and walks me away from the clerk, who is gathering up the papers to take to the stables for the waiting messengers. "Wife, I have to tell you a thing which will trouble you," he says. I shake my head. I think he is about to tell me that he's going to war with a heavy heart for fear of leaving me, and so I rush to reassure him that I fear nothing when he's doing God's work. "Truly, husband, I am glad." He stills me with a gentle touch on my cheek. "I am calling up my men not to serve King Henry, but to serve King Edward," he says quietly. At first I hear the words, but they make no sense to me. Then I am so frozen with horror that I say nothing. I am so silent that he thinks I have not heard him. "I will serve King Edward of York, not Henry of Lancaster," he says. "I'm sorry if you are disappointed." Disappointed. He is telling me he has turned traitor, and he thinks I may be disappointed? I am sorry for it. "But my cousin himself came to persuade you to war." "He did nothing but convince me that we have to have a strong king who will put an end to war now and forever, or he and his sort will go on until England is destroyed. When he told me that he would fight forever, I knew that he would have to be defeated." "Edward is not born to be king. He is not a bringer of peace."
"My dear, you know that he is. The only peace we have known in the last 10 years was when he was on the throne. And now he has a son and heir, so please God the Yorks will hold the throne forever, and there will be an end to these unending battles." I wrench my hand away from his grip. "He is not born royal," I cry. "He is not sacred. He is a usurper."
You are calling out your tenants and mine, my tenants, from my lands to serve a traitor. You would have my standard, the Beaufort portcullis, unfurled on the York side?" He nods.
"I knew you would not like it," he says resignedly.
"I would rather die than see this." He nods, as if I'm exaggerating, like a child. "And what if you lose?" I demand. "You will be known as a turncoat who supported York. Do you think they will call Henry, your stepson, to court again and give him back his earldom? Do you think Henry the King will bless him as he did before, when everyone knows you have shamed yourself and shamed me?" He grimaces.
"I think it is the right thing to do. And, as it happens, I think York will win."
"Against Warwick?" I ask him scornfully. "He can't beat Warwick. He didn't do so well last time when Warwick chased him out of England, and the time before that when Warwick took him prisoner. He is Warwick's boy, not his master."
"He was betrayed last time," he said. "He was alone, without his army. This time he knows his enemies, and he has summoned his men."
"Say you win, then," I say, the words tumbling out in my distress. "Say you put Edward on my family's throne. What happens to me? What happens to Henry? Will Jasper have to go into exile again, thanks to your enmity? Will my son and his uncle be driven out of England by you? Do you want me to go too?"
He sighs. "If I serve Edward, and he is glad of my service, then he will reward me," he says. "We might even get Henry's earldom back from him. The throne will no longer run in your family, but Margaret, dear little wife, to be honest with you, your family does not deserve to own it. The king is sick. To tell the truth, he is mad. He is not fit to run a country. And the queen is a nightmare of vanity and ambition. Her son is a murderer. Can you think what we will suffer if he ever gets the throne? I cannot serve such a prince and such a queen. There is no one but Edward. The direct line is what? I spit. Insane, he says simply. Hopeless. The king is a saint and cannot rule, and his son is a devil and should not.
If you do this, I will never forgive you, I swear. The tears are running down my face, and angrily I brush them away. If you ride out to defeat my own cousin, the true king, I will never forgive you. I will never call you husband again. You will be as if you were dead to me. He releases my hand as if I'm a bad-tempered child.
I knew you would say that, he says sadly. Though I am doing what I think best for us both. I am even doing what I think best for England, which is more than many men can say in these troubled times.
April 1471. The summons comes from Edward the Usurper in London, and my husband rides out at the head of his army of tenants to join his new lord. He is in such a hurry to go that half the men are not yet equipped, and his master of horse stays behind to see that the sharpened staves and newly forged swords are loaded in carts to follow the men. I stand in the stable yard and watch the men falling into line. Many of them have served in France. Many of them have marched out before, for English battles. This is a generation of men accustomed to warfare, inured to danger, and familiar with cruelty. For a moment I understand my husband's yearning for peace, but then I remember that he is backing the wrong king, and I fire up my anger again. He comes from the house, wearing his best boots, and the thick travelling cape that he gave to me when we rode to see my boy. I was glad of his kindness then, but he has disappointed me since. I am hard-faced as I look at him, and I despise his hangdog expression.
You will forgive me if we win, and I can bring your boy home to you, he suggests, hopefully.
You will be on opposing sides, I say coldly. You will be fighting on one side, and my brother-in-law and my boy on the other. You ask me to hope that my brother-in-law, Jasper, is defeated or killed, for that is the only way that my boy will need a new guardian. I cannot do that. He sighs.
I suppose not. Will you give me your blessing, anyway?
How can I bless you when you are cursed in your choice? I demand. He cannot maintain his smile.
Wife, will you pray for my safety at least while I am gone?
I shall pray that you see sense and change sides in the very middle of the battle, I say. You could do that and make sure you were on the victorious side. I would pray for your victory then.
That would be quite without principle, he remarks mildly.
He kneels to me and takes my hand and kisses it, and I stubbornly do not touch his head with my other hand in blessing. He rises up and goes to the mounting block. I hear him grunt with the effort of stepping onto it and swinging into the saddle, and for a moment I feel pity that a man not young any more, who so dislikes leaving his home, should be forced out on a hot spring day to battle. He turns his horse and raises his hand to me in salute. "Goodbye, Margaret," he says.
And I say God bless you, to you, even if you won't say it to me.
I think it is unkind of me to stand there with my hands by my side and a frown on my face. But I let him go without a blown kiss, without a blessing, without a command to come back safely. I let him go without a word or a gesture of love, for he is going out to fight for my enemy, and so he is my enemy now. I hear from him within a few days. His second squire comes back in a rush because he forgot the gussets for his coat of mail. He brings the will that my husband has scribbled in haste, thinking battle will be joined at once. "Why, does he think he will die?" I ask cruelly, when the man hands it to me for safekeeping.
"He's very low in his spirits," he answers me honestly. "Shall I take a message back to cheer him?"
"No message," I say, turning away. No man who fights under the banner of York against the interests of my son will have a message of hope from me. How can I? My prayer must be that York fails and is defeated. My prayer must be for my husband's defeat. I will pray that he is not killed. But in all honesty, before my God, I can't do more than that. I spend that night, all the night, on my knees praying for the victory of my house of Lancaster. The servants said that they were gathering outside London and would march to meet our forces that are mustering in thousands somewhere near Oxford. Edward will march out his troops along the Great West Road, and the armies will meet somewhere on the way. I expect Warwick to win for our king, even with both York boys, George of Clarence and Richard of Gloucester, fighting alongside their older brother. Warwick is the more experienced commander. He taught the York boys everything they know about warfare. And Warwick has the greatest force. And Warwick is in the right. Our king, an ordained monarch, a saintly man, is held a prisoner in the Tower of London by order of the York usurper. How can God allow his captor to have victory? My husband may be there, in the armies of York, but I have to pray for his defeat. I am for Lancaster. I am for my king. I am for Jasper. And I am for my son. I send to Guildford every day for news, expecting riders to come from London with word of a battle, but no one knows what is happening until one of our men comes back, riding a stolen horse, ahead of all the others, to tell me that my husband Henry is wounded and near to death. I hear him out, standing alone in the stable yard, until someone thinks to send for one of my ladies, and she clasps my arm to hold me up, while the man tells me of a battle of shifting fortunes and confusion. There was thick mist, the line of the army swung about, the Earl of Oxford changed his coat, or so someone said. There was a panic when he attacked our side, and Edward came out of the mist in a charge like the devil himself, and the Lancaster forces broke before him. I will have to go to him and fetch him home, I say. I turn to his steward. Get a cart ready so we can bring him home, and put a feather bed in it, and everything he will need. Bandages, I suppose, and physic. I will fetch the physician to go with you, he says. I take it as a reproach that I have never been much of a nurse or herbalist. And the priest, I say. I see him flinch, and I know that he's thinking that his master may need the last rites, that he may be near death as we speak. And we'll go at once, I say, this day. I ride ahead of the slow wagon, but it is a hard, long ride, and I get to Barnet as the dusk of the spring evening closes down on the muddy road. All along the way there are men begging for help to get home, or lying down in the hedgerow and dying for lack of friends or family or someone to care for them. Sometimes we are crowded off the road by an armed troop hurrying after the main armies to join with them. I see hideous sights. A man with half his face cut away. A man tying his shirt over his belly to stop his lights from spilling out. A pair of men clinging to each other like drunkards, trying to help each other home with only 3 feet between the two of them. I ride along the road, cutting across the fields wherever I can to avoid the straggle of dying men, trying not to look at the men who stagger towards me, trying not to see the scatter of equipment and bodies all around me, as if the fields were growing strange and terrible crops. There are women here, like crows, bending over the dying men and rifling through their jackets, looking for money or jewels. Sometimes a loose horse comes trotting towards mine, whinnying for company and for reassurance. I see a few knights who have been pulled down and killed on the ground, and one whose suit of armour protected him so well that he died inside it, his face smashed to pulp against the helmet. When a looter pulls the helmet upward, the head comes with it too, and the slop of brains spill out through the visor. I keep a grip on my rosary, and I say Hail Mary over and over again to keep myself in the saddle and the vomit at the back of my mouth. My horse walks warily, as if he too is repelled at the smell of blood and knows that this is dangerous ground. I had no idea that it would be this bad. I had no idea that it would be like this. I cannot believe that it was like this for Joan of Arc. I thought of her always on a white horse, with a banner of lilies and angels above her head, clean. I never thought of her riding through carnage, though she must have done so, as I am doing. If this is the will of God, it takes a strange and terrible shape. I did not know that the God of battles was vile like this. I never knew that a saint could summon torment like this. It is like riding through the valley of the shadow of death, and we go like harbingers of death ourselves, for we give away no water, though men imploringly reach towards me, pointing to their blood-stained mouths, where their teeth are all knocked out. We dare not stop and give to one, for that would bring them all down on us. So the master of the horse goes ahead with a whip and shouts, "Clear the way for Lady Margaret Stafford!" And the wounded shuffle out of our way and shield their heads from the lash. An outrider comes back to us and says that they have found my husband lodged in an inn at Whetstone, and we follow him as he leads us down the muddy lanes to the little village. The inn is nothing more than a village alehouse, with 2 rooms for passing travellers. I'm reluctant to get down from my horse, fearful of being on the ground with the walking dead. But I dismount and go in. I'm very afraid that my husband will be horribly maimed, like the men on the road, or hacked by a battle-axe. But I find him lying on a settle in the back room, with a scarf tied tight around his belly. The growing red on the scarf tells me he is still bleeding. He turns his head as I come in, and manages to smile at the sight of me.
"Margaret, you shouldn't have come."
"I am safe enough, and I have the wagon following to bring you home." His face lights up at the very mention of our home.
"I should be glad to see my home. There were moments when I thought I would never see it again."
I hesitate. Was it very bad? Has York won?
"Yes."
He nods.
"We had a great victory. We went uphill in the mist at them, and there were twice our number. Nobody but York would have dared to do it. I think he is invincible."
So it's over?
"No. The Lancaster Queen has landed her army somewhere in Devon. Every man who could march has fallen in, and Edward is going as fast as he can to cut her off and stop her getting to reinforcements in Wales."
In Wales?
"She will be going to Jasper," he says. "She will know her ally Warwick is dead, and this army defeated. But if she can get to Jasper and his Welsh levies, she can fight on."
So Edward could still be defeated, and all this... I am thinking of the men scrambling south down the road, crying out in their pain. All this will have been for nothing.
"All this is always for nothing," he says. "Don't you understand that yet? Every death is a pointless death. Every battle should have been avoided. But if Edward can defeat the Queen and imprison her along with her husband, then it will indeed be over."
I hear the physician's horse, and I go to let him in. "Shall I stay and help you?" I ask, without much enthusiasm for the work.
"You go," Henry says. "I don't want you to see this."
"What is your wound?"
"A sword slash across my belly," he says. "You go and have them set you up in a camp in the field behind this inn. There are no beds to be had in here. And make sure they post a guard over you and your possessions. I wish you hadn't come."
"I had to come," I say. "Who else?" He gives me his crooked smile.
"I am glad to see you," he says. "I was so sick with fear the night before battle that I even made my will."
I try to smile in sympathy, but I am afraid he can tell that I think he is a coward, as well as a traitor.
"Oh well," he says. "What's done is done. Now you go, Margaret, and ask the innkeeper what he can find for your dinner."
I don't do as my husband bids me. Of course I don't. While he is lying in a dirty inn being served by our physician as a wounded hero, injured in the cause of York, the Queen of England will be marching as fast as she can towards my son and my only true friend, Jasper, certain that they will be arming and mustering their men to ride with her. I call the lad who rides before me, who is young and faithful and will go fast. I give him a note addressed to Jasper, and command him to ride west as fast as he can, and find some men marching under the banner of Lancaster, who will be going towards Wales, to join the armies that Jasper will be recruiting.